move to override the rules of the House of Representatives. And we know exactly how.
Meetings today on the question. Without objection, the chair is authorized. You're good. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5B and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up a report containing a resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by this committee. The clerk will report, which has been distributed in advance.
A report containing a House resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by this committee.
I ask unanimous consent that the report be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute offered to the contempt report is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the report.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman, for the purposes of this hearing, I move that debate be structured to 1 hour on the ANS, 30 minutes each side, and 10 minutes on every debate that might be entered during this hearing of the Oversight Committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Objection.
I object to that.
All right, there's an objection, so we'll vote.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we heard on the motion?
Yeah, there's a motion, and all right, we'll suspend.
Mr. Chairman, my objection consists of this. He cannot move to override the rules of the House of Representatives. And we know exactly how debate is to occur, which is the way we usually proceed in debate. So I don't think we have the power to do that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this committee has already done that earlier in this very Congress. We went into structured debate on a couple of items a few months ago.
Yes, by unanimous consent only. So I've objected to it. I mean, if the gentleman wants to take it to a vote, we can take it to a vote.
Gentlemen, you?
By all means. Well, why do we want to limit debate on this anyway?
Yeah. If I may, I rise in support.
Okay, we're going to suspend and call the parliamentarian to get the official ruling, correct?
Okay.
So it may take I'm estimating 5 minutes.
Fine, Mr. Chairman. In the meantime, I have a parliamentary inquiry of my own. Can you?
Well, I think we're suspended.
Oh, I just thought in order to save time, if you had other parliamentary inquiries, you could take them. No?
Yeah, yeah.
No?
No, let's get the ruling from the parliamentarian, then we'll proceed.
Jess, when are you guys negotiating? Why it's springing on us? Yeah.
All right. Hope this doesn't screw with stuff too much. Need some shark. Dude, I've never eaten shark. Why am I getting the echo? Yeah, I don't think I've ever had shark. Oh, I know what I'm getting. Never mind. Yeah, man, I've eaten a lot of other fish, gar, and all kinds of stuff. I don't think I've ever eaten shark, and I have heard people talk about it and say it's outstanding. But anyway, for tonight, I didn't see this popping up. However, in my internet travels, this popped up as the markup for the bill we saw voted on earlier today. And I figured since I'm listening to it, well, the rest of y'all might as well feel the pain too. Now I've had scallops, Colt, that did not make me a fan of scallops. So that could have been some.
All right. All right, the committee will come back to order. The motion is out of order. I'll now recognize myself for.
But I figured
for
this would be a
5
clown show while I
minute
cook.
opening
So,
statement.
Mr. Chairman, can I just pursue my parliamentary inquiry?
Proceed.
Will you just explain why this markup was delayed to 8 p.m., throwing everybody's schedule into chaos today and the building's closed to the
you
public?
guys let me know.
Why
Make
was
sure
that
the sound's
done?
good for
Okay,
you guys. So
that's
I'm
not
listening on
an
like
appropriate
two
inquiry.
separate heads.
The time of the meeting is not an appropriate
No,
procedural
in
inquiry?
and out.
your inquiry is not an appropriate parliamentary inquiry. So let's get back to order. Recognize myself for opening statement. Today's markup initiates contempt of Congress proceedings against U.S. Attorney Merrick Garland for defying a subpoena from the Oversight Committee. The committee's February subpoena required the Department of Justice to produce audio recordings of President Biden's interview with the special counsel investigating his mishandling and improper disclosure of classified materials. The department has chosen not to produce them. That's why we're here today. This is not a complicated subject. The Oversight Committee requires these audio recordings, and the Department of Justice has refused to provide them. We're not in court. The accommodations process has been exhausted. We are not making a request. The subpoena requires production. We are not requiring anything that interferes with an ongoing investigation. The special counsel already concluded his investigation by choosing not to charge President Biden because he is an, quote, elderly man with a poor memory, end quote. This morning, the Department of Justice informed the committee that the president has asserted executive privilege over the audio recordings of the president's interview with special counsel Hur. President Biden's decision to withhold the audio recording from Congress is alarming. The committee has already obtained the transcript of the interview. President Biden must have something to hide because it does not make sense that he would suppress the audio if the transcript was accurate. There is no substitute, as the many lawyers on this committee will tell you, for a recording of an actual conversation, not a summary, not a report, not a transcript. The White House has shown it is willing to alter transcripts to protect Joe Biden's image. We will not simply take the Justice Department's word about this interview. It is not the Department of Justice's decision how to cooperate with a subpoena, just like the people who receive subpoenas from DOJ do not get to negotiate their compliance. The Department of Justice is not above Congress. It is not above the law. It is also not President Biden's decision to assert executive privilege on audio recordings when the transcript has already been released. In 1974, the House rejected an attempt by President Nixon to release a transcript instead of subpoenaed audio recordings. And there should be bipartisan support to reject it here too. Not long ago, a very distinguished member of this committee said, and I quote, "The lesson is, please tell your children out there in America, if you get a subpoena to go before Congress, if you get a subpoena to go to the court, go. You have a legal responsibility to go," end quote. That distinguished member was none other than Ranking Member Jamie Raskin in 2022, only 2 years ago. Now, Ranking Member Raskin has spent this Congress making excuses for why people like Hunter Biden or now the Department of Justice don't have to comply with congressional subpoenas. On January 10th, 2023, this committee announced an investigation into President Biden's mishandling of classified documents. 2 days later, on January 12th, 2023, the Attorney General announced his intent to appoint a special counsel to oversee the criminal investigation of President Biden. While the special counsel pursued his investigation, the committee did its own work and found facts that have challenged the White House's official narrative about these classified materials. Months of thorough investigating by this committee have revealed attempts by the White House to keep the truth from the American people, not just about the documents themselves and why Joe Biden had them, but President Biden's memory and mental capacity to do his job. The committee's timeline begins well before the White House's narrative that President Biden's private lawyers just stumbled upon classified materials in November 2022 at the Penn Biden Center. May 24th, 2022, 6 months before the White House's story began, the White House counsel, Dana Remus, contacted a Biden former employee to retrieve President Biden's materials from the Penn Biden Center and then traveled there herself to pick up boxes. Why would the most senior lawyer at the White House be going to pack up an office that was supposed to have just have pictures and personal documents in it? Why were President Biden's personal lawyers visiting the Penn Biden Center days before the discovery of classified materials if they thought they were just picking up pictures and letters? Why were they calling FedEx to pick up boxes and a White House employee was leaving with boxes before the November 2nd discovery? Now the White House won't permit this committee to depose Dana Remus. The White House won't allow any of the employees that entered the Penn Biden Center before November 2022 to speak with the committee. What is the White House afraid of? Why not be transparent and open with this committee and the American people? For that matter, what are Democrats on this committee who oppose the release of these audio recordings afraid of? The recordings will just be President Biden speaking. What is it that would make them nervous about that? It's because they know, once again, President Biden has not been honest. He hasn't been honest about his family's foreign entanglements. He hasn't been honest about mishandling classified documents. And if the Democrats were honest, they'd admit President Biden's mental capacity is declining. Americans see it happening every day. In fact, 6 in 10 Americans don't have confidence in Joe Biden's mental capacity. If the Attorney General wants to defy Congress and not produce the audio recordings, he will face consequences for those actions. The path before us is clear. I urge this committee to move forward with holding Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, in this special nighttime episode, we resume the Madcap comedy mystery series called Comer's High Crimes and Misadventures, the hilarious quest to impeach a president who has done nothing wrong, an avowedly low-budget but multi-million-dollar taxpayer-funded production which most Americans assumed had ended 2 months ago and had completely forgotten about. But tonight, with the cast and crew now fresh back from a surprise
You mean
trip
like
to
the
New York
January
City,
6th committee?
Stop it.
I'd like my time restored to me, Mr. Chairman.
Order, order. Chair recognizes ranking member.
Okay.
Order, order, order.
Well, tonight with the cast and crew fresh back from their surprise trip to New York City, it's clear the show must go on. Now, our originally scheduled performance was supposed to be at 11 a.m. today, but it was postponed when members of the majority chose to join a mass spiritual pilgrimage to the New York criminal trial of a Florida man, an adjudicated fraudster and rapist, as he faces 34 felony counts of falsifying corporate financial records to cover up $130,000 paid in hush money to a porn star sex partner. Now, although some people are churlishly complaining that members should actually be here to vote on public business and should not have forced a last-minute change in the committee schedule, our colleagues properly demonstrated for all of history their fierce devotion to this clearly reformed, devout, and pious Florida spiritual leader who many supporters are now calling the Messiah from Mar-a-Lago. Of course, in the meantime, Chairman Jordan in the House Judiciary
Will the
Committee
gentleman yield?
preempted. No, I'm in the middle
Sir,
of my
I appreciate that photo. It's a good photo.
Yeah.
I would like a copy of that.
Uh,
Done with it.
Would you like a signed one, Raskin?
Yes,
Could
I
you
wanna-
get your members in order, Mr. Chairman?
It's a great photo. I want a copy of it.
Order.
Mr. Chairman.
In the meantime, Chairman Jordan in the House Judiciary Committee preempted our GOP colleagues on oversight, rendering this entire exercise not only absurd, but completely meaningless and redundant. They have already held Attorney General Garland purportedly in contempt. Now, when we last met on this matter, you will recall that the majority still had not identified a single high crime or misdemeanor that the president had committed. The committee's impressive 3.8 million pages of documents and 80 hours of testimony from 20 witnesses produced nothing but overwhelming and definitive proof that President Biden had done nothing wrong. So desperate for a new storyline, Republicans have come up with this astonishing new plot twist. They now propose to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt for giving the committee the information it asked for. And it is information that has absolutely nothing to do with their failed impeachment investigation or any high crimes or misdemeanors. Now, true fans of the show will recall from prior episodes this plot device of punishing people for complying with committee orders. But this new episode of not taking yes for an answer sends us off into strange new worlds of absurdity where no congressional committee has truly ever gone before. The majority wanted to know what President Biden said in his voluntary interview with Special Counsel Hur. And maybe there was an impeachable diamond lurking in the rough. So the Justice Department complied with the request. It turned over the 250-page transcript of President Biden's 5-hour interview with the special counsel. We had a hearing on it in this committee. The special counsel came, and there was nothing impeachable there. If there had been, you would have taken up Mr. Moskowitz's offer, and you would have voted on impeachment after it happened, but you didn't. Committee members and millions of Americans got to read the entire transcript and can read it right now if they like. We all can learn what the president was asked and see how he answered each and every question. But the chairman insists that's not enough. He and the rest of America are clearly able to read the interview, but he wants to be able to hear the interview. The book is not sufficient. He wants the audio book. And because of this gratuitous and comical request, the whole troop now seeks to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt. Anyone watching can grasp the fallacy cleverly tucked into this new special primetime episode. There is nothing relevant or material that our committee can learn from an audio tape, which we cannot learn from the 250 pages of the transcript. The format of the medium does not change the content of the communications. So in this absurd twist, our friends now seek to blame the spectacular belly flop of their own impeachment probe on Attorney General Garland and his sneaky effort to obstruct the investigation by cooperating with it. We know what real obstruction looks like because the last president specialized in it. This president agreed to sit down for a voluntary 5-hour interview with the special counsel investigating him. Attorney General Garland turned over the complete 250-page transcript interview. That's not obstruction. Real obstruction was Trump and his administration refusing to provide information Congress requested in more than 100 different congressional investigations and inquiries. And I know that pleases the gentlelady from Georgia because he issued...
I just want to hear Joe Biden. Why can't the American people hear him?
Order, Mr. Chairman. Get her under control.
President Trump issued an edict. No, I am glad that the gentlelady from Georgia is learning something tonight. Okay, the president. I encourage her to be a good listener, and she's been a good listener. So, Mr. Chairman, the last president issued an edict directing all federal officials in his administration to categorically ignore and reject all congressional subpoenas. Do my colleagues remember that? Do they know that? He told them not to cooperate with any federal investigation at all by Congress. And we didn't hear a peep from any of them. That was real obstruction. Real obstruction happened when two members of this committee, who may be preparing to vote tonight to hold Attorney General Garland in contempt, brazenly refused to comply with subpoenas from the U.S. House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, and still have not responded to those subpoenas. But now it seems, Mr. Chairman, I just got past something that the whole obstruction gimmick may just be a fundraising ploy, which demeans the overwhelming legal integrity and impressive theatrical ambitions of this enterprise. I was just handed a mass fundraising email solicitation for your campaign that you sent out this evening, Mr. Chairman, stating that, quote, Biden and his advisors are terrified that I will release the recordings, forcing the media and Democrats to answer for the dismal decline of Biden's mental state. This could be the final blow to Biden with swing voters across the country. The Democrats are pulling out all the stops to stop the bleeding. Signed, James Comer, Chairman, House Oversight Committee. Now, I must confess my disappointment to be handed this fundraising solicitation, signed by you as Chairman of the House Oversight Committee. I thought that you were serious about the legal enterprise here and not just another political huckster calling hearings to score cheap political points and to make a buck. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the full and complete 250-page transcript of the president's interview with Special Counsel Hur, which we have now had in our committee for more than 2 months.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I know that some people may think this is a big Broadway production now with everybody's trip to the Big Apple, but it is high time to close this unhinged series and get back to some semblance of the people's work. We have the interview transcript. We have the president's words. There's no basis for this outlandish contempt proceeding, which only further disgraces our committee along with judiciary. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, and since your members seem to be in such a hurry to be done with this, I move to immediately adjourn these proceedings.
Seconded.
A second.
So in your opening statement, you moved to adjourn.
I'm moving to adjourn these proceedings.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Motion fails. Now, do any other members wish to be heard?
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
We got our thing.
A procedural vote, we have to vote the old-fashioned way.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes no. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Burchett.
No.
Mr. Burchett votes no. Ms. Green.
No.
Ms. Green votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. Boebert.
No.
Ms. Boebert votes no. Mr. Fry.
I can fix you guys' plate just a second.
Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Luna. Ms. Luna votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes no. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Krishnamurthy votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
Aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Aye.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Porter.
Aye.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Bush. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes yes. Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Stansbury votes yes. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes yes. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes yes. Ms. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes yes. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
I vote yes, and how did Mr. Jordan vote? I mean, I vote no. I'm sorry, I vote no.
The chairman votes no.
Yeah. How did Mr. Jordan record it?
Mr. Jordan is not recorded. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the nays are 24, the ayes are 19.
The noes have it. The motion to adjourn fails. Is any
Mr. Chairman, move to
other
strike the
members
last
seek
word.
recognition?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moskowitz.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so welcome to Oversight After Dark. If you love James Comer at 11 o'clock in the morning, you're really going to love him at 8:30 p.m. So, members, the hearing was moved today. We don't have to ask the question. The hearing was moved today so that members could go to New York and attend the Trump hearing. But how's he doing? He's complained that he's chilly in the courtroom. Is it chilly? Is it chilly?
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I'll assume it's
He's
chilly.
doing very good.
Okay, good. So, it was mentioned by the ranking member about really what we're doing here. You don't have to listen to my words. I would like to do a spirited reading of the campaign email sent out by the chairman. And it's on lovely stationery. In fact, it says, from the desk of the oversight chairman. I'm not sure you can do that, but I'm not an ethics expert. It says, friend. President Biden is exerting executive privilege in a last-ditch attempt to stop the disastrous audio recording of his interview with special counsel from being released. And it's highlighted in yellow. Want to make sure people saw that. Just a few months ago, the White House bragged that Joe Biden had nothing to hide and would not exert executive privilege during special counsel Hur's investigation. They even said he had nothing to hide. That's in italics. Now Biden and his advisors are terrified that I, James Comer, will release the recordings, forcing the media and the Democrats to answer for the dismal decline of Biden's mental state. He even had attorney Merrick Garland write a letter saying that his interview falls within the scope of executive privilege. This could be the final blow with swing voters across the country. Okay. You and I know, hold on, we're not done, it gets better. You and I know he's not up for the job, but the mainstream's media refusal to report on it as only keeping him in the game. Stand with Comer. The Democrats, you sure about that? The Democrats are pulling out all the stops to stop the bleeding. That means coming after me with everything they had. If you're able, we hope you are, I'd be so grateful if you'd consider making a donation to my campaign. I sure need it to defend against the onslaught of attacks. Thank you for everything. James Comer, chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Without objection, I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right, beautiful. So again, Mr. Chairman, since you think this is the final blow, right? And obviously the chairman of judiciary is here too. We only have June, July, and September before the election. We're not here in August and October. So, I mean, I'm sure the American people are paying attention at 11:30 p.m. where you buried this hearing because it's so important. When are we going to do the impeachment of Joe Biden? When is that going to happen? Is it going to be June? Is it going to be July? Is it going to be September? Let's just put it on the calendar. Let's just put it on the calendar. Pick a month. We're available. We were available at 11 a.m. You guys weren't. Just pick a month, right? So we can get it on the calendar and do the impeachment. So hold on. I'll give you choices. Ready? June. July. How about September? Okay. So we're never going to schedule this thing. It's never going to happen. He's sending out more subpoenas because he has no evidence. Okay. And yet here we go around and around and around. And so we get it. You'll raise money off of it. Congratulations to you. You know, if you want, Mr. Chairman, I can get the transcript out. I can do a spirited reading. We can sit here. I'll do all 250 pages for you. I'll even put on like a Biden mask, make it visual so you can like really get in the moment. I mean, we just want to know, like, what's it going to take, Mr. Chairman, to get you comfortable? You go on Newsmax and you get comfortable. What's it going to take to get you comfortable to ask your friend, Chairman Jordan, sitting next to you, when we're going to schedule impeachment? So we'll do it again. Ready? How about June, July, September?
Does the gentleman know how many spare Biden masks there are available in D.C.?
I don't, but there's a lot on Etsy. I mean, you can get lots of things. Okay, so you know, look, I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member if he wants to use the last 40. Oh, you have something to say, Mr. Chairman? Go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say you yielded to ranking member
Yeah, I'm
Raskin. He
done.
has
I
30
know.
seconds.
Go ahead, Mr. Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. There is an ethics principle that no solicitation of a campaign or political contribution may be linked to an action taken or to be taken by a member or employee in his or her official capacity. That's just a reminder to my side. I hope that nobody is linking specific actions that you're taking on the Oversight Committee to campaign contributions or solicitations. And with that, I'll yield back to the distinguished
Chair,
gentleman from
time's
Florida.
expired. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes Ms. Green.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Merchan's daughter.
Please tell me what that has to do with Merrick Garland.
Is she a porn star?
Oh, Goldman. That's right. He's advising. Okay.
He's advising who? Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about
just
AG
a-
I don't
Garland.
think you know what you're here
President.
for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I
you
think
still
your
stuck in the
fake
courtroom.
eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
That's beneath
would
even
you
your
please
screen.
regain
That's
order
beneath
of your
you.
committee?
Order.
Please.
There's a point of order.
We have a point of order. Mr. Lynch, state your point.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the parliamentarian if your conduct here in raising money in connection with this hearing is referable to the Ethics Committee within this hearing. Is a motion in order to refer your conduct and your abuse of
It's not a
process?
point of order. not a
Mr.
point
I
of
do have a
order.
point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you
meeting will
attack the
suspend.
physical
Meeting will
appearance of another
suspend.
person?
Are your
Move
feelings
her
hurt?
words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play. with
Baby
me.
girl?
We're gonna,
I don't
we
think
are going to
so.
move and we're going to take your words down.
I
Thank you very
second that motion.
So who will have to pay it? Okay. All right. We're suspending.
Okay, holy shit. I'm in the middle of cooking dinner right now, but damn. That hurts. That hurts bad.
No, we're taking her words down. No way is that being allowed.
Woo!
We're
Talk
trash.
about bringing the heat.
Absolutely not.
Good old Marjorie Taylor, baby.
She agrees to that.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to be in over.
Not today.
Yeah.
Not
I
today.
gotta find some place where I can work.
Here's what we're not gonna do. You can't. It's against
Sit down, sit down.
That's fine, but she has to do a public apology. And she has to actually apologize. And if it's not
Oh,
a
yeah.
real apology,
She
here's
has
what we're
to
not
do
gonna
it
do.
publicly.
We're not gonna do a smarmy apology. She has to actually apologize. And that needs to be up to Ms. Crockett as well.
Sure.
It needs to be sincere.
This is crazy.
Oh, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Because her ego's bruised.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's all it is.
She's not
She
used to
doesn't wanna
people talking
say-
back to
She
her.
doesn't want to say sorry to nobody for nothing. She's gonna learn.
I'll ask. Yeah.
We're just gonna let them act
No.
like
No.
take down their works. Tolerate your past enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Again.
Who's leaving?
The committee will reconvene. Miss Green has 4 minutes and 21 seconds. There's a motion. Miss Green, do you wish to strike your words?
I have 4 minutes and 21 seconds to speak.
I think we have to do the motion first, and then unless there's another motion, then you'll be recognized again. But I believe there's another motion coming. So you agree to strike your words?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
agree.
Miss Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
should apologize.
recognizes
No, no, no.
Mr.
She
Perry.
should
Okay,
apologize.
hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Miss Green
I'm
still
not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're not
reserve the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the
it's
minority.
pretty
No,
self-evident.
You're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to
Order.
I move to strike
as
the lady's
well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they cannot take the
There's
words.
another motion to strike her words again. Please
All right.
get
Okay.
your
Here's
members under
the
control.
correct apology. Miss Green, do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm
all
not
right.
apologizing.
Without objection, without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Chair
Reserving the right to
recogni-
object.
No,
Chairman, I
Chair
reserve the right to object.
recognizes Mr.
I
Perry.
reserve the right to
Mr.
object.
Chairman, I move that Mr. Goldman's words and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's words be stricken.
Okay.
Which words? And you have to do it contemporaneously. Object. The objection must be contemporaneous, and they haven't spoken in 10 minutes.
Nobody's spoken in 10 minutes.
Well, that's right. Therefore, defeating your proposal.
You all have. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
We weren't able to.
Well, I object. It doesn't refer to anything that's on the floor. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez objected immediately and instantaneously, as you're supposed to do under the rules and precedents of the House of Representatives.
So the first time he could.
Mr.
move to
Mr. Chairman,
I
point of,
suspend.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's
point of parliamentary inquiry.
All right, we're going to suspend for a minute, but we'll talk to the parliamentary.
I object to your objection.
Oh shit. As long as my signal holds out, I'm gonna have to leave my cam on. I'm gonna be in and out. I'm listening on my phone too. But goddamn, that's some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in Congress. Oh man.
Okay, committee will come back to order. So, Ms. Green asked unanimous consent
Jello
to strike her
something. I
words.
guarantee
Mr.
you
Raskin
Margaret Taylor
objected.
Greene
I'm going
would
to
whip her
recognize
ass.
Mr. Raskin for his objection. No, we're not counting against, Ms. Green has 4 minutes and 21 seconds left. This will not count against her time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the right to object because the understanding of the minority is that the gentlelady from Georgia would move to take her words down and strike her
Marjorie
words and
Taylor
to
Greene
offer a
would beat
sincere
Jamie like a
apology
redheaded
for having engaged in
stepchild.
personalities against another member, offending her personal appearance and insulting her. We don't do that in this committee. And I think the major problem was that we allowed pornography in this committee, and we've gone down a bad road. But in any event, we should not allow face-to-face ad hominem insults.
Oh,
It's
damn.
totally
Wilbur, I gotta
contrary to the
start
rules of the House of
clipping some
Representatives.
shorts.
And I would ask Ms. Green if she would just make the apology.
And
It's not that
reference was
complicated. We don't want to
Marjorie
get
Taylor
into
Greene
face-to-face
showing Hunter
insults.
Biden's laptop picture.
You will never get an apology out of me.
All right.
I don't owe
Then
you
I
one.
object. Then I
All right.
object, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raskins objects. So the member will state the words he wishes taken down or she wishes taken
Well,
down.
what I heard her say, but I would like her to repeat the words. What I heard her to say was, and you can take off your fake eyelashes too. Well, then what did you say?
I mean,
What did you say, Ms. Green?
really?
What was,
I mean,
the clerk needs to report the words, but those,
okay, the
that
clerk,
was the sum and
the
substance.
clerk will report the words. Clerk will report the words.
Mr. Chairman,
We could subpoena the audio tape. Mr. Chairman.
This is great. Release the audio.
It will just take us a few minutes to get
Okay.
those words.
We'll suspend.
Aren't we here for audio?
Chairman.
I'd like Joe Biden's audio.
Celsius.
Where?
We're on Celsius train. Celsius? Can you grab me one? He's
So it is now
unfortunately at my
8:55.
apartment sleeping. I was trying to put him down, and then I got sucked in this.
You have a lot of.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. So there.
Okay, so be honest. What other channel do you find this sort of amusement on?
Are they or are they not?
Damn.
I think they are too.
While I'm going through this, I gotta roll through and say hi to everybody because I am cooking too, and I got just a second, and then I gotta start pulling shrimp out of a fryer. Sean, what's up, my brother? Bearded guy, what is happening, my brother? G23's out there. Another brother. Zany Misfit, what's happening, my brother? P38 is in the house. What is happening? Cold has been out there since the start of this. Our attacking daughters, what's going on, my brother? How you and the family doing? If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I'll get to you. I promise.
All right.
Damn. This is promising to be fun. Nah, no grits.
Mr. Chairman.
Striped bass, shrimp,
Mr. Chairman.
fries, hush puppies.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order here. I believe there are members who've been interviewed by the media from their seats. Do we allow that?
They identify as clerks.
That have,
Chairman, sorry.
what do you,
Like as clerks?
that what?
You're not respecting their identity?
Wait, someone is being.
Okay.
Is that allowed?
For decorum, the media will evacuate the well
Mr. Chairman,
at the request of the
Mr. Chairman,
complaint of the ranking member.
Netflix followed Hunter Biden into this room. I don't remember anyone across the aisle complaining about Hunter Biden, his TV film crew when he came up here.
That's a good point. So do you withdraw that? Do you withdraw that?
Yeah, I was just.
Okay, Mr. Raskin withdrew this one. So are we ready to proceed with Ms. Green finishing her 4 minutes and 21 seconds?
What is the ruling on the motion to take her words down? I thought we had an agreement. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would just urge you to prevail upon the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia. Her words.
Well, it's very difficult for the stenographer to understand everything with everyone yelling and screaming back and forth. But we went through this with I would like to make a point. We went through this with some of the things that Mr. Swalwell said in the Hunter Biden deposition. Some of the things that he said negative about some of our staff and the members weren't picked up by the stenographer, unfortunately, because there was so much
For
yelling.
everybody out there in the audience.
Fair enough,
if
Mr.
I
Chairman, but
overcook my
I
shrimp,
think
I
we
am
don't want to
writing
see a
Marjorie
complete
Taylor Greene a
dissent
nasty
of
letter.
our committee. And the verbatim quote,
Can't
the
overcook.
verbatim quote of the gentlelady
You
was,
overcook.
"I think your fake eyelashes are messing up your reading." That is what she said. I think your fake eyelash, and that's obviously engaging in personalities. It's an ad hominem attack, and I would just ask every member of this committee, in a fair-minded way, would you want to be talked to in that way about your personal appearance by another member of the committee? Because what we're doing is we're setting standards going forward.
Tell me how she's wrong about that, because it looks like she's got spiders taped to her eyelids.
All the gentlelady seeks is a simple apology, Ms. Green.
Look, here, I will say this. For committee decorum, we're not supposed to engage
I'm so
in
glad I saw
personalities
this
of
coming.
members.
Saw
That
this
applies
in
to everyone
the screen
on
today.
both sides of the aisle. Mr. Moskowitz, Ms. Green, every single member across the aisle. Can we? What did he say?
He just threw Moskowitz into it. From
Can we, are we,
Well,
can we
the
proceed?
motion belongs to the gentlelady from New York, Ms.
Mr.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Chairman.
Okay, the clerk,
Straight face.
back to order. The clerk will report, the stenographer.
Mr. Chairman, there was a lot of over talking, but as far as we can make out, and you can remove your false eyelashes too.
Okay. That,
Well, let's have a vote on that, because I honestly don't think there's a member in this committee who would think we should descend to that level of discourse here, other than one, perhaps. I'm sorry? You agree it should be taken down, Mr. Dons?
Mr. Raskin, the gentlelady from Georgia already said that she would strike down her words. What else are we doing past that point? I didn't realize apologies were a matter of.
It's an agreement.
No, the suggestion was made to the minority that rather than go through the process of formally taking your words down, which means she wouldn't be able to speak for the rest of our hearing, as you know, that she could continue to speak, but she would voluntarily take her words down and offer a sincere apology.
I'm going to rule, overrule the point of order. It wasn't personalities. It was undecorous. And I would encourage, again, every member to abide by committee decorum, and let's vote. We all know what we're here for. You're either going to vote for it or
Mr.
against
Chairman.
it. And the lady from Georgia has 4 minutes and 21 seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Chairman, point of order.
I appealed the ruling of the chair, Mr. Chairman, because the rules provide that you cannot insult another member's personal appearance or attire. And that is obviously part of engaging in personalities.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. We have so many motions. We're sitting here trying to. All right, there's now a motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
No, but I was appealing your motion.
The motion by Mr. Perry, seconded by
I don't believe
Mr.
you can
Gosar.
table motion. I
All
don't believe
those
you
in
can table. It's
favor?
not eligible to
This is-
table.
this is-
It's not eligible to table.
We can table the appeal. We can table the appeal.
I don't know if we can table. Is
The
it
underlying
privilege to
motion.
strike?
We can table the appeal. There's a motion and second to table the appeal.
Okay, just to be clear, your ruling was that she had not engaged in personalities?
Mr.
Is that
Chairman,
your
when
ruling?
do I have my
I
4
said-
minutes and 21 seconds?
I've already ruled. I've already ruled.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
All right, so
No, there's a motion to vote on. It's not debatable. Motion by Mr. Perry, seconded by Mr. Gosar to table. All those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes to table. Now,
move for the
Chair
ayes and the nays.
recognizes Ms. Green.
I want to move for the ayes and recorded vote.
A recorded vote to table has been requested. The clerk will call the roll on table.
Amendments at the desk.
Mr. Jordan.
Have an amendment at the desk.
We're voting on a requested roll call vote on whether or not to table. She started the roll call with Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. Boebert.
Present.
Ms. Boebert votes present. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Ms. Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr.
We're going to
Lynch
get to
votes
some
no.
commentary.
Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Damn, almost
Mr.
choked.
Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Oh,
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms.
died
Ocasio-Cortez
like
votes
4
no.
times in the last
Ms.
4
Porter.
minutes.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury.
Oh God, this has just been well worth
Stansbury
showing up for
votes no.
already.
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost.
Oh, good Lord.
Mr. Frost votes
I didn't
no.
burn my shrimp though,
Miss
so
Lee.
Marjorie doesn't get a mean later.
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
I lied, I hand delivered
Mr.
that letter.
Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Of course, Crockett says
Ms.
no.
Crockett votes
She
no.
talked about my eyelashes.
Mr. Goldman.
She didn't call you a.
Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no.
GT3, yep, she does.
Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes
Yeah,
yes.
you're right. They forgot about it too. Colt, Sean, they've completely forgotten. Green derailed this entire hearing single-handedly, and it is beautiful. Oh, holy shit.
Mr. Chairman, on this
I've
vote,
been
the
laughing
ayes are
so
21,
hard.
the nays are 19, with 1 voting present.
All right, motion table.
Oh,
Now the chair recognizes Ms. Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair,
let's
point
see
of
where this
order.
goes. Oh, come on, you stupid hag. Shut your mouth and
Ms.
let us
Crockett.
talk.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone
How-
on this
how much you
committee
bet she
then
goes racist with
starts
it?
talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold
a
on.
I'm
parliament.
trying to find clarification on what qualifies.
Chairman,
I didn't-
motion to
I had
strike
no
those
idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just said
You
yes,
just,
no,
you
no,
just
no.
voted to do
Y'all
it.
did it first, so you
You
don't wanna
just
talk about
voted
it.
to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get
Okay.
clarification.
Look at calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no, because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through
So
proceedings.
I'm trying
Hey,
to get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
Y'all wanna,
recognized.
like,
Ms.
game-
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And you
yelling.
don't
Like a
want
Calm
tears in
down.
their eyes.
Can
No,
you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down,
Calm down.
because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send her
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Ooh,
All right,
Sorry.
chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now
that.
recognizes
Not cute.
Ms. Green for 4 minutes
I
and
guarantee
21
you,
seconds.
Marjorie
4
can
minutes.
roll over there
Let
and
Ms. Green
choke that
talk,
little
and then you all
out
can.
without
I'll
an issue.
recognize.
But I
someone on
move to
this side.
strike her words for a second time based on her second set of personal remarks attacking another member.
Who?
Chairman Comer.
Because you all cannot
I have an
seem
amendment at
to
the desk,
apply
and this
the rules
sideshow
of the
needs to
committee.
stop.
We have to do this every time.
Hey, I'm
Listen,
recognized. I'm recognized. I'm going to go ahead and start talking.
Look, I know. Look,
Oh, I'm gonna die.
I don't know if you noticed it. I have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf.
There's no way
I'm not
making it
understanding.
There's
Everybody's
no way.
yelling. I'm doing the best I can. Can we not recognize Ms. Green and let
we
her get?
cannot because of the rules of the committee, Mr. Chair. That is what I'm trying to communicate in the present moment.
We have a motion. Okay, what's the motion? What's
The motion is to
Oh, this
strike
made my
the
week.
gentlelady's words for the second set of remarks, not the first, the second.
She
That
has no
applied to me.
idea. She has no idea. I think, Mr. Chairman, I'm the only one recognized right now.
We objected at the time.
Will the
Will
the member state the word she wishes?
Yes.
struck?
God.
She told me, or she asserted that I was not intelligent.
Oh,
These are the specific words. We can have it read by the clerk,
the most beautiful thing.
It was made immediately.
and it was made immediately. I am not moving
I
now.
don't think it was
I am
time.
not
It was
moving
made
now.
immediately,
It was
both by the
made
gentlelady and by me.
Mr.
Guys,
Chair,
look.
it was made immediately.
It was made
and you
immediately,
said
both by
that
the
you would
gentlelady and by
return
me.
to us.
Guys,
She said, "You don't have the intelligence to talk to me," is what she said.
No, she pretty much called you
the chair recognizes
at that point.
Ms. Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, what is happening with the ruling?
I object to the ruling now.
We must object.
I mean, if you want to take it up,
It just gets better.
Just move on.
yeah.
Move on.
If you guys ever want to know what it would look like for me to be in Congress, this is very similar.
We should just adjourn.
Oh God, please don't adjourn. Don't adjourn. This is way too much fun.
Yeah.
I have literal tears running out of my eyes right now. Someone just said Jerry Springer. Oh, shit.
Hey, I'm just glad that these chairs are too big to throw.
Cheers to the rest of you warriors out there, because this is
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on a
way
point of
better.
order.
Oh God. Oh.
Motion on the table.
Yep.
Right away.
Yeah. To a time certain tomorrow.
Son of
To
a
a
bitch.
time certain tomorrow.
If this
That way,
throws him
we'll
off,
take this up again.
I would be like the Joker. Wait till they get a load of me in one of these hearings. Oh my God. I'm laughing so hard my fucking nose is running. Oh, shit.
How do you feel about my moving to adjourn?
It's gonna take me a while to get over this one. This is hands down the best congressional hearing I have ever seen in my life. There's no comparison. Yeah, you're right, Ag. The best pain, baby. Oh shit. There are so many nights I've needed this and they won't do it, but now they do it on a night where I wasn't expecting it. Damn. I need to write Marjorie a love letter. Dear Marjorie, will you be my friend? Oh, fuck me. Oh, yeah, that hood check was coming out quick. And Marjorie, I do believe, would check her. Like I said, I think she'd wear her and damn fucking AOC around like slippers, a foot up each ass. Oh, son of a bitch. This is some of the funniest shit I've seen in my life.
Okay. We got it. All right.
Where is
Okay.
this energy at in oral
All right.
arguments?
Back in order. The committee will come back to order.
This is definitely priceless. Wilbur, this is definitely priceless.
The chair rules to strike the words.
I wish I could
Ms.
have
Green said, where
commission
she
for
said
this
that
and
Ms.
charged. for it.
Ocasio-Cortez was
Oh,
not.
son of a bitch.
Said
What
she
you
lacked
said.
the intelligence to
Okay.
speak to her when, in
Okay.
fact,
I
Ms.
didn't want to say it
Ocasio-Cortez is
because I
a
didn't
brilliant
want you all
member.
to get anything on me.
No, we should be
Marjorie
on
was
the
a
record with what was
brilliant-
Okay, we struck the
Oh,
words that
fuck,
she
man,
said.
this-
You're not intelligent.
This just gets better.
Are we good on that?
No.
The words
we
have
need-
been struck.
No, it was,
No.
it was to
Whoa.
take the words
Now
down.
the chair-
Yeah, we're
Mr.
good.
Chairman.
Goldman, you're out of order. Listen.
Mr. Chairman, her motion was to take her words down, not to strike the words.
This is funnier than
It
Hank
was to
Johnson
strike the word.
and
That's
Sheila
what Ms.
Jackson Lee
Ocasio-Cortez asked.
talking about
Which-
each other's
which-
intelligence.
which is to take them down.
There's no such
Which is to
thing.
take them down.
Which is to
Which is
take
to
them
take
down.
them
Which
down.
is to take them down.
it's-
They've been taken down.
All right,
They've
then
been
that
taken
means
down.
that Ms.
All right.
Green has to leave
Now,
the committee.
Ms.
She
Goldman,
cannot
Mr.
speak
Goldman,
any-
you're out of order. Now,
Nope.
I want everyone to let's comply
No, don't
with
stop.
decorum.
Let's go. Fuck it.
The chair
Over it.
recognizes
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Green from, no,
Wait,
no,
her words
no,
were taken
no.
down.
No, her
Yeah,
words were
the
taken
chair-
down. That means she cannot speak.
The chair
If her
recognizes.
words are stricken, she cannot speak in this
No,
hearing.
if they are stricken, not
Talk
just
to your
taken down.
parliamentarian.
There's a difference in
She has to
between
get
you
out.
jackasses.
Without a motion under unanimous consent, the gentlelady is not permitted to speak for the
Chairman?
rest of this session.
Oh yeah, okay. With Congress, the bar is exceptionally low.
And we're happy to revive our motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Oh no, please don't adjourn. Please don't adjourn. This
I think
is the
these 17-hour days might not work
funniest
for us.
ever.
Something about working, huh?
Yeah, maybe showing up for a vote.
You have a lot to say, being that you're on retainer for the judge's daughter. Sorry, trust fund kids.
Mr. Chairman.
We should strike those words too.
I hope you brought your popcorn.
Mr.
I'll
Chair,
strike
we have to
those
strike
after
those as
we
well.
strike
Then,
the
Mr.
fact that they
Chairman-
called they were making comments
I'm gonna
about Marjorie's
die. I'm
body.
gonna die.
So we can do
Mr.
this all night
Chairman.
long, but I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
at
this
the
is out of
desk I'd like to
control.
get.
We should adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Motion at the desk.
Mr. Chairman,
I think my body's pretty good at, I'm going to be 50
point of order.
this month.
Ooh.
I am. I turned 50.
Mr. Chairman.
Pretty good.
Mr. Chairman.
Body's
Thank
pretty
you.
good.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you. I appreciate that.
we have some members in the room who are drinking inside the hearing room who are not members of this hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have members who are not on this committee sitting in the hearing
We have
room
members
drinking.
talking who haven't been recognized. Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry. Mr. Chairman, point of,
Democrats are against.
Mr.
drink.
Chairman, point of inquiry.
Oh man.
Mr. Chairman,
Water.
We're going to
There you go.
suspend, we're going to suspend for 5 minutes while our staffs work the parliamentary questions out. So this committee has
Mr.
suspended
Chairman,
for 5 minutes. It'd be a good time for everyone to go out and take
Can we
a break.
apologize to the
Get some
American
fresh
people
air.
back home
5
first?
minutes.
That would be really great.
Committee will
if they
reconvene in
just
5
heard how
minutes.
sorry we are that we're not.
I can speed this up a little bit because we are a little bit behind in it. But this is comedy gold. I haven't laughed this hard since fucking Blazing Saddles came out. So hold on, because we're gonna try to. We're we're not that far behind. Or maybe we are. Hold on, no, that's my stream. Where's the actual son of a bitch? I done lost it. Oh God, where'd it go? Oh shit. Okay, I found it. Never mind. Sorry, I was laughing so hard I couldn't find the right fucking tab. Oh, this is murder. All right, hold on. We're coming back.
Standard of decorum in debate and conduct. They must speak and act respectfully and may not use disorderly words or
What's up, my brother?
unparliamentarily language, such as words that negative towards your colleagues or engage in personalities
Oh,
towards
MC, what's
the
happening,
president
my
or
brother?
senator. Does that count for a former president? Okay, all right. So the chair
They ought to do this as a
I
drinking
move
game. They really should.
that the gentlelady from Georgia be permitted to proceed in order.
And I would object and ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Raskins requested a recorded vote for my motion to
Taco, my
allow
brother, what's up?
the
Warsaw,
gentlelady
what's
from
happening,
Georgia
brother?
to proceed. I vote yes.
Warsaw, if my connection will hang out, yeah, dude, I'll send you an invite.
The clerk will call the roll.
Someone else has to hold the line while I
Mr. Jordan,
laugh my ass off.
Mr. Turner,
Because this is freaking beautiful.
Mr. Gosar,
If this isn't all over the news,
Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox.
nothing will be. And I mean, nothing.
Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes yes.
Come on, email, catch up, Dan.
Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Sessions.
All right, Warsaw, that's
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye.
Oh, God.
Miss Mace.
You don't think G3, you don't think
Miss
they'll say
Mace
anything about
votes
this?
aye.
I think they're going to be all
Mr.
over it
LaTurner.
talking about how rude Republicans were.
Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon
Oh, dude,
votes
Jimmy
aye.
Chase ain't got nothing on this, man.
Mr. Donald. Mr.
God.
Donalds votes yes.
This is funnier than everything. Anything
Mr.
when
Perry.
Saturday Night Live was funny. This
Mr.
is
Perry
funnier than.
votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Oh God, yes, Brandon Herrera in these
Mr.
hearings.
Timmons
Oh,
votes
please.
aye. Mr. Burchett.
Please, well, he'll be in the Senate, won't he? But
Mr.
yeah,
Burchett votes aye. Miss
Fluffy,
Green.
what's up, my
Aye.
brother?
Miss Green votes aye. Miss McLean.
Oh, you did
Miss
Fluffy, yeah,
Boebert.
dude.
No.
It's
Miss
complete.
Boebert
shit show.
votes no.
Hold on, let me.
Mr.
I
Fry.
can fast forward a little bit. So hold on.
Mr. Fry
We'll get
votes
past this,
aye.
this vote.
Miss Lynn.
No.
And Democrats
Hold on, Marjorie's starting to speak.
and taxpayers were forced to pay millions and millions of dollars
Here
for
we
the
go.
January 6th committee last Congress, who was convened during prime time, evening hours. And they hired an ABC News executive, James Goldston, to produce these committee
Oh
hearings.
yeah, I figured that was coming. Matt.
Actually had the American taxpayers pay for this. And Democrats are complaining about our committee hearing this evening. I'd also like to remind everyone that during the 117th Congress, we would vote until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, many, many times, late at night.
Yes.
And that was when Democrats controlled the House.
Oh,
But the worst thing about the January 6th committee is that the speaker broke her own rules.
damn,
When
my ribs hurt.
she produced this committee,
here's more
created the committee, the minority leader appointed
What's up,
members
Brother
of
Wolf?
Congress to this
Hey, what's up?
committee
I just got off work, dude.
denied
I'm
being able
I'm
to
just clueless what's
participate on
going
the
on here, man.
January 6th committee. This
Dude,
this
so
committee
far, everybody
operated
is.
against the rules of Congress. It was
No, but what did I
procedurally
miss?
defective. And today, right now, Peter
the few
Navarro is
gentlemen that
sitting in
started
jail
this,
because he was
this
held in
is
contempt of
the
Congress.
rules markup for holding the
And
Attorney
also,
General
Steve
in
Bannon has been held in contempt of Congress and
Ah,
could go to jail soon.
And
Those are the
Marjorie Taylor Greene just
consequences
blew everything out
of
of the
when the
water.
Democrats
As
controlled the
soon as
House.
old
They
girl got
broke the
ghetto with her,
rules. And the
Marjorie went
consequences are
like
people
full
have
nuke.
gone to jail
And it's
and they may soon
hysterical.
go to jail. And tonight we're here to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress.
As soon as the whole
And
eyelid or
this committee needs to
eyelash
be able to
things went
proceed
out,
forward to do that.
God,
I'd also like to remind the committee and anyone watching this that every single time we hold a committee hearing and oversight committee, the Democrats attack President Trump repeatedly. Doesn't matter what the issue is, doesn't matter what the topic is, they can't produce facts. They can't produce anything to make
who's his
their
ass?
arguments. They make it about personal character attacks on the former president of the United States and our Republican presidential candidate.
I got you, Wilbur.
Every single time they attack President Trump. They think the way to win an argument is to attack President Trump. You talk about character attacks, it goes on and on. Also, members of this committee attack me repeatedly, over and over and over again, constantly. But they're offended when I say something back.
Yes.
And I think this needs to be called out, Mr. Chairman, because the hypocrisy is screaming and the American people watch it every single day. And I will not apologize for my words, and I will not change them. And I will not tolerate being treated this way constantly on this committee and in other committees. And I think that we need, if we're going to hold hearings like this and hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, I think we should move forward and go ahead and do that. But the actual behavior that happens across the aisle in this committee of constant attacks on President Trump are unbelievable. And attacks on President Trump, the weaponized government against President Trump. I want you to know something.
Okay. We're traveling a little bit behind, so I'm going to pause it for just a second. Is it not funny that the one Republican that will grow a set of balls that doesn't have a dick is a woman?
Then he may be sitting in a New York courtroom with a sham trial with a political judge whose daughter works for Democrats. But I'll tell you right now, President Trump is up 10 points in Georgia because the American people see this for exactly what it is. They know what it is. And it's completely wrong. And the fact that our American people's hard-earned tax dollars were spent on the January 6th committee with no accountability is wrong too. I think Democrats should be held accountable for that and the wrongs that they've committed, and the fact that Peter Navarro is in jail right now and Steve Bannon may have to go to jail soon. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we can go ahead and move forward as soon as possible to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Garcia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight has been very interesting. I want to just take a moment just to put today in context. We're here right now at this late hour to accommodate the majority's field trip to praise their leader. And let's not forget that he left office in disgrace. Yes, gentle lady from Georgia, we're going to talk about that Donald Trump, who stole classified materials and stored them in his bathroom. He was investigated and indicted for his crimes. Now, Attorney General Garland set up a parallel investigation of President Biden's handling of classified documents as well. And that shows the Department of Justice is actually fair and independent. So to oversee this investigation, he appointed Robert Hur, a former U.S. attorney handpicked by Donald Trump. Robert Hur found no wrongdoing by President Biden. No wrongdoing by President Biden. But he chose to smear President Biden with a totally unprofessional and wrong assessment of the president's age and mental sharpness. Now, as we know, his assessment about President Biden was wrong because you can literally yourself.
You're mute. You're mute.
I know. I was shaking my head and pausing at the same time. I can't take it. That's not what Hur said. Hur said that Biden mishandled classified documents from the time he was a senator, through the time he was vice president, through the time that he was president, but he wouldn't prosecute him because he was afraid that a jury would find him as a sympathetic old man with a bad memory, basically. Nothing in that document exonerated that asshole. Okay, now we're back to the pain, kids. Just Jesus Christ. Put Marjorie back up there because at least she knows how to throw a punch.
Read the transcript, which is over 250 pages long. Now, many of us, especially us Democrats, know the president. He is sharp. He is focused on the big issues. He's dealing with large challenges across the world. Now, the majority is hyping up this issue to distract us from the fact that Donald Trump keeps embarrassing himself in public. And as much as a gentle lady from Georgia and others may not like it, we know that Trump's public statements have been crazy and incoherent for years. And we know that he is too tired and sleepy to stay awake through his own criminal trial. It's not President Biden who's not sharp. It's, in fact, Donald Trump. Now, let's look at public reporting. I'm only going to talk about public reporting. His criminal trial started on April 15th. And here's a summary of the press reports. On his first day of his trial, Reuters reported that Trump appeared to doze off during jury selection. On April 16th, it was reported that Trump dropped his head inside the...
I'm going to let this play. I am. I promise. I'm going to try to anyway. However, if the state was treating you like they are Trump with false charges and all the other bullshit, would you be worried about during staying awake and watching that fucking clown show? Hell no. I would pull a cot up in front of the table for my lawyer with a blankie and pillow and a snuggie, and I would go to sleep every single day.
You know why? Because I think, listen, regardless if you hate Trump or not, I think Trump with a gag order, which he said multiple times it's unconstitutional. Also, the fact he's doing this nonstop and putting up with this shit, I think he's like, you know what? I could give two fucks what you guys have to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't give I wouldn't give a shit about. And if you're going to put a gag order on one, if you're going to put a gag order on the defendant, that gag order should extend to everybody involved in that trial. So the prosecution can't go out and just run their dick smokers challenged or anything like that. It should be on everybody. Period. Nobody talks about it. That's the way that should roll. But if you're going to shut up just the defendant, you expect me, oh, you need to respect my court. You need to stay awake during that shit. Bullshit. I didn't stay asleep in a lot of my fucking classes in school because I had zero respect for the instructor. Do you think I'm going to stay awake in that court?
Probably not.
I literally had math teachers knock on my desk to wake me up so I could take a test, and then I could go pass their test, and then I could go about my goddamn business. That's the way this is.
They're treating him like dog shit, is what it is.
It is so freaking insane. Like I said, give Marjorie the entire hearing. Let Marjorie go butt wild through the entire rest of this hearing. Please, God. Because the first little bit of this is the funniest shit I have seen in forever.
Courtroom keeping his eyes closed before jolting his head upright. On April 19th, the New York Times reported, Trump's eyes remained, quote, closed for extended periods during the final day of jury selection. On April 22nd, MSNBC reported that Trump's lawyers were fighting to keep him awake. On April 30th, NBC and the New York Times reported that Trump nodded off for significant portions of witness testimony, and as we all know, basically kept his eyes closed for hours and hours on end. On May 9th, Trump's eyes remained closed for many minutes, and Trump later, of course, dozed on and off. And the reports go on and on. May 13th, Trump was, quote, asleep during the afternoon session. On May 14th, a political reporter said Trump slouched in his seat and closed his eyes and his mouth. Now, here we have a photo of Donald Trump, of course, through some of his trial. And I bring this up because it's Donald Trump that's asleep and that's hurting and dividing our country. And this attack on President Biden and his mental acuteness or his ability or his age is completely just a reason and an excuse for the Republicans to continue to attack President Biden when we all know that Donald Trump is the one that's unfit to be president. And that's why the majority is so desperate to be here today, because they want to help him get elected and hurt President Biden. Well, it's not going to work. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself first to offer an amendment. The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. No, we're not done. We're not done. I'm just going to do an amendment, and then we'll have all the debate we want. And I know Mr. Goldman has an amendment he wants to offer. Ms. Luna has an amendment. And
We can go back to time on the ANS.
yeah, we can go back. Everybody will have an opportunity to talk. We're just going to go ahead and do the amendment in nature substitute. The clerk, does everyone have a copy? Okay, Ms. Boebert, I have to allow people to speak on that ANS if they want right now. So I will recognize you for 5 minutes. Ms.
Thank you,
Boebert.
Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to apologize to the American people. I don't think that this is the best use of our time when we are squabbling. It's one thing to have fun and laugh as members of Congress and try to find humor or some sort of lightheartedness in what we are doing. But when things get as heated as they have, it's unfortunately an embarrassment on our body as a whole. And so I just want to personally apologize to the American people for that. But we are here to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for ignoring subpoenas and believing that he is above the law. We simply want to hear what was said in the interview that was transcribed. Yes, we have the transcriptions, but the White House has recently edited President Biden's mistakes by labeling them, quote, inaudible in transcripts. The committee members must be able to assess for themselves that the transcripts accurately reflects the true content of the interviews. Now, the American people, fortunate or unfortunate, have heard Joe Biden speak for over 3 years now. Really, if you include the campaign, about 4 years. And we have witnessed in real time a massive cognitive decline. President Trump, when he was in office, he underwent testing for his cognitive dissonance, for his ability to function as president of the United States, as the commander in chief. And unfortunately, I haven't seen Joe Biden even read a teleprompter properly and get through the reading without also adding in what's in the brackets when he needs to take a pause. And there are many things that we could go on here, but I want to hear the inflections in Joe Biden's responses when he is answering these questions. Now, on February 27th, 2024, the Oversight Committee issued a subpoena for relevant information regarding the special counsel's investigation, including the transcript and any recordings of the special counsel's interviews with President Biden in October of 2023. Now, to date, the Department of Justice has refused to provide the committee the audio recordings. It's a very simple request. It can be provided at any time, but maybe, just maybe, this administration that has tried to cover up so much and tried to physically lift up Joe Biden and keep him upright is hiding even more. So we just want to hear how that interview actually went. I am in favor of moving forward to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. I think there are many other things that we need to have him in for and move forward on in holding him accountable. I mean, he's gone after so many American citizens, moms and dads who attend school board meetings, those of the Catholic faith. The DOJ has been completely weaponized, and it's very sad for our country. But this hearing will continue. We have many amendments. I'm sure there will be much dialogue. Hopefully, there is some decorum on both sides of the aisle. And if in my remaining 1 minute, I could request, every so often, Mr. Garcia, maybe you could just lift up that picture of our President Trump sleeping. As you say, I think he's praying. But if he is sleeping, he certainly looks pretty while he sleeps. Maybe it's an endearing moment of prayer, though. I know when I fall asleep on airplanes, my mouth kind of drops open. And, his mouth is kind of tight-lipped, so maybe it's just a somber moment of
I mean, he's
thought.
sleeping. It's been reported by multiple press outlets.
I was in the
that he's
courtroom
actually
today,
sleeping.
and I do I could see why someone would fall asleep, just like George Conway fell asleep today in the court hearing. It's kind of slow in there. It's not as exciting as the House Oversight Committee, but I just wanted to say that's a lovely picture you have of President Trump, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the underlying? Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In preparing for this markup,
All right, I'm back.
wanted to do a little bit of work to understand why the Oversight Committee is trying to hold the Attorney General
EMC,
of the Department of Justice in
such a nice
contempt.
funeral.
The Oversight Committee does not have jurisdiction over the Department of Justice.
Anyone
The
who
Judiciary Committee
shot himself
does,
in the head like
and
3
I
times.
understand the Judiciary Committee held a markup of their own today on the same exact contempt motion. And so I thought, oh, well, let's take a look at the impeachment investigation. It must
My wife walks in
must
here
be
and
coming
takes
from
me.
that. So I looked at the impeachment resolution, that was passed on December 13th, 2023,
Yeah, that's
HRes
not-
918.
Now we're
And
all-
it refers to a memorandum dated September
Tiny
27th,
before.
2023 from
Not as
the
tiny as the other,
three
but
chairs
she was
that was
small.
entitled Impeachment Inquiry.
Like
It's 30
pepper,
pages
whatever you
long,
call
this
her.
memorandam.
Yeah.
And there isn't a single
That's baby?
mention
This is baby.
of classified documents
Holy
or
shit.
special counsel Robert Hur.
I didn't think that was
or
baby.
Joe Biden possessing
Well,
classified
my wife got
documents.
this thing.
So,
was
Mr.
like
Chairman, I would
this long.
ask
Like
what on earth we are doing here in the Oversight Committee when we
Either way.
have no jurisdiction to be holding the Attorney General in contempt. And I'll happily yield to you if you would like to respond.
at least 2.5 foot.
Doesn't want to respond.
I'll respond.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
At least 2.5
Yeah,
foot.
we actually set the precedent in my first term, our second term, in regards to holding Mr. Holder accountable in contempt in this very office or this very committee. And
Yeah, but that was related, Mr. If I may just reclaim my time, that was related to an investigation that this committee was doing. What the special counsel
I don't
Hur
like
was investigating has
small
nothing
things. I
to
got
do with anything that this committee is investigating. I understand that the impeachment investigation that you all ran was such a massive
Sean.
flop
Take it easy,
and a
brother.
bust that you would like to try to distract from that complete humiliation. But doing so outside of your jurisdiction is probably not the best way to do it. And in reality, not only was this absurdly
Hey, what's up,
postponed
my brother?
so some people could go prostrate themselves in front of their dear leader today in New York, and we are now at 10 o'clock at night, but we have absolutely no
See,
reason
you know, I
to
have
be here.
nowhere,
We have no jurisdiction
no
over
business
this
near a
matter.
Magnum.
It was properly in front of the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee will do what they want to do over there in the Department of Justice. But it is truly a reflection, an unfortunate reflection of
Like a
how
cheese wheel,
desperate
really.
the chairman is to distract from what was a monumental bust of an impeachment
Would
investigation.
the gentleman yield for a
And
question?
so, not quite yet, Mr. Biggs. I'll get to you.
Thanks.
And so I would urge the chairman to explain to all of us what other than pure distraction from the impeachment investigation that seems to be over now as to why we are here at 10 o'clock at night marking up something over which we have no jurisdiction. Mr. Biggs, happy to yield to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And Mike, I guess my question is on your jurisdiction.
Joe, what's up, my brother?
Your position that we like jurisdiction. I'm wondering if you would take what you think of Rule 10 of the committee's jurisdiction, and also
I don't have Rule 10 memorized, Mr. Biggs.
we'll take a look at it because it says let me see if I can just give you a
Go
slight.
ahead and read it, just like you can read the transcript.
Yeah. Well, I would prefer actually seeing the audio of the transcript, hearing the audio of the transcript. Anything at any time. That's the language that's used in Rule 10. Take a look. It might be helpful when you're making a lack of jurisdiction argument. The other thing is,
What,
does our
what is
committee-
anything at any time, Mr. Biggs?
Take a look in Rule 10. I think you'll change your position. Let me ask you this other question.
Would the gentleman yield?
Well, I'll reclaim my time and yield to Mr. Raskin.
I wanted to thank the gentleman from New York for his trenchant remarks here. Would you think it's fair to say that it's not only way outside of our jurisdiction, but it's also redundant, given that the Judiciary Committee, which has jurisdiction, has already acted?
Well, of course, this is already going to go to the House floor regardless of whatever we do. So it's a shame that this committee feels so desperate to latch on to some victory that we need to hold a completely redundant, unnecessary markup over something that we have no jurisdiction. Mr. Chairman, I
And the
yield back.
gentleman's time's expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? We have some amendments to be offered. Can we start with the amendment process? Is everybody okay with that? I will begin. I recognize myself to first offer an amendment. The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. Everyone have my amendment. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the contempt report
yeah,
as
I
offered by
can
Mr.
show
Comer of
that.
Kentucky.
Without objection, the
That-
amendment is
and it-
considered as read.
I reserve a point of
Point
order.
of order.
Snake in my
I
wife's
recognize
hand when she
myself for
bought
5
her.
minutes to explain the amendment.
Great. And I reserve a point of order against the amendment. Thank you.
As I said in my opening remarks today, the Department of Justice informed the committee that President Biden is asserting executive privilege over the audio recordings of his interviews with special counsel Hur. Until today, the White House had not asserted any privilege and, in fact, bragged that President Biden had not asserted executive privilege in the interest of transparency. My amendment simply amends the contempt report to reflect
Wrong with my
that the
arm?
White House has now asserted a privilege regarding these recordings. Though I believe this is a miscalculated and invalid assertion of executive privilege, my amendment would make the contempt report reflect today's developments from the Department of Justice and the White House and reflect the record as of today. Do any other members wish to speak on this
Her belly's
amendment?
almost as white as your legs.
If not,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chair
What was that?
recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Almost.
This is the part of the problem why you can't give the Republicans nice
Yeah,
things,
Dark should be streaming tonight, guys. So
because it's never
he should be
enough.
cranking up. So
And
don't think you got to hang
it
out
is
here.
true
Go hang out with Dark.
that the President Biden has not
Hey, Coop, did you see anything from
has
Todd
not
recently?
asserted executive privilege over the entire subpoena, effectively, that they responded to, but for the audio, which is redundant because you have the
What'd you
information.
say, Warsaw?
There's no
I was
point in
asking
having
if
the
you heard
audio
anything from
other
Todd, Todd
than
Vandermine.
for
No, I
political
haven't
partisan
seen anything come up
purposes.
yet.
And I understand how my colleagues
Kinda-
get
I guess we'll have to
irritated
hear something about it
because
tomorrow
every
then.
time you bring up something about President Biden, we bring up something about President Trump. But the reason we do is because in every single circumstance,
Oh yeah, dude.
what President Trump did
if a
was
couple more
so
Republicans actually say
egregious
some shit
compared
like
to what
Green
President
did,
Biden may or may not
I'm not
have
leaving.
done.
I am here till
Donald
the
Trump
wheels fall
asserted
off.
executive privilege over everything, over
Later, Z,
just
take it
about
easy, my
everything
brother.
while he was president. It was a reflex of his. And here you're complaining that
Matter of fact,
Joe
yeah, let me,
Biden finally asserted executive privilege over material
Let me throw
that
darts
you cannot
into the chat.
possibly enumerate a legitimate legislative purpose about. There is not one. You cannot, nobody can tell me. I know you say that what the intonation is why you need this, but I can assure you every court of law would tell you that the intonation of the voice as opposed to the words on the page is not a legitimate legislative purpose.
Mr.
So-
Chairman, would you yield to me, Mr. Chairman?
I think it's,
Are you- is it
it's
Mr.
my
Goldman's
time.
time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had yielded, Mr. Gold.
No, that's okay. So I do think that
Okay, I see it now.
the executive privilege assertion is yet another reason why the contempt motion fails, as it has previously, and there has been contempt proceedings have been called off when administrations, the last administration,
Darks out there.
has asserted
I
executive
know most of
privilege.
you guys follow
If you
Dark,
would
too.
like to
I just
challenge
wanted
the
to-
executive privilege, you may do
He's
so.
not
You may
live
go to
yet,
court.
I can see, but he's
But
going
to
live.
hold the attorney general in contempt over something that the president has asserted executive privilege is completely illegal and improper. So in addition to the jurisdictional problem, you also have an executive privilege problem because you can't hold someone in contempt for something they have no control over, whether it's asserted executive privilege. You're welcome to go to court. You can go to court and challenge the assertion of executive privilege. That has happened before. Don McGahn has a very well-known case now that was litigated because he asserted the president asserted executive
Mike,
privilege
yeah.
over him. But this is a legitimate use of executive privilege. And if you disagree, go to court. But this contempt hearing and this contempt motion is completely
Is that a snake?
nullified by the
Or-
assertion of executive
or
privilege.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield
No,
to
snake
Mr.
skin.
Reskin.
And thank you again for your clarifying analysis of the contempt citations.
Yeah,
Some of our colleagues
She's not walking
invoked
late.
the cases of Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro and
But the
Steve
girth,
Bannon.
though.
We're talking about people in those cases who never produced a single document and never spent a minute before the committee. They completely blew off their subpoenas, which is why they were held in contempt by the Congress, and then they were subjected to criminal prosecution for it. Now, you compare that to the case of the Attorney General of the United States, who produced precisely the document that was being sought, all 250 pages of it. Then there's a bait and switch, and then it said, oh, well, no, now we want the audio tape. He has a very reasonable invocation, I assume, of executive privilege, although I haven't looked at it. But in any event, not anything that you would base a
If he
criminal
released
arrest
the
upon, given
text
that he
transcript,
overwhelmingly complied
doesn't have
with
any
the demands of the
privileged
committee. And I think
audio
everybody's got to concede that.
He released the
And
transcript.
if you want to make the argument splitting hairs that, well, through some intonation or accent in the audio tape, that a high crime and misdemeanor might emerge, then please make that argument. If somebody could even offer us a hypothetical of how we could ground this in the jurisdictional authority and the legitimate exercise of power of this committee, explain how
I can't stand
the
looking at
audio.
fucking Raskin.
Well, I got to say this. One, it is not about. We already know he committed the crimes. We already know he had the documents from the time he was a senator through vice president to president, didn't storm right. We already know all that. The reason that the Justice Department wouldn't charge him is because they said he would look like a sympathetic old man with a memory issue. So what they're looking for in the transcripts or the audio transcripts is does he sound like a lucid individual who knew what he was doing? Because if he sounds like a lucid individual and knew what he was doing, well, then he's chargeable. If he sounds like a doddering old man, okay, well, we'll just take that loss. And then it will end up in campaign stuff.
Here's a big question, though, Cooper. If he's this incognitive and old and just needs to be in a nursing home, then why the fuck's he a president?
Yeah, well, that's part of what these Democrats are trying to keep sealed. They don't want people to. Although, if you watch a single campaign event with the dude, you already see what he's like. You already know he can't even read off a teleprompter without what he's saying that one and pause. The pause was for the audience.
Dude,
for him
the guy is nibbling fucking children, all right?
It's freaking ridiculous.
So, looking back on this scope, I mean, like, God, I had been like once in my childhood, I was always asking myself, is there any safety or, guarantee that we cannot have a person that's so old and incognitive we can't put him as president? And this is where we're at now, years later.
Yeah, no, there's no safeguard to that whatsoever.
Tape could reveal some intonation or accent that would produce the holy grail that you've been looking for 18 or 19 months, which is a high crime or misdemeanor. And so far, nobody's uttered a peep about it. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Goldman.
I yield back.
Gentlemen, time's
Yeah,
expired.
yes,
The
you're
question is on the amendment
Dare.
offered by the chair, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, they can't walk across flat
You
ground
know,
without tripping on stairs.
The point of deciding that we need to release this audio is really simple from my
Let's
analysis.
hear from eyelashes.
This is an opportunity
I like Miss Crockett, but I
for
don't like
your
the
party
fact that she's on the left page.
to take an opportunity to try to mock the current president. I know a lot of people refer to the former president
Nice
as
looking black
president.
woman.
We have one president at a time, and that is Joe Biden.
Oh, Marjorie smashed
And
her earlier. And it was hysterical.
Seemingly, this type of
Rightfully so.
attitude and position has come straight from the top. This idea of lacking all decorum,
TG3 have him
decency
ride a bike.
has left the
Yeah.
building when the stench of Donald Trump showed up. And so we've seen constantly from him how he mocks people. We've seen in this committee how different members want to mock other members. And that's all this is about. But what is so frustrating to me
can't
and what should
stand her
be
either,
frustrating to the American people, and the reason that really all y'all should lose y'all's jobs, but why we are going to take the majority is simple. It's because we showed up ready to work earlier today, like we always do. And now it is currently 10 p.m. and we are still here because we are committed to doing the right thing. And my question is really simple. It's a matter of, if this was such a big deal, if it was a matter of an emergency, if this was so important as it relates to whether or not the president of the United States has done something so wrong, then why is it that we couldn't have our hearing at 11 o'clock this morning instead of members being in a criminal courthouse with a twice impeached, over 88 count indicted sexual abuser, instead of being here to do the work of the American people? If this was serious, this is the
Because you
reason
give
that
us so
people
much
don't
goddamn
believe
fuckery.
that we are doing serious
Mr. Chairman,
work
point of order.
here.
I'd ask the, state your point. My point of order is this. She just engaged in personalities about a former president, which
You can't
you
engage
just
in personalities
reviewed.
with a former
You've
president.
just
That is not the
reviewed the rules, and you know that it's true. If you were on the floor, you would be admonished. You know that.
That's not the rule.
Fuck you.
Oh, she's all
Bitch.
fine when she gets to talk shit. But let someone talk about her eyelashes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll further say, if this happened on the floor,
right.
you would be admonished by the
Your
parliamentarian.
point is correct.
No, you made in this circumstance, you made an announcement, I believe, that points of order about insulting presidents or former presidents are not in order in this hearing, because I take it you're going after Joe Biden. And
Whatever, rat-faced Raskin.
All right.
So let's start calling rat face.
I think you carved out an exception to that rule.
Look at his back of his hair. He's losing hair,
Okay,
dude.
point of order overruled. Ms. Crockett, finish, please.
I'll yield the remainder of my time.
All right, thank you.
Would my friend yield to me?
Yes, I'll yield the remainder.
I thank the gentlelady. You know, originally we have a motion, an ANS to.
Did he say anus?
To hold the Attorney General in contempt.
Oh, Mr. Connolly.
Because he did not produce one item.
Again, is
an audio
under investigation
tape of the transcripts that were provided.
Mr. Colin.
And we decided apparently that was what we were going to
That's
do
what I'm going to be calling
because
him, Mr. Colin.
we're not sure about our chances in a court of law.
Rat
which is
skin,
really
rat
where this
face,
needs to be
rat
adjudicated.
pink.
Now we have an amendment to the ANS taking cognizance of the development today in which the White House, not an unusual development and not always justified, invokes executive privilege. Now that is
Pause.
as old as the Republic.
Pause, I
In
need
fact,
to
the
be on
first
this.
president to invoke executive privilege was George Washington.
Yeah.
If you had a president besides Biden, right, like 10 years or 15 years prior before all this shit, just thinking this over when I was young, all right, if you had a deranged president that was an old man and couldn't even think or even pick up anything, how dangerous could it have been at just him hitting the red fucking nuke button?
Well, here's the thing with Biden, like in this hearing and then the one earlier today that started at 10 o'clock, because we watched 5 hours of this shit today. They gave them the transcripts, which when you give someone that door, then you don't have the right to claim executive privilege on the audio recording. You basically just shot yourself in the foot.
Evidence is fucking evidence, and it's the fact is the facts.
But Connolly and the Democrats are going to argue, well, we don't need, and they did it all day today. Jesus Christ. They did it all day today. Well, you have the transcript. Why do you need the audio? Well, because we have a proven history of Biden's transcripts not fitting what he said in the actual audio recording. So we want the audio. You don't have the right to say, no, you can have this, but can't have that. You don't.
But, I mean, apart from this, I mean, isn't this kind of the same way theoretically prosecutors could hold you in contempt of a crime?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so this is no fucking different.
Here's a Bill Barr. Oh, this makes me think of Bill Barr so bad. And if you guys haven't listened to Bill Barr doing stand-up, dude used to be absolutely hysterical. But he was doing a thing on like the Me Too movement and was talking about he'd hate to hear part of his sexual escapades in a basically a transcript form read back out where he was pulling girls' hair and doing stuff, because you don't get the emotion, you don't get the inflection, you don't get the context of it, and it would sound completely different than what actually happened. And I got to find that skit. But this is exactly that.
What was it? What was the other case we had? Fuck. 3-4 months ago. It was that case in Carolina, North and South Carolina.
Which one?
The ginger that murdered his wife and his son was there involved in it. It was that attorney, that corrupt attorney. I forget his name.
I'd have to
was it?
look at that one, man. I'm not familiar with that one off the top of my
Night
head.
Strike was dealing with it because his town was literally flooded with medias and all that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one right off the top of my head.
But no, they had transcripts with audio recordings and shit, like of him testifying and saying, "Hey, I was there, but I didn't do this and this and that." And they said, "No, he committed the crime."
Yeah, like I said, I'm not familiar with that one right off the top of my head.
O'Connor, I think it was. Anyways, you have to ask Night
Could
Strike.
be. I'll have to look it up and see. But yeah, that one's one I don't know right off the top of my head, so I won't even go there on that one.
I think regardless, Biden is fucked, and they got all the evidence.
Oh, well, here's my, and this is Coops. Let me go grab some tinfoil and put on the hat deal. I think a couple things are going to happen. One, they will protect Biden. Biden gets back in office, and then right after he gets back in office, they switch him out. I don't think Kamala Harris is going to run with Biden this time. I would be surprised if she does, because people know no one likes her ass. The only reason Biden has stayed in office this long is because they couldn't just switch him out for Kamala, because nobody likes Kamala.
She's drunk,
remember,
you know that?
Remember, we're waiting on the Democrat convention, next month, where they actually say, yes, this is our nominee, this is a ticket, and all that. So there's a lot that can change in between now and then. I wouldn't put it past Newsom or Big Mike being slipped in on a ticket.
Don't forget J.B. Pritzker from Illinois.
I don't see Pritzker this time. I can, however, see freaking Big Mike, and I can see Newsom. And there's a kind of a dark horse in between Hochul and some others. And yeah, that's how stupid this gets. Trust me.
Oh, you want to talk stupid? How about the fact that Hochul said it? Oh, young black people in the hood.
Oh yeah, they don't know
New York don't know what a fucking computer is. Oh, you
like
bitch.
every one of them doesn't have a fucking supercomputer in their pocket along with the Glock switch. Fucking dumb. That's like Biden talking about it. Well, they play records at night for it. Oh God. Fucking people. Listen to the people you're voting for. At least I got the sense to look at Republicans and go, God damn, you're a stupid motherfucker and you don't represent me. Jesus. Oh yeah, dude. Oh man. We need to rewind and go back to the start of this hearing, because that shit was hysterical.
Who did not want to provide documents regarding the Jay Treaty because it was controversial and might embarrass the White House. And we have had ups and downs with respect to executive privilege ever since. But the proper venue for adjudicating this is in a court of law. It isn't this committee. And so now this amendment to the amendment is essentially holding a attorney general in contempt because they're invoking executive privilege to protect information they choose not to provide the Congress. And I find that a very narrow basis. And I can understand why you don't want to have this adjudicated in a court of law.
Hold on. I got to say this here, and I'm going to let it play. This is the same Judiciary Committee, and Connolly was on there. Most of the Democrats were on there, where Bill Barr would not release grand jury testimony, which is protected. Everybody pretty much admits grand jury is protected. I don't agree with it, but legally, grand jury testimony is protected. They held Bill Barr in contempt for not releasing grand jury testimony. This was sworn testimony to the Attorney General and his office that these assholes are trying to keep basically sealed off, even though you have the transcript And all you're basically trying to do is just take the audio and match it to the transcript. Is this exactly how this happened? Connolly, these Democrats know the game they're playing. They are, as much as I call them stupid, they are really not that stupid. The people that vote for them, however, are absolute fucking idiots.
Yep, and they're playing a game of fuckery and saying, "Hey, let's see who wins."
Yes, that's exactly the game they're playing.
Because I don't know that any judge would find that we have substantial reason to hold somebody in contempt for noncompliance. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Yeah, let me post
You
it
yield
again.
back.
Any of you guys that want to bounce to dark, bounce to dark. I might open this stream up in kind of my
I yield back to you.
another tab.
Then I
and
yield.
still
Thank you. The question is now on the amendment
rolling with it.
offered by the chairman. All those in favor
So
signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
There's dark again.
Recorded vote has been requested by Ranking Member Raskin.
I'm riding this hearing out till the wheels
Clerk
fall
will
off.
call the
Just
roll.
want to let y'all know.
Nope.
You know
Okay.
what, Coop? I don't mind
A
seeing what
recorded
you
vote
on
is
this,
ordered.
man, because I want to see how this fucking ends.
Yeah, I want to see if Marjorie Taylor Greene gets to speak again.
As
Mr.
previously
Chairman.
announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes,
And
Mr. Letourneau.
I think an actual one, which is rare.
That's
Would it be a
possible, Wilbur. That
proper
is
motion for
possible.
me to make? This is an important amendment offered by the chairman of the committee. Would it be a proper motion for me to make that we hold a vote on this specific amendment immediately and not roll it to the end? Would that be a proper motion for me to make?
That motion is in order. You want to?
I would make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor of the motion to proceed? Okay. Do we have to vote on that? Yeah, we'll go on. Okay. With it.
What's the motion?
Okay. All right. The clerk will call the vote on the amendment.
Motion?
Well, they made the motion to vote.
It was a
on the amendment.
request.
Okay.
All right.
Now you guys have to vote on that motion and then have to
Mr.
vote on the
Jordan.
amendment.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes.
My man, Mike.
Miss Fox.
Like I said, I got dark open up in another tab, man. I know
Mr.
where you're at.
Grothman. Mr. Cloud.
Great. Stream's lagging a bit.
Ms. votes aye.
He's still going through just.
Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Miss Mace. Miss Mace votes aye.
Dark's about to get rolling.
Mr. Letourneau. Mr. Letourneau votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry
There you go.
votes
Dark,
aye.
dark just started.
Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Miss Green. Miss Green votes aye. Miss McLean. Miss Boebert. Miss Boebert votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Luna. Miss Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Raskin.
Nope.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Oh,
Mr.
God, man.
Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Khanna.
I'm commenting on dark stream. That's why you see me just like.
Mr.
spacing out.
Mfume.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no.
Rashida Tlaib.
Miss
man. God,
Presley.
man.
Oh yeah, she's an absolute.
Ms.
fucking
Presley votes no.
She's a traitor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. How has Dr. Fox been recorded?
Dr. Fox is not yet recorded.
Mike, I had you a
What
little
about
while ago.
Ms.
man.
Fox
It's been
votes
beer
aye.
Grothman? Has he been recorded?
Mr. Grothman is not recorded.
And-
Mr. Grothman votes aye.
How has Mr. Waltz been recorded?
Mr. Waltz
Mike,
is
we'll
not
see you in dark
recorded.
chat, brother. I'm over there too.
Mr. Waltz votes
How has
aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy been recorded?
Mr. Krishnamurthy is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Krishnamurthy
I'm just
votes
staying around
no.
for this shit.
Does any other member wish to vote?
Well, after this, I'd like to
Seeing
chat
none,
with
will
you
the
for a
clerk
minute, Coop.
please report the tally?
What'd you say,
Mr.
War?
Chairman, your vote.
If you got time, I'd like to chat with you after this.
I voted
Yeah, man.
yes.
Mr. Chairman
Kind of
votes
depends
yes.
on how long this goes on.
I mean, is this live or already recorded?
We're running a couple minutes behind, but this happened tonight.
Yeah, fine.
This is still going on.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 19.
G23 got my back.
The ayes have it, and the motion is, the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I have an amendment at the desk.
Jeez,
Chair
you wanna leave,
recognizes
brother?
Ms.
I'll
Luna.
Kick
Has
one
it
up
been
in the chat.
distributed?
You can come
Will the
in.
clerk please report the amendment?
Every time when Mr. Raskin's head shows, it looks like a fucking testicle.
Oh
A
shit!
reserve point of order, Mr. Chairman.
It's like you were drunk and trying to shave.
And
But,
amend-
but before the clerk wrote, you have a point of order, Mr.
Just reserving it.
Okay, reserve it. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the contempt report as offered by Ms. Luna of Florida.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Luna, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
I wanted to offer this
Oh,
amendment
Luna's
because
normally
I,
pretty
like so
badass.
many Americans, have
I like
frankly
what-
lost
I like
faith
Ms. Luna.
in the justice system.
Yeah.
And there was some comments made earlier
her
by
is
my
pretty
colleague,
damn
Mr.
hot.
Goldman, who I
Sparks here by any
actually very
chance?
much so enjoying debating with on
Sparks
this
should be in here
committee.
somewhere.
I
He
love
said
Ms.
that
Sparks.
oversight did
Oh,
not
yeah.
have authority in regards to contempt proceedings. And during my time off for maternity, after I was told that I could not vote, I actually spent that time reading the House Rule Book and Manual. And there's something that hasn't been used since the early 1900s called inherent contempt of Congress. It's actually something that any one individual member reserves as their right and authority in the
Ooh,
House of
this is gonna get
Representatives. And the reason
spicy
why we're
again.
here today is because the Attorney General thought he was above the
think
law and
he
did not
is, G.
comply not just with one subpoena, but with two subpoenas. Those are subpoenas from both Chairman Jordan and Chairman Comer. I want to read this to you because ultimately, if in 10 days the Department of Justice does not do their job and hold the Attorney General responsible, just like they would any other American, I think that it should be our job in the House of Representatives to bring an inherent contempt proceeding against the Attorney General, of which I've already filed that privilege motion over a week ago.
Florida?
And so, although I realize that my Democrat colleagues might
That
have an
explains some
issue
of
with
that.
this, and I'm willing to retract
She
the
is a little
amendment,
spicy.
I would like to read it real quickly and saying that resolved that if in 10 days after the passage of this report, the Department of Justice had failed to indict Attorney General Garland, the Speaker of the House of Representatives shall issue his warrant commanding the Sergeant at Arms or his duty to take into custody the body of the said Attorney General Garland, wherever found, and bring him to the said Attorney General Garland before the bar of the House of Representatives, then and there to provide documents, materials, and answer such questions pertinent to the matter under inquiry as the House of Representatives may order the Speaker of the House of Representatives to propound, and to keep the said Attorney General Garland in custody to await further orders of the House of Representatives. This is something that we reserve as an authority in order to bring back order to a House that has seemed to have forgotten it. And so with that, Chairman, I just wanted to
talking
let you
about
all
putting
know,
Holmes
as my
Price in
colleagues, because I'm sure
custody.
we will debate this on the floor,
I
I
like
fully
it.
intend in 10 days after this passes out of committee to hold Attorney General Garland in inherent contempt of Congress if the Department of Justice does not do their job. And with that, Chairman, I'm going to withdraw my amendment, and thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on this. I
yield
thank
the
the
rest of my
lady
time.
for withdrawing, for raising this issue, and please note that she withdrew her amendment. Now, I understand. Okay, we're going to suspend for one moment.
Come on, put Green up there again. Green was the funniest part of this damn hearing. At least everybody else grows some balls like she did. Take all what's her name's ghetto ass and smack her right in her fucking fake eyelashes again. Is she from like Memphis or she's
who?
Missouri? Something like that.
Who?
What's her name? The one that Green was talking about the fake eyelashes for.
Oh, she's from Texas, believe it or not.
Is she Texas?
Believe it or not, no, she's from fucking Texas, believe it or not. She's a Democrat from Texas.
Okay. For some reason, I was thinking like Missouri, someplace
No,
like
she's
that.
Texan.
Maybe I just remember her speaking and about the shooting that happened in St. Louis at the Super Bowl. Maybe that's what I remember.
It's a damn shame that she's a Democrat. I could see her being a Republican for once in her life.
Oh, man, she's not bad. She's not bad on the eyes, but damn, the minute I got a hold of that attitude, I'd smother her ass with a fucking pillow.
I could see her flipping one day, dude. I could be wrong, but I could see her having her potential being a Republican one day.
Dude, she ain't flipping.
Give it time. I think she would in like the next 10 years, though.
As many times as I've heard her speak and I've heard her go through her points and all that, no, she ain't flipping.
I mean, who's the other one that was bad? Cory Bush. My God, that man.
Oh man, Cory Bush
was another animal.
Well, I mean, she's still there.
Oh,
Last time I checked, she's part of the squad, baby. That's Cory Bush. You gotta respect the game.
It wouldn't surprise me if Mrs. Cricket is related to her in some fashion.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. The committee will reconvene. I understand, Mr. Goldman, you have an amendment?
I do, Mr.
Will the clerk please report?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the contempt report as offered by Mr. Goldman of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Goldman's
this amendment details and enumerates exactly what the subpoena requested and exactly what the Department of Justice has done in response to that subpoena. And I will summarize that the subpoena of February 12th requested all documents and communications, including
Yeah,
audio and
Mike,
video
send them all,
recordings
brother. I
related to the
see it.
special counsel's interview of President Biden, as well as the special counsel's interview of Mark Zwanitzer, who is the ghostwriter of President Biden's book or books. 3, the documents identified as A9 and A10 in Appendix A of Mr. Herr's report. And 4, all communications between or among representatives of the Department of Justice, including the Office of Special Counsel, the Executive Office of the President, and President Biden's personal counsel referring or relating to Mr. Herr's report. Obviously, it goes almost without saying that that last request is completely improper, would be deliberative process and executive privilege, although I don't think they determine executive privilege, but there is no basis for Congress to get internal communications within the Department of Justice about decisions they have made. And if you have any question about that, you should go refer back to your favorite former president and his administration, where they use that repeatedly. In response to the subpoena, the special counsel, or rather the Department of Justice, provided the unredacted report, as you know, the transcripts of the interviews of President Biden and Mr. Zwanitzer, provided the documents identified as A9 and A10. So really the only thing that could even be considered as a legitimate request that the Department of Justice withheld is the audio recording of the 2 interviews, about which there already is a transcript. And so the question that this amendment begs is, if the majority thinks that giving substantially the entire subpoena response, responding with substantially everything that the subpoena asks for warrants contempt of Congress, what does the majority think about somebody who, I don't know, refuses to respond to a subpoena altogether?
Here he goes about Jim Jordan.
Maybe Chairman Jordan has a response to that?
Called it.
Mr. Biggs, Mr. Perry?
Mr.
Because I'm pretty
Dickhead.
sure that they each received duly authorized subpoenas, and I appreciate that the
Would
gentle
the gentleman yield?
Georgia, in 1 sec, I will. I
You
appreciate
asked
that
me to respond.
the gentle lady, I will, 1 second. The gentle lady from Georgia, with her
Try to run out of time.
esteemed legal knowledge, determined that the January 6th committee was not a legitimate committee, when unfortunately a number of actual courts of law determined that it was. So those subpoenas to members of Congress were
Because those
duly
subpoenas were
authorized
fucking
subpoenas.
bullshit.
And if Merrick Garland is going to be held in contempt and is going to be threatened with inherent
If that's
contempt and
Big,
sent to
Big should call him on
a
that.
non-existent jail in the basement of the Congress, then what is going to happen to those witnesses who just outright defy congressional subpoenas? Because I do think the majority ought to be careful about the precedent that it sets, because Ms. Luna, I am happy to reinstitute right now with you inherent contempt. And I can assure you that when you consult with the rest of your party, nobody will want it, because
Will the
it
gentleman
will
yield?
be much, much worse for you than for the Democrats.
Will the
Sure,
gentleman
I'm
yield?
happy to yield, yes.
I just like to point out that inherent contempt or contempt, as to my understanding, can't be brought forward in a new Congress, even if it's in a past violation.
Thank you.
I know because I actually inquired on Cohen
Suck it,
today.
bitch.
Oh,
So
yeah,
just
no,
so
no,
you're
no,
aware.
I'm not suggesting that we bring in
Well, I'm just
contempt
to
for
clarify.
any past subpoenas. I'm talking about the precedent that you are.
Are you
setting.
now
Hey,
willing
like
to
you
yield,
said,
Mr.
Biggs? Yes, of course.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for yielding to me. First of all, you made a personal reference again to Mr. Jordan, about myself, and about Mr. Perry, which we had agreed that we wouldn't do. But I'm going to respond to you. We asserted that we had not received service. And
Okay.
that's how we
So
responded.
your
So
response
end of
is that you
story.
didn't receive service of the subpoena. I just want to be clear. That's
What's your
why you didn't
subpoena?
comply?
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman's time's
Get
I
your
expired.
thought so.
fucking
I'll yield.
paper, dude.
Any other members wish to speak on the Goldman
How many times have you wiped
amendment?
your ass with that thing?
Mr. Chair recognizes Mr. Fry from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment by Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman's amendment is just an attempt to distract from the very obvious and clear fact that the Attorney General has failed to comply with a duly issued subpoena. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the District Court has stated that the level of grave accusations that a
Again,
president may
how many
have
times you
committed
done with that
treason,
shit?
bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, the House must be appropriately informed. Mr. Goldman's amendment completely ignores the fact that audio recordings, as he knows as a lawyer, are material to understanding the full context of President Biden's mishandling of classified documents, his credibility to subpoenas. Mr. Goldman's amendment completely distracts from that obvious fact. And I'll remind my colleagues that a subpoena is not a menu. It's not an a la carte menu that you can choose what you comply with or not. You either produce the requested materials or you don't. And when Mr. Goldman was with the Department of Justice, he probably didn't allow criminal defendants to pick and choose what subpoenas they were going to comply with. And so it just simply put, this amendment is just about helping President Biden hide in the basement, but by other means.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, sir.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Or yielded back. Do any other members seek? Mr. Conley? Or-
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from South Carolina just implied, more than implied, that that there's evidence the President of the United States committed high crimes and misdemeanors. Her report finds otherwise. He, in fact, found no grounds for proceeding. That may be an unpleasant fact, but it is a fact. In addition, there is no committee in this Congress that has found
Mr. Conley,
the President of the United
shut the fuck
States
up.
guilty of high crimes or misdemeanors, nor is the President currently the subject of the charge that he
gentleman
is
yield?
guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors.
Will the gentleman yield?
So if we're going to take care in invoking presidents' names and characterizing them, their circumstances, or their legal standing, let's at least stick to the facts. I yield back.
No, I mean, Mr.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm sorry, I yield first to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Conley. And I want to
Here we
further
go, rat
clarify
fuck
this
again.
issue for our colleague, because I did have some familiarity with these contempt motions. Now, when the January 6th committee, whose
fucking guy.
legality and constitutionality was repeatedly upheld by the DC Circuit and no court ever rejected it, issued subpoenas and requests to testify, hundreds of people cooperated. More than 900 people did what the vast majority of Americans do. You get a subpoena, you go, and you testify. If you get a subpoena for documents, you turn over the documents. There was a tiny handful of people who blew off the subpoenas. Some of them claimed to be invoking executive privilege even when Donald Trump didn't invoke executive privilege. Some of them were not even working for the government when they purported to invoke executive privilege. And they were referred for contempt motions and voted that way. And then prosecutions were brought only against those people who categorically
Stones are pretty
didn't
cold too,
participate.
brother.
I'll give you an example of someone who kind of did the hokey pokey. He was sort of in and sort of out. And that was Paul Manafort. He participated some and then some not. There were some other witnesses who were kind of, Mark Meadows, that's who I'm thinking of. Mark Meadows is the one who turned over a whole bunch of stuff. And then we understand Donald Trump wasn't pleased and he stopped cooperating, but he was never held for contempt because he had at least partially complied. Okay. So now you're talking about the Attorney General of the United States, who's invoked executive privilege for one very small part of the overall subpoena, but has materially, substantially, and overwhelmingly complied in this case
Overwhelmingly
by
complied.
turning over the entire document that was subpoenaed, which was the president's testimony. And now people are talking about invoking the inherent power of contempt of Congress, which hasn't been used in more than a century, to go and arrest him because you didn't get the audio tape.
Will the gentleman
that you
yield,
wanted?
please?
For a quick question, sure.
Actually, it's my time,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you. I would just to complete
Will the
my,
gentleman yield
I'll
for a
just complete my
question?
point, and I'll yield back to the very distinguished gentleman from Virginia. So I think that our
This
colleagues
fucking
should really
game.
think about what they're talking about here. You understand that when he was president, Donald Trump invoked executive privilege and cut off all cooperation with legislative committees in more than 100 cases. You're saying he could have been arrested 100 times and thrown into jail. And don't bury your faces in your phones. I mean, I just want you to follow the principle of your argument that Congress can throw anyone in jail if
Will the
there's.
gentleman yield?
Well, I'll yield back to my distinguished.
I would yield to the gentlelady, yes.
I think the whole point of this, and this is not tit for tat, this is a very serious thing in that Congress used to be respected, and we are no longer respected because people do not respect our authority. And so the inherent contempt clause, I'm not hoping that he's thrown in jail. What I'm saying is that he's violated a law, something that we have as a privilege. And as a result of that, any other American would be in trouble or in jail because of it. And so
Reclaiming my time, I want the gentlelady to know that on the principle of inherent contempt, I actually agree. I believe that the courts are too slow in enforcing congressional subpoenas, and therefore the work of the legislative body is impeded. But that begs the question of whether there are serious grounds in which to bring a contempt citation.
will
And
the
if we're going to use
gentleman yield?
if we're going to use that power, we'd better use it very carefully and thoughtfully. And I do not believe this proceeding against Merrick Garland meets that criteria.
Oh
But
my
thank
God,
you for the
Of
point.
course it doesn't your opinion.
Gentlemen,
you
time's
dickhead.
expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Jordan for 5 minutes.
I think the chair, independent and impartial. That's what they told us.
Come on, everybody.
Attorney General of the United
understands their
States says
time
we will
to
administer
agree.
justice in an
Give it
impartial
to my
fashion. The White House
retailers.
said we'll let the Justice Department operate in an
Hey,
independent
Coop, do you have a
fashion.
beer by any
The key
chance?
question for this committee, the key question for the Judiciary Committee earlier today was
Isn't that
the
best for me
decision
here?
not to prosecute
Thank you.
President Biden consistent with that commitment that President Biden and Attorney General Garland gave the
fucking
country? It's a key question for the Congress when we're doing our oversight. Trump was charged, Biden wasn't. We know that's the case. Was their commitment to impartiality and independence, was that what was actually going on? Particularly when you look
Well,
at
I gotta
what
do
Robert Hur
this.
found. Page 1 of his
Look
report.
at Jim Jordan.
Our
how his
investigation
eyes are. He's
uncovered.
just pissed off at this.
Well, I gotta mention this. So earlier today, Ivy out of who is it, Delaware, wherever, had the graphic behind him, and the camera made a distinct movement to focus on the graphic, to kind of focus on Ivy and the graphic. Now you see Jim Jordan has the graphic behind him, and that camera ain't changing not one fucking centimeter. Just had to throw that out there.
Evidence that President Biden willfully retained, willfully disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. So he met the elements of the crime. He kept information he wasn't allowed to keep. He shared information he wasn't allowed to share. Now, why would he do that? Well, guess what?
$8
Robert
million.
Hur told us that too. Page 231 of the report. He says it right here. Mr. Biden had strong motivations to ignore the proper procedures for safeguarding classified material. He had decided months before to write a book. So he had motive. The motive was
Now,
the
hold on.
book he wrote, for which he
I
got
gotta do
paid, by
this
the way,
too.
$8 million.
This is going to throw us a little bit behind. But trust me, Joe Biden did not decide to write a book. Someone came to Joe Biden with a ghostwriter and said, if you cooperate with him, we get this book written. You're going to get $8 million up front. Then you'll get so many dollars for each book published. That is a payoff. That is not Joe Biden deciding to write a book.
In advance. So he had an $8 million motive. He met the elements of the crime, but he's not being charged. And one of the things we have to evaluate as Congress, the legislative branches, are they administering justice in a fair and equal fashion? It's a fair question. And
It's
the best way
no.
to determine that is to get
No.
all the evidence and the best evidence. The best evidence, the purest evidence, would be the audio tape. The transcript's great. I would argue he's already waived privilege when he gave us the
How about the
transcript.
fact that his son is doing cocaine?
But
and
we want the
fucking
audio
hookers
tape because
everywhere
that's
he
the best
goes?
evidence. That's the best evidence we can have as the body who's supposed to do oversight. It's part of our constitutional duty. In order to do that, we should get the best evidence. That is the simple question. We can get all the other fights we get into in Congress. God bless us. That's how it goes. But to me, that's the fundamental question. The elements of the crime were met, both of them. He knowingly, and by the way, he knew the rules. He'd only been in government 50 years, chaired the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, vice president of the United States, getting a daily briefing, intelligence briefing all the time. He knew the rules, didn't follow them, shared them with the ghostwriter, did it for $8 million, but wasn't charged. Why? Why? Because Mr. Herr said he's a forgetful, elderly gentleman. That's what he told us. So we want to evaluate it all. And the best way to do that is to get all the evidence. That's all this is about. Plain and simple. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make some points for the record on this amendment and on this proceeding this evening. And I want to start off by first saying to my colleagues across the aisle, welcome back to Washington, D.C. I know it's late, and I know a bunch of you have been traveling. You were on the road today, and I know you must be tired. You all were visiting Donald Trump's trial today to defend his porn star hush money case. And in fact, we have some cute pictures of you here today, and they are some cute pictures. So congratulations, and also some from the last few days. And it looks like you guys had a good time in the courtroom today.
Okay,
but
what's your point?
you know what? I don't know. The speaker looks a little bit stressed here. I mean, it's a lot, right, to ask someone who's facing a criminal trial and running for president to ask his political allies to travel over 200 miles on a voting day here in Congress.
I gotta say that.
Yeah, brother.
You damn well, man, if it was Biden in the same boat, they would be in the fucking same photographs right there.
Oh yeah, they would.
All right, so don't give me this fucking lecture, bitch.
It's freaking ridiculous because she knows, again, she's not completely stupid. She is an absolute moron, but she's not completely stupid. She knows why these trials are going on. She knows why they're doing it. She knows why they're trying to drag things out like they are, why the charges didn't come around until they did. She knows all that.
To pop up to New York and snap some cute pictures to defend him because the judge has ordered him to stop threatening the jurors in his own trial. I mean, some might actually view this as direct interference in a criminal court case. It's not exactly law and order, as our friends like to talk about all the time. But I want to just take a moment to let you all know what you missed today while you were up in New York. You missed some votes. Yeah, you weren't here. You didn't show up for votes. You didn't vote on some of the bills that you claimed were your priorities, some of your public safety and border bills. I mean, I can see you had some important business to take care of here today. And as the ranking member noted, the chairman did manage to find time today after they canceled the hearing this morning to have his political fundraising team send out this fundraising email.
Oh my God,
and I do genuinely hope you made some good money off of it because, you know, we're not actually supposed to use the resources that the taxpayers fund in this committee to fundraise off of. But it does really make you wonder why we're sitting here at 10:30 at night after this is the activities that the GOP were engaged in earlier today when we were supposed to be having this hearing. These fundraising emails went out. Why are we here? Why are we using taxpayer official resources in this committee right now?
All of a sudden, Democrats
could
are
it
worried
be
about
political?
taxpayer money.
I mean, it would make sense why you guys rescheduled and skipped votes and went up to New York, and here we are. And if there's any indication that this impeachment scheme is in its flop era, I mean, I don't know what is. This committee has spent 17 months reviewing 3.8 million pages of documents. 3.8 million pages of documents, 80 hours of recorded testimony, and not turned up a single shred of evidence in this impeachment scheme. And yet you still had time to go to Donald Trump's trial where he's about to be convicted.
They had more evidence than that in the first 2 hours of the investigation.
I think it's very clear what all of this is about. The GOP is using this committee and its resources to make countless misleading and false statements to try to spin a political narrative to fundraise off of it. in a blatantly partisan effort to support Donald Trump's reelection.
No.
And I mean, if you need any evidence, it's right here behind me. So I thought it was important to really set the record straight on this. This is not a taxpayer-funded campaign effort. And if you needed any evidence that that is what the majority is involved in here, I think it's very clear that that is what this hearing is all about, or we wouldn't be sitting here at 10:30 at night.
Damn, Warsaw,
after
you
your
shitting
little
on
field
yourself?
trip. And with that,
No,
I
it's
yield
my
back.
soundboard.
Chair now
That's
recognizes
that
Mr.
fucking
Biggs.
bitch.
Thank you, Mr.
I'd
Chairman.
have claimed the same thing.
And this hearing started off tonight with a crazy satire and with the condescending
Crazy
presentation
satire.
we just received. It just continues and perpetuates. So I'm glad we actually had an agreement that we were going to tone it down. This is why you can't. It's tough to make deals with my colleagues across the aisle. They condescend, they call out individuals, and they don't go to the issues. That's why it's tough, folks. That's why it's tough, and you wonder why. But here, let's take a look at a few things here. It wasn't that the special counsel Hurd did not find that criminal activity had taken place. As Mr. Jordan just pointed out on page 2, we found out that the President Biden, when he was after he left the vice presidency, he unlawfully retained and disclosed classified information.
It was when he was like,
but he wasn't
senator.
prosecuted. That's what you guys conflate that. He wasn't charged, and you say, "Oh, see, he didn't do anything wrong." No, that's not true. He did something wrong, but Mr. Hurd made a prosecutorial decision. He said, "Well, you know, this is a feeble old man with a poor memory, and you know what? Going to be tough to actually convict." Now, the Attorney General has received a subpoena, and this amendment by the gentleman from New York basically says, including audio and video recordings. And we're told, gee, if he substantially complied, whoop, that's great. That's all you have to do. But we actually had a great example earlier this evening why you just might want to have the oral transcript. You just might want to have that oral audio recording. What was it? You remember? Nobody could successfully identify and isolate and remember what Ms. Green said exactly. And so we went to there, and the comment was, well, the best that we could determine. But you know what might have helped? An audio recording. And that's why an audio recording becomes valuable in this particular case as well. Now, yes, the best evidence, the original evidence. Now, the President Biden has now asserted executive privilege, which is no longer available to him because he waived executive privilege when he actually provided the written transcript. He also went way past the deadline. He should have, when the subpoena was due, that's when he should have made that assertion. He chose not to, and that's part of his problem. And then I think of the Mitchell case, and if you remember the U.S. v. Mitchell case, President Nixon was trying to get by with turning over what? Some part of the written transcript. This is the written transcript. This is what you should have. And the U.S. Supreme Court said, no, turn over the audio recordings. That's what happened in the U.S. v. Mitchell case. Next thing here, when we get to the jurisdiction. Oh, my goodness gracious, we don't have jurisdiction. Actually, we do. Rule 10.4 C2. Take a look at that. In addition to its duties under subparagraph 1, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability may at any time conduct investigations of any matter without regard to clause 1, 2, 3 of this clause, conferring jurisdiction over the matter to another standing committee. That means we can have jurisdiction over darn near anything. And we've claimed jurisdiction. That means we can go forward with it. What else you got? Let's see here. Oh, goodness gracious, it was late. It's late. Why are we here? It's late. You know why it's late? You know why we're here? Because the time for this hearing was set for 8 p.m. Properly noticed. That is all right. And you know what? I've actually been in committees that have started late after votes when the Democrats had control. And we went through
the
to
whole
midnight,
healthcare
1, 2
vote?
in the morning. When Democrats were
Obamacare?
sitting in the chair. So I don't feel bad about that. So what you have here is the Democrats conflating executive privilege as well as the contempt. But the issue that they fail to understand is that the full compliance of the subpoena required disclosure of the audio recordings. It's right here in this proposed amendment. So what would happen if you had a deposition and you did both a video recording and a written transcript? Do you think the court's going to say, hey, look, you can have one, but not the other? No, that's probably not going to happen. So time's expired.
Time's expired. I think Ms. Crockett seeks recognition.
Oh, here she is again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, eyelash.
I do want to make sure that we
Ms.
point
Crockett.
out some obvious differences in
I called her as
what
eyelashes.
the
Or
majority is
lashes.
talking about. Number one, we're talking about an interview that was voluntarily done by the sitting president of the United States versus someone who is obstructed at every angle. In fact, is continually obstructing to the extent that we are waiting on the Supreme Court to give us a ruling on whether or not it's okay for him to
She
commit
knows
his
she is going to
crimes
lose.
while sitting in the Oval Office and be excused for them. So we've got trials all over the place that are on hold because of the continual obstruction. The difference in the documents case between the former president and the current president could not be any clearer. We absolutely didn't have mounds of documents sitting in someone's bathroom.
No, they were in the
versus
garage
some
next
that
to the
have been
Corvette.
stored in a garage. But also, it's this level of voluntariness. And so, for those that aren't lawyers in the room, typically we look to something that's called mens rea. And mens rea is always talking about a level of intent, and there are various levels of intent. And so while someone may be negligent, that may not necessarily rise to the level of criminality. But when someone is being intentional by making
This is when
sure
you
that
get
they
someone trying to
get
sound
rid
like they are
of
way more
the video
educated than they
footage,
are.
they lie to their lawyers, they lie to those officials that are coming and inquiring of them, that is why you then end up facing criminal charges. But I also just want to make it clear, because it seems like when we talk about conflating, that those in this legislative body really want to be more so
Yeah,
on
she's
the
normally-
judiciary
No,
side
I
of
won't.
things. They really sound like they want to enforce various
Self-censor.
things. They want to enforce the law. They want to somehow decide over what has already been decided, that the president of the United States should be charged with a crime. And I guess somehow they're going to figure out a way to charge the president. But I do want to remind this committee and the chairman that since since day one of the 118th Congress, which is now over 17 months, the majority has wasted the committee's resources, time, and quite frankly, the sanity of members and staff on a sham impeachment investigation that has failed to produce one legitimate piece of evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. And the quote unquote evidence our chair and majority used as its basis
Comes
to
from
try
one of
to
the
impeach
ones
the
who was
president
involved in the
was the
January
FD
6th impeachment.
1023 form that is since
Or the
found to
impeachment of
have
the phone call.
information from an individual who was fed lies by Russian assets. Now, I know the chairman and the majority on this committee know how to read. And so, in fact, we heard from a member that she's read through all the rules. So I'm not really sure why reading this transcript is so difficult. But members and staff on both sides of the aisle have combed through over 3.8 million pages of documents and 80 hours of testimony for nearly 20 witnesses, scouring all of this material to try to find any evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. But lo and behold, there never was any, because
Notice
there
she's
clearly
back to
is
reading
none.
a just
Because if there
written-ass
was, our
statement.
chairman would have moved forward with a vote to impeach in this committee. The American people want the truth, and the truth is that every member on this committee has access to the 250 pages of transcript of what the president said during his voluntary sit down for questioning with the
Voluntary.
special counsel. But maybe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle simply want the audiobook version of the transcript because they have nothing
want the
better
audio.
to
I
do
like
than to
audiobook.
listen to it on repeat on their train ride to and from Trump's criminal trial and Veep Stakes tryouts. By the
I
way,
got an Audible account.
love
I
the
like
matching
audiobook.
red ties.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I listen more than fucking read. What do you have problem with
Thank you
listen
very
to,
much.
bitch?
I just wanted to make a point in answer to the distinguished chairman of the Judiciary
Can we get
Committee.
R.C.
The
Bray to
special
read the
counsel
transcript?
in this case on page
People listen to
97
fucking
says, and I
podcasts,
quote,
dude.
"The published book is not known to contain classified information."
Whatever,
Special
testicle
counsel was very clear that President Biden did not retain or use classified documents in order to sell his book.
Gave
And you
them
might
the
not like the
classified
conclusions
information to
of the
try to
special counsel, who was a
substantiate the
Republican
information in
appointed
the book.
by President Trump, but those were his conclusions. And either you stand by the rule of law or you don't stand
Whatever,
by the
testicle
rule of
head.
law.
Fucking rat
And all of
poop
us
mother-
have the transcript to read, and all of it bears that out. There was no intention by President Biden to exploit any classified documents. I yield
Whatever,
back.
testicle head.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, I move the previous question.
Motion to move to previous question.
I object.
I second the motion.
Motion and second. It's non-debatable.
What's up, Bradley? What's going on, brother?
And
oh, dude, you
all
still
those
have
in
to go
favor?
back to the first part of this.
All right, let's have a recorded vote if we could.
Fuck the
Motion
rest
is
of it,
not
go
debatable.
back to the start.
Shall the main
It's
question
hysterical.
be now put? Those in favor of moving to previous question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The previous question is ordered.
I'd like a recorded vote if we could.
Yeah, Bradley, dude, the first probably 40 minutes of this stream.
Recorded vote is
are
ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
hysterical. You got to go watch it. You have to. I got to clip it out and do some videos on it because Margaret Taylor
Mr. Jordan.
Greene started a shitstorm, and it is beautiful.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes.
Just hanging
Miss
out and enjoying the
Fox.
pain. Yep, that's about it. That's pretty much the way my
Mr.
streams go.
Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud.
Oh yeah,
Mr.
Bradley,
Cloud
dude, you got to
votes
go back to the
yes.
start of the stream.
Mr.
You got
Palmer.
to. It is worth the price of
Mr.
admission.
Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins.
I've seen stand-up routines that weren't that damn funny.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Miss Mace.
Bradley said,
Miss
"I'll go
Mace
back." Yeah, you
votes
got
aye.
to, man. You got to. Please,
Mr.
God.
LaTurner.
I like to broke a rib laughing at that shit.
Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon.
My ribs are sore, actually.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye.
Hell, I very rarely watch
Miss
that
Green
tomorrow.
votes aye. Miss McLean. Miss Boebert. Miss Boebert votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Luna. Miss Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy.
I'm
Mr.
telling you,
Langworthy votes
Luna
aye.
Paulino, dude, she is
Mr.
freaking
Burleson.
hot.
Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, to be clear, this is a motion on the previous question to cut off all debate and all amendments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And including the pending amendment or no? So we would vote on the pending amendment or we would not?
Yes, we'll vote on the pending.
Okay. My vote is no. I've never seen this done in this committee in 8 years by either the Democrats or the Republicans.
I've seen you guys pull.
I vote no on the motion, the previous question. No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton.
No.
Eleanor Holmes, no. Or
Miss
Jesus
Norton
Christ.
votes no. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Eleanor Holmes
Mr.
Norton can't
Connolly.
park a car
Nay.
on her own.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Miss Ocasio-Cortez.
No.
The fucking bitch.
Miss Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Miss Porter.
No.
Miss Porter votes no. Miss Bush.
Corey. She ain't even
Miss
there. is she?
Brown.
No, she's not there.
Miss Brown votes no.
And
Miss
he shot
Stansbury.
at me.
Miss Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no.
Hopefully Bradley goes
Miss
back to the
Lee.
start of the stream because that is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen
Miss
in my life.
Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no. Miss Crockett.
No.
Miss Crockett
Crockett
shit.
votes no.
Eyebrows, eyelashes.
Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Moskowitz.
Yeah, you got Corey Bush. That's
Mr.
crazy
Moskowitz
eyes.
votes no. Miss Tlaib. Miss Tlaib votes
You
no.
believe I will?
Miss
Oh,
Presley.
it's worth it, dude. It is seriously
Miss
worth
Presley votes no.
Yeah,
Mr.
cool.
Chairman. Mr.
Yeah, bro.
Chairman votes
Crazy
yes.
How is
idea.
Mr. Waltz
Imagine-
recorded?
Imagine
Mr.
having your
Waltz
wife
is
up
not
there
recorded.
against Miss Crockett in an argument.
Mr. Waltz votes
Oh,
yes.
shit.
How is Dr. Fox recorded?
Miss Fox is not recorded.
I think your wife
And
would
how
have a
is-
good
Votes
argument against
yes.
her.
Mr. Krishnamurti
My wife
recorded.
would beat her into the damn
Mr.
ground.
Krishnamurthy is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no.
How is Mr. Higgins recorded?
Mr. Higgins is not recorded. Mr. Higgins votes yes.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, would you just explain why you invoked that? Because that hasn't happened in 70 years in this committee.
Will the clerk please report?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 19.
The move to previous question passes. The question is now on the pending amendment from Mr. Goldman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Jamie Raskin looks like
All
he-
those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Recorded vote.
amendment is not agreed to.
Request recorded vote.
A request for recorded vote has been requested. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Oh man, these people are.
This is
freaking
on the
murder.
Goldman amendment.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Turner.
DJ, what's up, my brother?
Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes no. Miss
Hey,
Fox.
DJ, you have to go back and
Miss
watch the part
Fox
of this
votes
stream.
no.
You have to.
Mr. Grothman.
It is worth your
Mr.
time.
Grothman votes
I
no.
promise you.
Mr. Cloud.
Yeah, Colton,
Mr.
it's still
Cloud
going.
votes no. Mr.
I
Palmer.
don't think it's going to go much longer. It's winding down.
Mr. Palmer votes nay. Mr. Higgins.
But yeah, DJ,
Mr.
dude,
Higgins votes
if
no.
you like political comedy,
Mr. Sessions.
you've got to go back to the start of this stream.
Mr. Sessions votes no.
Marjorie
Mr.
Taylor
Biggs.
Greene set this room on fire.
Mr. Biggs votes no.
I'd have to go back
Miss
and look.
Mace.
It's not long after we started. So it's
Miss
not long
Mace
after this
votes
hearing
no.
actually started.
Mr.
Marjorie
LaTurner.
set this room on fire.
Mr.
It is
LaTurner votes
beautiful.
no. Mr.
Um,
Fallon.
You'll know because all hell breaks loose.
Mr. Fallon
It is-
votes no.
Dude,
Mr.
I like
Donalds.
you broke a damn I damn near burnt my
Mr.
shrimp
Donalds votes no.
over that.
Mr. Perry.
And I don't burn shrimp.
Mr. Perry votes nay.
What about crawdads?
Mr. Timmons.
No, I ain't gonna burn them either.
Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Would you burn a crab?
I could have predicted that.
Maybe a crab.
Whose name were you on?
Mr. Burchett.
Mr. Burchett.
Mr. Burchett votes no. Miss Green.
Shrimp and
Miss
crawfish
Green
are
votes
serious
no.
business.
Miss McLean.
What did they say?
Miss Bobert.
That lobster.
Miss Bobert
Hey, I'm not a huge
votes
fan of
no.
lobster.
Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Miss Luna. Miss Luna votes no. Mr. Langworthy.
Right.
Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr.
Oh,
Burleson.
dude, yeah. I got to do some
Mr.
shorts over that.
Burleson
DP.
votes
I
no.
have
Mr.
to.
Waltz.
When Marjorie Taylor
Mr.
Greene
Waltz
called her
votes
girl out
no.
over her eyebrows or eyelashes,
Mr. Raskin.
I like to have died.
Aye.
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Raskin
got to.
votes aye. Miss Norton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miss Norton
You need
votes
to
yes.
add the Curb Your
Mr. Lynch.
Enthusiasm song to that.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Connolly.
Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes aye.
Oh, it
Mr.
was
Khanna.
hysterical, man. I haven't laughed that hard in a
Mr.
long
Mfume.
time.
Aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
And then when
Ms.
that chick started talking about
Ocasio-Cortez.
or Marjorie Taylor Greene's body, and Marjorie Taylor
Ocasio-Cortez
Greene
votes
basically
aye.
told her she'd
Miss
beat her
Porter.
ass, that's
Aye.
even funnier.
Miss Porter votes aye. Miss Bush. Miss Brown. Miss Brown votes yes. Miss Stansbury. Miss Stansbury
I'm
votes
telling you,
yes.
the first part of this hearing
Mr.
was worth the
Garcia.
entire night.
Mr. Garcia votes yes. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes yes. Miss Lee. Miss Lee votes yes. Mr. Kassar.
Yeah, you got that right, Mike.
Mr. Kassar
The
votes
live-
yes.
The live stream and the pain will
Miss
continue
Crockett.
until morale improves.
Miss Crockett votes yes. Mr. Goldman.
74 and over with a new.
Mr. Goldman votes
yeah,
yay.
G.
Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes
Yeah,
yes.
that thing might send it to your
Miss
phone.
Talib.
Oh, where's
Miss
there's my phone.
Talib votes yes. Miss
Oh,
Presley.
this is the yeah.
Miss Presley
I will be
votes
clipping that
yes.
sound tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman.
I ain't
Mr.
doing
Chairman
it tonight,
votes
but I
no.
will
Has
be
Mr.
doing
Perry
it
been
tomorrow.
recorded?
I have my
Mr.
work
Perry
cut
is
out for me
recorded
tomorrow.
as no.
And you know what?
Have any
It's gonna
other
be well worth it.
members that not been
Oh, it's
recorded?
going to be hysterical either way.
Seeing
So when,
none,
don't just put it on YouTube. Put it on Rumble.
will the clerk
because if YouTube
report the
kills
tally?
It, we're saving that bitch on Rumble.
Oh, dude, anything I do to YouTube's going to Rumble. I am amazed my channel has lasted this long on YouTube.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19, the nays are 23.
The Goldman amendment fails. The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by
Recorded
saying
vote.
no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute to the report is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
So I told you.
A&S.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
But we're not allowed to bring in any other amendments.
Well, we've had deals that have you all.
It hasn't happened
You
in
have
70
not-
years.
Did you hear that? We cut
70
deals.
years.
We have tried to negotiate with you and you've not done it. A recorded vote is ordered on the A&S. Will the clerk please report?
Fuck you, Raskin.
Oh, yeah. Raskin can eat a dick, man.
Mr. Jordan.
Fucking octopus nose, man.
It's
Mr. Turner.
I don't
He looks
know.
like fucking Squidward.
Dude,
Mr.
what is that
Gosar.
animal? This guy, it's like a
Mr.
big
Gosar
rodent that
votes
has this
yes.
Big ass
Miss
damn
Fox.
opposable nose.
Miss Fox
I don't
votes
think
yes.
it's a shrew. I don't think it's a
Mr.
shrew.
Grothman.
No. Well, shrews have something different, but
Mr. Grothman
this
votes
thing's like
yes.
fucking
Mr. Cloud.
50 pounds. It's a big
Mr.
animal.
Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer.
Hold
Mr.
on.
Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins
this will
votes yes.
Screw my signal up.
Mr.
This thing's going
Sessions.
pretty
It's an
good.
elephant shrew. That's an African elephant shrew.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes yes. Miss Mace. Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr.
Yeah, Coop, is
Fallon.
this what you're talking about?
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Mr.
Hold on, I'm on
Donalds.
another screen.
Mr. Donalds votes yes.
No,
Mr.
no, no,
Perry.
no. This thing is
Mr. Perry
huge.
votes yes. Mr. Timmons.
Elephant seal?
Mr. Timmons votes yes.
Mr.
Mr.
Well, he
Burchett.
does kind of look like a proboscis monkey,
Mr.
but
Burchett
that's not the
votes
one I'm
aye.
thinking about.
Miss Green.
No, it's a
Miss
freaking.
Green
I
votes
swear to God,
aye.
it's a rodent.
Miss McLean. Miss Bobert.
You sure it's not
Miss
the elephant
Bobert
seal?
votes
I'll
aye.
show this one real
Mr.
fast.
Fry.
All right. Here's Jamie Raskin. But that's not the one I'm thinking about. But that's Jamie right there. All right, let me get back.
Mr. Burleson votes aye.
I love it, Goop.
Mr. Waltz.
Oh, is that it? It's not a
Mr.
capybara.
Waltz votes aye.
No, it's not a capybara.
Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Hold on, that might be it.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Here it
Mr.
is.
Connolly.
Nay.
This is it.
Mr. Connolly votes nay.
All right. This is Jamie Raskin. Right here. It's a big ass rodent with a damn opposable damn snout.
It's a top here.
Yeah, there's
Miss
Jamie.
Ocasio-Cortez.
No.
I will forever see
Miss
that image now.
Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Miss Porter.
That's going to be stuck in my head forever.
Miss Porter votes no. Miss Bush. Miss Brown.
South Park episode.
Miss Brown votes no. Miss Stansbury.
Yeah, it ain't far
Miss
from it.
Stansbury votes no.
It just sounds
Mr.
bad to having the
Garcia.
last name called Bush.
Mr. Garcia votes
Well-
no. Mr. Frost.
No, I'm not going to look
Mr.
that image up
Frost
show it on
votes
screen.
no.
Jesus Christ, I
Miss
will get
Lee.
us all killed.
Miss Lee votes
Yeah,
no.
I can't unsee it either.
Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no. Miss Crockett. Miss Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Moskowitz.
Oh, this is so good.
Mr.
He'd be fucked
Moskowitz
over.
votes no. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes no. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman
Oh, you guys
votes
want
yes.
to see
Have any
AOC?
members
You guys
failed
want
to
to
vote?
see AOC?
Seeing
Here's Raskin.
Here's AOC. That's Ocasio-Cortez right there. Yeah, if that will get me banned.
the
nothing
ayes
will.
have it, the motion is passed.
Anyway,
The question is now unfavorably reporting the report. Members will
Huh?
record their vote.
Yeah.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll. So last vote.
National Lampoon's flick, yes. The Griswolds
Mr.
of DC,
Jordan.
baby.
Mr. Jordan votes
Oh, shit.
yes.
That'd be better
Mr.
than
Turner.
what was the amusement park they went to?
Mr. Gosar. Mr.
Where he
Gosar
shot
votes
through the
yes.
ass with a
Ms.
pellet
Fox.
gun.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Grothman.
I need to
Mr.
save that as
Grothman
a
votes
profile
yes.
pic.
Mr. Cloud.
Fucking Squidward.
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr.
And
Palmer.
I hate SpongeBob. Jesus
Mr.
Christ, I
Palmer
hate
votes
SpongeBob.
aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes yes. Mr. Biggs.
I cannot. I hate SpongeBob with a passion.
Miss Mace.
I do like Mr. Crab though. That's the only one I ever did like.
I'm sorry, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes
Hold on.
yes. Miss Mace.
Well, I'm messing around.
Miss Mace votes yes. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds.
Coop. You know
Mr.
who's Miss
Donalds
Crockett?
votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes yes. Mr. Timmons.
I shouldn't have looked that
Mr.
one up.
Timmons
I'm not
votes
showing
yes.
this
Mr.
tab.
Burchett.
No, you know what, Ms.
Mr.
Crocker
Burchett
reminds
votes
me of
yes.
poop?
Miss Green. Miss Green votes yes.
She
Miss
reminds me of
McLean.
Sandy Cheeks, the squirrel.
Miss Boebert. Miss Boebert votes yes. Mr. Fry. Mr.
No, I'm
Fry.
still not showing that one.
Mr. Fry votes yes. Miss Luna.
That so did not end up as a search I
Miss
wanted
Luna.
it to. I might have
Miss
to search
Luna
that one
votes
later.
yes. Mr. Langworthy. Mr.
Hope
Langworthy
that
votes
wasn't on
yes.
screen.
Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes yes. Mr. Waltz.
You guys don't even want to know.
Mr. Waltz votes yes. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss Norton
I'll do
votes
that.
no. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Miss Ocasio-Cortez.
No.
Miss Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Miss Porter.
No.
Miss Porter votes no. Miss Bush. Miss Bush votes no. Miss Brown.
No.
Miss Brown votes no. Miss Stansbury. Miss Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no. Miss Crockett. Miss Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Miss Tlaib. Miss Tlaib votes no. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes
Have all
yes.
members been recorded? Will the clerk please report the tally?
Yep. Be careful when you're searching anybody with the last name Bush. Have your safe search on.
What, you were looking on OnlyFans?
No, I wasn't on OnlyFans. That was just a simple Google search. What are we
Mr.
doing?
Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 20.
The motion passes. Pursuant to this vote, the committee hereby adopts the report recommending that the House of Representatives find Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by this committee. We will move the report to the full House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to House Rule
Mr. Chairman.
11, Clause 2, committee members shall have the right to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, minority, and dissenting views within 2 days. Without objection, so ordered. Additionally, the staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the report reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. Without objection, so ordered. If there's no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
God, thank God that's over. Hold on, because we got to hold on. Just in case anybody
Oh,
missed it.
we're going to replay the watch of Taylor Green?
Like the people who receive subpoenas.
We are going
Once
to
again.
find Marjorie Taylor.
Fierce devotion of this stops to stop the bleed.
Ken.
Kassar votes yes.
Where is it at?
I, James Comer.
Mouskowitz. Fuck him, man. Hold on, there's Marjorie.
Does the gentleman know how many spare Biden masks there are available in DC?
Hold on, we got to
In
back it up.
September before the election. We're not here in August and
Oh, there's
October.
fucking
So
this is where all hell
I'm
breaks loose.
sure the American people are paying attention at 11:30 p.m. where you buried this hearing because it's so important. When are we going to do the impeachment of Joe Biden? When is that going to happen? Is it going to be June? Is it going to be July? Is it going to be September? Let's just put it on the calendar. Let's just put it on the calendar. Pick a month. We're available. We were available at
'Cause
11
I'm pretty
a.m.
sure
You
he's
guys
from
were.
Florida.
Just pick a month, right? So we can get it on the calendar
Moskowitz?
and do the impeachment. So hold on.
Yes.
I'll give you choices. Ready? June.
Sounds like a Ruski.
July. How about September?
Moscow.
Okay. So we're never going to schedule this thing. It's never going to happen. He's sending out more subpoenas because he has no evidence. Okay. And yet here we go around and around and around. And so we get it. You'll raise money off of it. Congratulations to you. If you want, Mr. Chairman, I can get the transcript out. I can do a spirited reading. We can sit here. I'll do all 250 pages for you. I'll even put on like a Biden mask, make it visual so you can like really get in the moment. We just want to know, like, what's it going to take, Mr. Chairman, to get you comfortable? You go on Newsmax and you get comfortable. What's it going to take to get you comfortable to ask your friend Chairman Jordan sitting next to you when we're going to schedule impeachment? So we'll do it again. Ready? How about June, July, September?
Does the gentleman know how many spare Biden masks there are available in DC?
I don't, but there's a lot on Etsy. You can get lots of things.
Bitch, you can go on.
So, I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member if he wants to use the last 40. Oh, you have something to say, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say you yielded to ranking member
Yeah, I'm
Raskin. He
done.
has
I
30
know.
seconds.
Go ahead, Mr. Ranking member.
Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz.
A little bit more.
There is an ethics principle that no solicitation of a campaign or political contribution may be linked to an action.
Has to do with Mayor Garland.
Ranking member
Yeah, I'm
Raskin, he
done.
has
I
30
know.
seconds.
Go ahead, Mr. Ranking member.
So it's right here.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz.
Moscow.
There is an ethics principle that no solicitation of a campaign or political contribution may be linked to an action taken or to be taken by a member or employee in his or her official capacity. That's just a reminder to my side. I hope that nobody is linking specific actions that you're taking on the oversight committee to campaign contributions or solicitations. And with that, I'll yield back to the distinguished
Chair,
gentleman from
time's
Florida.
expired. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes Ms. Green.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Merchan's daughter.
It's right in here.
Please tell me what that has to do with Mayor Garland.
Is she a porn star?
Oh, Goldman. That's right. He's advising. Okay.
He's advising who? What? Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
That's beneath
would
even
you
your
please
history and
get
that's
the
beneath
order
even
of your
you.
committee?
Order.
Please.
There's a point of order.
We have a point of order. Mr. Lynch, state your point.
Oh, all hell.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the parliamentarian if your conduct here in raising money in connection with this hearing is referable to the ethics committee within this hearing. Is a motion in order to refer your conduct
Oh, it's hysterical.
and your abuse of.
It's not a point of order. not a
Mr.
point
I
of
do
order.
have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely
watching this
unacceptable.
again.
How dare you
Meeting will
attack the
suspend.
physical
Meeting will
appearance of another
suspend.
person?
Are your
Move
feelings
her
hurt?
words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby, girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play,
Baby girl? I don't
we
think
are gonna
so.
move, and we're gonna take your words down.
I
Thank you very
second that motion.
Fuck you, AOC, you fucking cunt.
Okay.
It gets
All right.
funnier.
We're suspending.
It gets funnier. I didn't realize it could get funnier.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, Green set this entire hearing on fire and stomped on it, and it was great.
You know, AOC is a fucking cocksucker, right?
Dude, AOC can't suck one through them big-ass teeth. She'd have to use a straw.
We're taking your words down. No way is that being allowed.
AOC in the back. No way is that being allowed.
Absolutely.
Hey, you do this shit all the time, bitch. Mm-hmm. You don't like taking shots? Hey, you do it all the fucking time.
Not today.
They throw plenty of punches, but they can't stand it when someone throws one back at them.
Sit down. Sit down.
Fucking
I
shit.
love it. in the back. Sit down. Sit down. G23, have a good night, my brother. I'm fixing to get out of here in just a minute. I just wanted to go back and relive the glory days.
We're not going to do a smarmy apology. She has to actually apologize. And that needs to be up to Ms. Crockett as well.
Miss Crockett can eat a bag of dicks, actually.
And AOC can eat a bag of shit for all I care.
This is true. If Crockett could get through them through them eyelashes, and AOC can get through them through that teeth. This shit is so getting clipped tomorrow. Damn, it's getting clipped. So yeah, Green, like I said, Green set this entire.
Let's go.
Crockett over there talking about, let's go, let's go, let's go. Green would wear that bitch like a fucking flip flop. She would put her on like a set of Crocs and just walk with her
that's
ass.
what it is.
That's all it is.
She's not
She
used to
doesn't wanna
people talking
say-
back to
She
her.
doesn't want to say sorry to nobody.
See, they admit it.
She's gonna learn.
She's gonna learn. That's probably the best part about it, because they forgot to cut mics off for a little bit, and you could hear them all talking shit in the background. Fucking beautiful.
I'll ask. Yeah. No. No.
Oh, I wish I could hear exactly what Green was saying right there. Yes, we are so watching this again, guys, because this was fucking beautiful. This is the best thing I've ever seen on C-SPAN in my life.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
I am so clipping a lot of this tomorrow. It ain't even funny.
Leaving?
Well, yeah, it is. It's hysterical.
The committee will reconvene. Miss Green has 4 minutes and 21 seconds. There's a motion. Miss Green, do you wish to strike your words?
I have 4 minutes and 21 seconds to speak.
I think we have to do the motion first, and then unless there's another motion, then you'll be recognized again. But I believe there's another motion coming. So you agree to strike your words?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
agree.
Miss Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
just apologized.
recognizes
No, no,
Mr.
she
Perry.
just
Okay,
apologized.
hold on. Then
Off, AOC.
after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms.
I'm
Green
not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well, then
seconds.
Okay,
you're not
reserve the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry-
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the
it's
minority.
pretty
No,
self-evident.
You're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to strike
The
those
lady's
as well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they cannot take the
There's
words.
another motion to strike her words again.
All right.
Please get
Okay.
your members under
Here's the
control.
correct apology. Miss Green, do you ask unanimous? Do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your
He
words?
can't even keep a
I
straight face.
repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Chair
Reserving the right to
recognize-
object.
No,
Chairman, I
Chair
reserve the right to object.
recognizes Mr.
I
Perry.
reserve the right to
Mr.
object.
Chairman, I move that Mr. Goldman's words and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's words be stricken.
Okay.
Which words? And you have to do it contemporaneously. Object.
Shut the fuck
The
up,
objection must
Raskin.
be contemporaneous, and they haven't spoken in 10 minutes.
Nobody's spoken in 10 minutes.
Well, that's right. Therefore, defeating your proposal.
You all have. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
We weren't able to.
Well, I object. It doesn't refer to anything that's on the floor.
I object.
Ms.
Your Honor.
Ocasio-Cortez objected immediately and instantaneously, as you're supposed to do under the rules and precedents of the House of Representatives.
the first time he could.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman, point of
let's
parliament.
suspend,
Chairman,
let's
point of parliamentary inquiry.
All right. We're going to suspend for a minute, but we'll talk to the parliamentary.
It just gets funnier. Oh, shit. It just gets funnier.
I object to your objection.
Oh, shit. I object to your objections. This was worth the entire night, Warsaw. The entire night. This was worth it. Oh my God.
I can make something a little bit laughable though after this, dude.
Oh, son of a bitch. I don't think my ribs can handle it, man. I like to broke 3 of them the first time I watched this. I literally have tears pouring out of my eyes again.
You want me to find you something more hysterical, laughable in this?
I don't think there's. Okay, thrill me. What do you got?
I got something you will like. All right, hold on. Let me send it to you.
Oh no! Wow, you gotta send it to me. Jesus Christ, killing me. Post it in the chat, you dickhead. You got a fucking wrench.
I ain't no dickhead. All right. Hey, call me an asshole. All right, I don't mind that, but a dickhead, no, dude. Because I'm not a person that disrespects anybody. All right.
Wait a second. Don't be sensitive.
No, I ain't sensitive.
I'm not talking about your eyelashes.
What?
I'm not talking about your eyelashes.
Okay, back. Committee will come back to order.
I'm a dude. I'm not a woman.
So, Ms. Green asked unanimous consent
All right, fuck that.
to strike her words.
Let me get it.
Mr. Raskin objected. I'm going to
Let me
recognize
see.
Mr. Raskin for his objection. No, we're not counting against, Ms. Green has 4 minutes and 21 seconds left. This will not count against her time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the right to object because the understanding of the minority is that the gentlelady from Georgia would move to take her words down and strike her words and to offer a sincere apology for having engaged in personalities against another
I see
member,
the curb your
offending her
enthusiasm,
personal
please.
appearance and insulting her. We don't do that in this committee. And I think the major problem was that we allowed pornography in this committee, and we've gone down a bad road. But in any event, we should not allow face-to-face ad hominem insults. It's totally contrary to the rules of the House of Representatives.
Now, in case anybody doesn't remember, the pornography he's talking about is Marjorie Taylor Greene showed a couple of screenshots from Hunter Biden's laptop with things blacked out. She wasn't showing the whole thing.
But you clearly understand what the fuck they were.
Oh yeah, you can understand what it is if you
Like-
actually understand just how fucked up Hunter Biden is.
Well, how about like the fact that he's getting a fucking hand job by a fucking prostitute?
More
Also
than
get blown up by
likely,
one?
more than likely an underage prostitute. Don't forget that.
I sent you the video in the chat.
All right, I see it now.
This is Pat God. This guy is fucking awesome. And you're gonna like this one, Coop. I'm not gonna even fucking give you a peep or what this is. This is something you're gonna enjoy and sit back and enjoy the show, my friend.
Okay, let me find the right freaking tab.
And I would ask Ms. Green, it's not that complicated. We don't want to get into face-to-face insults.
You will never get an apology out of me. I
Then
don't owe
then
you
I
one.
object. Then I object, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Raskins objects. So the committee, the member will state the words he wishes taken down or she wishes taken down.
Well, what I heard her say, but I would like her to repeat the words. What I heard her to say was, and you can take off your fake eyelashes too. Well, then what did you say?
I mean,
what did you say, Ms. Green?
Really?
What was?
I mean,
Well, it has
the clerk needs to report the words, but those.
Okay, the
that
clerk
was the sum and
The
substance.
clerk will report the words. Clerk will report the words.
Oh, this is hysterical. Good God.
It's just gonna get better after this, though, Coop. I want to show you
Mr.
this
Chairman,
video.
Mr. Chairman.
We could subpoena the audio tape. Mr. Chairman.
This is great. Release the audio.
The only
it will just
problem
take
with
us a few minutes
StreamYard,
to
I
get
can't
it.
copy
We'll
a
suspend.
link from StreamYard.
Aren't we here for audio?
Chairman.
I'd like Joe Biden's audio.
That chick is straight savage. You got to give it to her.
Where? We're on Celsius train.
All right. If this chat will ever catch up on this other tab, I'll copy that link.
Here, I'll just send you the fucking video through email. All right, that solved the issue.
Celsius, can you grab me one?
Yeah, that's the easiest way to get it to me. But in the chat, pretty easy because everybody else can pick it up too. But If you send it to me on the phone, then I got to copy it over and I got to do stupid shit. And
Let me just email it to you.
what can I say? I'm old and lazy.
He's
So it is now
unfortunately
8:55.
at my apartment sleeping. I was trying
Yeah,
to figure
email
out,
it
and
to
I
me.
got sucked into this.
Hold on, I think I got
Sorry.
it.
Oh, sorry.
You got it?
That's it.
So they're
All right. You're going to like the scoop, all right? This is not in the White House, obviously, or Congress, but this is something I think you will like. Right up your alley.
All right. Well, we're going to share it. So if you get me banned, I'm going to start calling you Flying Rich.
You better not.
Oh, what is going on, guys?
Is this it?
Yep.
But I have a guy.
Fucking YouTube is lagging now.
I haven't remembered. I don't think I want to. No, well, I paused that because I had to gag in my own throat. So
Just play it. Just play it. I know at first.
Diabetes, whatever you want to call her. Basically, we had an encounter a couple months ago where we were going back and forth, trash talking. You know, I packed her up, she left, and I thought that was that. But somehow, these people that I roast just seem to find a way to come back from the dead over and over again. So one day, I'm
It gets
minding my
better.
business, and this dude from my server just starts randomly spamming my DMs.
how long? This is 13 minutes.
Just
And I realized we just watched like 3 hours worth of shit. But
back, she's in my server VC and she's talking crap, and he sends this video that I'm gonna play now.
Do you really think I'm like that? Packard and Fanboy are all fucking losers. They sit there, they antagonize you, and then when you say something back, they're all just like, "Ha, blah, 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 your mom," and they just talk fast. They have no talent, no skill. They're losers.
So at first, I couldn't even believe this was real until I looked in the server and saw that she was actually just sitting there with them in the public VC. So I decided to join and confront her, and this is
okay,
I
on
would never
behalf of
do
people
this.
who love to talk shit and can talk really, really fast, bitch, keep up.
what happened. I said, okay, all right, here we go. Hey, what's good, man? What's good, Z? You trying to talk shit again? Hey, what's good, Z? I'm here now. What you want to say, Z? What you want to say?
You want your mom is bad. Fuck.
What? Nah. There ain't no way. Water server, come to my server, trash talk me behind my back, and then when I join, she gonna say one thing about my mom and dip out. Now I could have just kept going on with my day, but she wanted to make it personal, so I had to get revenge. Now, at
It
first,
gets
I didn't
better,
know how I
man.
could get into a home. That was
I was fixing to say this can't turn out well.
It doesn't, but
this
it gets
can't.
better.
until I was looking at her Discord connections and noticed that she had her Twitter or X account linked. So I went to her X account and basically
She got a Twitch account too.
A Discord cosplay server.
And
that
Coop,
does live members.
I would never
Pretty much
do
a
this
bunch
shit
Hold-
this guy is doing.
Hold
men
on.
and women dress up in
Hold on.
cosplay,
Hold
go
on.
on
We gotta
and woman
back
dress
that up just a
I
second.
found out that she's part of a Discord
Wait, you're gonna get that Twitter account? Don't fucking look that up.
cosplay server that does live.
She, her, he, him. Yeah. Anytime you see pronouns in the fucking bio, just skip it. That's all I gotta say. Just skip it.
Exactly.
Just get on with your life because it doesn't get any better than that.
Member events, pretty much a bunch of grown men and women dress up in cosplay, go on a call and socialize with one another. So I made an alt account, I joined the server, saw that they had a camera-only cosplay event scheduled in a couple
It gets
days.
better, dude.
So
Just,
I
I
got to
know.
work, all right? I
It gets better.
entire Batman costume just so I could attempt to infiltrate this event.
Hold on. This dude bought a Batman costume for this.
Yes.
I will give him a 10 for 10 a dedication on just being a smartass.
Let's just watch the video. You're gonna like it.
So on the day, I got dressed, waited for the event, joined on my alt account, and the following footage is what went down. But right
Here it
before
goes.
I get to this, I just quickly gotta let y'all know that.
All right, hold on. We're just a little bit. Person. Oh, fuck me running. My life is shot to hell.
But we go. Pause the music. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. Hi, Bruce. Welcome to the server. Welcome to the costume party. Can you put a cam on for us?
My name is Bruce Wayne.
Did he just seriously Bruce Wayne?
Yep.
Okay. I can't Warsaw. After the last congressional hearing we just watched, I can't even give you shit about this one. I can't.
Go on, just keep watching it. You're gonna like it, dude. It's gonna get better for this.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Oh my god. Can you make a cam on for us? I'm kind of like a cam on and only thing right now.
Yeah.
Is it
Give me a second.
a little costume party? Little costume party. Oh my god.
Okay. She's got to keep. Just saying.
Do not be disturbed, dude. She's not something what she sees on the outside, dude.
Warsaw, I've talked to you a few times. I am more than likely going to be very disturbed over this whole deal. I already know it's coming.
No, but you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Ooh, hold on. Bunny ears. Go back to bunny ears. Not her, the other one.
There you go.
What?
There you go.
Her.
All right. Since you're
No,
new
not
here,
her.
like,
Stay away from
give us
her.
Your name. Give us your pronouns. We'll go around. You want
Oh my God. She just said that, didn't she?
Yeah.
She just said that.
Yeah.
Give us your oh, fuck. I can't. The amount of time I torture you with congressional hearings and shit like that, I can't even say anything about this. You have me over the proverbial barrel.
It will get better though, Coop. I'm telling you, it's worth the watch. All right. No.
Yeah. Okay. You want to go first or last?
It gets better. You'll like this.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll go first.
I like
My name
this
is Z. She, her, he, him. Cash. What about you?
Oh
Hi
my
guys, my
God.
name's Cash. Nice to meet you. I use they them pronouns.
Oh, all right. Kerm. What about you?
My name's Kermit, you know it. I go by she, they pronouns.
Amphi. What's your pronouns?
Okay, there is a reason I have to pause this so many times so I don't catch like a copyright strike, and also I'm trying how not to just absolutely eat this bayonet right now. So you guys forgive me. This is Warsaw this time. You guys can blame me for all the pain in the world. This is Warsaw this time. Talk to him.
Listen, I can't handle the pronoun shit as well as you, Coop,
All
but
right. Bluff. What about you?
after the pronoun stuff, you'll see why. All right, you'll laugh your ass off.
Eat it.
Yeah, Ian hit.
Did he just try to say his pronouns were Boba Fett?
Ian it.
Okay. All right. Mr.
She just chuckled over it. Oh shit.
What about you? What are your pronouns?
Oh God. Oh hell, commercial. Hold on. How does this have advertisements?
Not a thing. How do you explain this?
Because it's a great fucking
Go
piece of artwork.
It's Bruce.
Sorry, Bruce. What are your pronouns? My bad.
Batman.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Like
Is that who you're cosplaying?
Okay, wait. Okay, stop. Okay, like actually, like, what are your pronouns?
Batman.
You no, but like we're trying to actually like know what you're respectful. What?
Oh God. This is Warsaw, I owe you for this. I owe you.
Are your actual?
My pronouns are
Okay, are you just like here to troll?
man slash back.
I can't. I got nothing to say.
That's not really a pronoun unless you go by like Z's, there's, them's.
Excuse me.
Yeah, like neo pronouns.
Excuse me, Spider Woman. Can you stop?
Oh, okay. Wait a second. Any of us who've seen people do pronoun videos, they go by cat names, cat self. Why isn't bat self a thing? If cat self is a thing, why is bat self not a thing? Do not like bees? That's kind of racist to me.
See my point?
Yes.
Do you go by like neo pronoun? I'm just trying to get.
I go by Batman.
Excuse me, don't yell at my members, sir. You just joined. Like, calm down. Take it down a notch. You're here. You need to be here. Batman would be like a neo pronoun. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, listen. Bat/man. Are we good?
Yeah.
All right,
That's
pause
not
for a
really
sec,
like
Coop.
pronouns though.
Okay.
Yes, we are. Because I have been in many painful meetings. I have been in meetings with Brady, Newtown, a couple of other anti-gun groups that are absolutely. You guys have seen a couple of them. They hurt. This is
Coop.
excruciating.
No, Coop, listen. The amount of stuff I did in English class when I had to keep fucking writing reports with my fucking right hand. This was never on the top list, all right? There was no fucking pronouns shit, dude.
Oh,
There were
this is
adjectives, verbs, nouns, pronouns, but there was nothing like fucking identity things.
this is why you never have to worry about them ruling the country, and you realize they're useful tools. Because if they tried to rule the country, it would never happen. They'd never get out of their fucking closets.
Anyway,
Ooh, Joe Bunny again.
I was trying to do my cosplay voice, but I give up because y'all coming here. Okay, look, I can't be Batman. I can't be what I want. Look at you, dressed up like a fucking stormtrooper.
I don't even know how you got
Wait
here.
a
I don't even know how you
second,
joined the
He said
server.
his pronouns is it. What is he, fucking Pennywise?
Well, yeah, that's really valid. It's an identical. You're not. Identifiable.
Excuse me. You asked me what I feel like, and I told you what I feel like, Missy.
That's a character, not a gender.
Excuse me.
That's a character.
Z, you're
There's
right.
only two fucking genders.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Male, female,
There's only
and the
two
rest
fucking
can.
genders.
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm still waiting for a time to pause it when the chick in the black bunny suit gets on here.
Why you like that woman?
That's the only thing I'm here for at this point.
Bro, come on, man.
Oh.
You're starting to make me mad. Okay, listen to me for a second.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Every single day.
I'm so scared.
But she's pretty hot too.
The blonde? Oh fuck no, dude.
You keep all
Wendy's.
of you.
There's good blondes and there's bad blondes, and she's a bad blonde.
Oh, I didn't say she was a good one. I just said she was hot.
She ain't.
But you have to understand you have to understand my addiction to crazy chicks. Once you understand that, everything else makes sense.
No, not you, Coop.
It's insane.
Buddy.
$16 now.
You're not.
I make 16. Okay.
Do me a favor, JC, and show me $10, please.
Cancel this.
Yeah. Exactly. So don't talk about my
Okay. This is the chick I'm talking about.
I know.
Right here. Back to our regular scheduled programming.
All right, don't talk about my wages. All right.
That's
Bro,
insane.
can't show $10.
I got you. You need some spare change? You need some spare change, buddy?
Yes.
What you want to bet she makes that money on OnlyFans?
Yes, because that's actually what she fucking does, dude. She hoes around with fucking dudes.
Oh yeah, well, call that one.
Hey, she might as well be a fucking prostitute for all I care.
He has worth. You don't.
What
all right?
about a link in a, wait, what do you do in your bio?
You can put
She
the
does
link in my bio.
OnlyFans. She does OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, call that one.
Oh, she does OnlyFans? Oh, my bad. Oh, hold on, my bad. I didn't realize that. Okay. Oh my God, financial.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
dear. It's all fun and games, buddy, till I have your dad on the ground like that, right? Oh, wait, I can't because he's dead.
I didn't realize that I was talking to a celebrity. Okay?
Yeah.
I was talking to an online.
Warsaw, do you see? Okay, the hole I get everybody into is a bunch of paying congressional hearings. Do you not see you have thrown this way past Jerry Springer? And I blame you. We're gonna watch it, but I blame you.
Hey, you got me hooked on the penis stream when I didn't like it. All right, now I'm hooked on it thanks to you.
Everybody else, just blame Warsaw for this one.
No, don't blame me. Blame you.
Exactly. Like, what? Are you mad you're broke?
Okay. In complete honesty, yeah, she is pretty hot.
Well,
She ain't hot.
I have a question. You have some nice money in your hand, but is your father proud of you?
I don't care. Who cares? Father?
Pause.
That deadbeat ass motherfucker.
Yes, chick. Is your father proud of you?
Well, no. And here's the thing: the moment you fucking sell your body, hose around with fucking dudes, and you don't make a good career on yourself out of something better in your life, you're a fucking loser.
Yeah, pretty much. Now,
And you have no honor, dude. That's where I don't affiliate with women like this.
you have to understand. So, I'll say this. So, I have zero problems with a woman stripping. I have zero problems with a woman doing porn. I have zero problems with a woman doing OnlyFans. Do I want to be with her? No, not at all. At all whatsoever. I don't fucking share. I'm a stingy dog. If someone else is in my yard, I don't dig that whole vibe. Will I fault a woman for it? No. Do I want my daughter doing? Oh, fuck no. But don't act like you have some sort of high moral ground because you do it. That just doesn't work.
You know, the way I see it, useless bitch.
Warsaw, do you know what that useless piece of skin is that's around a woman's vagina?
I'm not talking about her body, dude. I'm talking about who she is as an individual.
Well, at least you got that point. Yeah. And I've gotten in trouble over that joke a few times.
Yep.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't know, what's that useless piece of skin around a woman's vagina? The woman. I am so going to hell.
Dude, you're so
all your
you're
fault.
so perverted, man. You're
This
so
is
fucking
all
perverted.
your fault, Warsaw. All your fault.
I don't care what he thinks of me. Like,
You the one who sent me the link.
my life, I don't need him. Like, what?
We don't need dads. We don't need dads.
Because it gets better at this end point.
I have karma.
Oh God, if it gets better.
Think about big roast, dude.
Because they're
Big
for
roast.
entertainment only. What?
Exactly.
To an end. That's all they're
Here it
here
is.
for. Like
I have Amphi around because he's funny. Nothing else.
I'm sorry. Men are a what? A what?
a means to an end. Why would I keep them? I use them for what they're good for, and then they're gone. And what? What are you gonna do? You're not gonna do anything. I don't understand. Like what?
Oh, you want to know what I'm gonna do? You want to know
Pause.
what Batman's gonna do? You really gonna find out.
Yep.
Okay, I need to speak on this. You see this in a lot of broken families, all right? Especially broken childhoods. Families
Yeah,
with dysfunctional mothers that actually have done shit. It's no wonder we got society so fucked up like this.
Do you think this chick doesn't have daddy issues written all over her? Honestly, do you think this chick doesn't have daddy issues like tattooed on her soul?
That, or she doesn't have fucking structure for once in her life.
What the night is gonna do?
Hurry up, buddy.
I want to find out what the loser in cosplay is gonna do. Yeah.
Oh, you're the fucking loser.
How are you dressed like that? And you're gonna call someone else a loser in cosplay?
You're a fucking bunny, bitch.
Yeah, talk about an absolute lack of self-awareness.
What?
Why were you talking bad about my mom, bro?
Oh.
Why were you talking bad about my mom and my server, bro?
Oh, what's good now? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's fucking you. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? How did you even find this place? You're on an alt account and you're doing this?
No. What you want to say now, Z? Because I'm here talking to you. Kerm, I'm not talking, right? You're a whole other side dish for another day. I don't care about what you want to say.
Side dish? A side dish?
Yeah, a side dish. A side dish. That's
Let me explain to her. Quite honestly, if you're doing OnlyFans, any guy who is worth a shit, yes, you are a side dish. You are something to put something in for as long as it's amusing. and you are never going to be anything that they want to actually get with, spend time with, or develop a life with.
Oh my god. Don't even start. I'm literally, I'm not even, I can't, I'm done. I'm not, I don't sit here like thinking about like, I don't sit here like thinking about like all these sort of like stupid like your mama is fat like jokes all day like just shit on people online. Like I like I'm sorry like I
This
don't
is all your fault,
I don't have the energy
fault,
for you. Like, I'm sorry,
Warsall.
I don't have time for you. I don't have the energy for you. I'm not gonna do that. I don't care. All right, I don't.
It gets better.
No, who has perms? Who has perms? Oh, you're gonna get me.
Oh God! By better, you mean worse.
Who has perms?
It would take someone pretty damn blind to swipe right on her profile, but okay. All right, let's get back to a little bit of this, and then I got to bail. I want to listen to a little bit more mayhem, but that is absolutely hysterical, Warsaw. Jesus Christ! Everybody thank Warsaw for needing more Motrin tonight, because I mean I got some right here.
Wait, you telling me this is not laughable?
Oh, it's absolutely hysterical. Hold on, I gotta grab another beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Mission accomplished on bringing pain, you coop.
Oh yeah.
But no, dude. Main reason I date is because I want to stay away from rancid ass women like that.
We're gonna end this after this fucking mayhem. I got to get some sleep, but
We watching the Congress or watching this Pat God?
oh, just this mayhem in Congress.
I'm not seeing it on the screen here.
Oh, I'm not sure that.
Were
Yeah.
up by the
Sorry.
stenographer, unfortunately, because
Glad
there
you
was so
caught
much yelling.
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman, but I think we don't want to see a
gotta
complete
watch
dissent
them. None of them can
of our
keep
committee.
straight faces with
And
those are.
the verbatim quote, verbatim quote of the gentlelady was, "I think your fake eyelashes are messing up your reading." That is what she said. I think your fake eyelash, and that's obviously engaging in personalities. It's an ad hominem attack, and I would just ask every in a fair-minded way, would you want to be talked to in that way about your personal appearance by another member of the committee? Because what we're doing is we're setting.
Oh, Coop, if you were on the fucking bench right there, I'd say you probably call Raskin a fucking raccoon.
Oh, dude, yeah. I'd probably have to look up the name of that other animal I looked up, call him a proboscis monkey or something.
Or a tapir.
All the gentlelady
Yeah.
seeks is a simple apology, Ms. Green.
Look, I will say this. For committee decorum, we're not supposed to engage in personalities of members. That applies to everyone on both sides of the aisle.
Yet more
Mr.
reason
Moskowitz,
I'm not a
Ms.
member.
Green, every single member
You
across
dumb
the aisle. Can we?
What did he say?
He just threw Moskowitz into it from.
None of them can keep a straight face.
Can we? Are we?
Can
we proceed?
The motion belongs to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Okay, the clerk, back to order. The clerk will report the stenographer.
Mr. Chairman, there was a lot of over talking, but as far as we can make out, and you can remove your false eyelashes too.
That.
Well, let's have a vote on that, because I honestly don't think there's a member in this committee who would think we should descend to that level of discourse here, other than one, perhaps.
Shit. You
I'm
guys
sorry?
say way worse than the Republicans.
Do you agree it should be taken down, Mr. Dons?
Mr. Raskin, the gentlelady from Georgia already said that she would strike down her words. What else are we doing past that point? I didn't realize apologies were a matter of.
It's an agreement.
The suggestion was made to the minority that rather than go through the process of formally taking your words down, which means she wouldn't be able to speak for the rest of our hearing, as you know, that she could continue to speak, but she would voluntarily take her words down and offer a sincere apology.
I'm going to rule. Overrule the point of order. It wasn't personalities. It was undecorous. And I would encourage, again, every member to abide by committee decorum, and let's vote. We all know what we're here for. You're either going to vote for it or
Mr.
against
Chairman.
it. And the lady from Georgia has 4 minutes and 21 seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Chairman, point of order.
I appealed the ruling of the chair, Mr. Chairman, because the rules provide that you cannot insult another member's personal appearance or attire. And that is obviously part of engaging in personalities.
Mr. Chairman.
But she just
Mr.
insulted
Chairman.
her eyelashes.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. We have so many motions. We're sitting here trying to. All right,
Are your eyelashes?
There's now a motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
No, but I was appealing your motion.
The motion by Mr. Perry, seconded by
I don't believe
Mr.
you can
Gosar.
table motion. I
All
don't believe
those
you
in
can table.
favor?
It's not eligible to
This
table.
is
It's not eligible to table.
Shut up, Ocasio, crazy eyes.
We can table the appeal. We can table the appeal.
I don't know if we can table. Is
The
it
underlying
privilege to
motion.
strike?
We can table the appeal. There's a motion and second to table the appeal.
Okay, just to be clear, your ruling was that she had not engaged in personalities?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, when do I have my
I
4
said-
minutes and 21 seconds?
I've already ruled. I've already ruled.
For
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
No, there's a
The
motion
way I would be.
to vote on. It's not
in
debatable.
Congress.
Motion by Mr. Perry, seconded by Mr. Gosar to table. All those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes to table. Now,
Move for the
Chair
ayes and the nays.
recognizes Ms. Green.
I want to move for the ayes and recorded vote.
A recorded
There's
vote to
fucking
table.
30 minutes of this
requested.
hearing, 40
The clerk
minutes
will call
of this
the
hearing.
roll on table.
It's absolutely comedy gold.
Mr. Jordan.
Have an amendment at the desk.
We're voting on a requested roll call vote on whether or not to table. She started the roll call with Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes.
I
Ms.
forget
Fox.
the exact way it works. So if someone
Ms. Fox votes yes.
agrees to
Mr.
basically
Grothman.
remove their words from the record, they can
Mr.
keep speaking.
Grothman votes yes.
If their words are struck
Mr.
from the
Cloud.
record and they don't agree to it, then they lose their
Cloud votes
time,
yes.
and then the next
Mr.
person
Palmer.
moves on.
Pretty much.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr.
But
Higgins
this
votes
is
yes.
the most
Mr. Sessions.
hysterical shit I have seen in forever.
Mr. Sessions votes aye.
And
Mr.
sorry
Biggs.
for bringing on the pain, buddy.
Mr.
Hey,
Biggs
brother, I do it
votes
enough to
aye.
you. You might as well
Miss
share
Mace.
it.
I thought it was just a
Miss
little bit laughable
Mace
for you, man.
votes aye.
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
dude.
LaTurner.
Please. This
Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon.
Especially seeing that useless piece of skin.
Mr. Fallon
man.
votes aye. Mr. Donalds.
Trust me, the stuff you share.
Mr.
to me-
Donalds votes
Well,
yes.
I'll give it two categories.
Mr.
But let
Perry.
me pause this just so everybody can hear me,
Mr. Perry votes aye.
because they'll get through this vote. Now, the stuff that you share with me is typically spot on shit that all of us need to pay attention to. The stuff that you did tonight is straight out horrifying pain that you have owed me for a very long time, and I can't even argue with. So it's just why it's like I had that shit coming.
You always kept poking me, you and Nice Strike, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna pull one of the ringer.
Yeah, I poked the shit out of you. And then you share something like that, and then I want to like ban you from every stream for the like next 5 minutes. Because like I said, only for the next like 5 minutes.
Mr. Timmons.
That's
Mr.
not
Timmons
good
votes
damn well,
aye.
dude. You're
Mr.
gonna send me
Burchett.
some fucking just great
Mr.
shit
Burchett
in the
votes
next
aye.
little while.
Miss
So
Green.
Aye.
Miss Green votes aye. Miss McLean. Miss Bobert.
as much pain as I inflict on you,
Miss
I
Bobert
kind of have
votes
it
present.
coming.
Mr. Fry.
And you show up for this shit voluntarily. I
Mr.
do
Fry
this to
votes
myself.
aye.
I enjoy
Miss
it.
Luna.
Oh, you are a
Miss
sadist.
Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy.
I'm also an optimist.
Mr. Langworthy
Yeah, well.
votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes
Bradley
aye.
said I have no
Mr.
words,
Waltz.
Warsaw.
Mr. Raskin.
Oh, fuck, man. You guys
Mr.
are the
Raskin
best
votes
ever.
no. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Like they asked her if she could park her car.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr.
all know that.
Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr.
I'm
Krishnamurthy
drinking
votes
one more
no.
and then I'm gonna
Mr.
head out.
Khanna.
But I gotta go grab one more.
You
Mr.
gotta get another
Mfume.
beer.
No.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Miss Ocasio-Cortez. Miss Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Miss Porter.
No.
Miss Porter votes no. Miss Bush. Miss Brown. Miss Brown votes no. Miss Stansbury. Miss Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no.
Johnny Propane,
Miss
what's
Lee.
up? Barton Finks
Miss
and Mike
Lee
Queen's
votes
back.
no.
What's up, my brother?
Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no. Miss Crockett.
No.
Yeah, Barton. Yeah, we
Crockett
still
votes
going.
no.
Warsaw, I'll blame it on Warsaw.
Mr.
Warsaw
Goldman.
hung us up for a little while on the. Jesus Christ,
Mr.
you have to go
Goldman
back and watch
votes
that
no.
shit show part of the stream.
It's
Mr.
called Pack God.
Moskowitz.
The YouTuber's name is called Pack God.
Mr. Moskowitz votes no.
That was a whole. That was a
Miss
whole other
Tlaib.
side rail, and you guys know me. I love going off the rails.
Miss Tlaib votes no.
I
Presley.
really love going off the rails.
Miss Presley votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes yes.
Johnny, yeah, you're going to hell. If you started your day with me and ended it with me, yeah, dude, just cross it up, do communion, something, because Jesus Christ. We're all going to the same place.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the
Gasoline
ayes are
pants.
21, the nays are 19, with 1 voting present.
All right, motion table. Now
Look
the
at
chair
Rat's skin, he's like,
recognizes
"I don't wanna
Ms.
be here
Green
anymore."
for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, point of order. It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make
Fuck you,
a motion to.
So Crockett's talking about Green having a butch body. I would not describe Green as having a butch body. Works out, may kick your ass. I would describe her a lot of ways, but not having a butch body. Just throwing my opinion in there.
Is it me or does Miss Crockett spend way too much money on her fucking hairdo?
Oh, dude, shit. Me and you probably can't afford a F-350 a month for what she spends on her hair. And that's on her salary.
Strike those
I
words.
don't think that's a
Hold on.
part
I'm
of it.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike those words.
He can't even
We're not
keep a
gonna
straight
we're
face.
not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
Oh,
said
you
yes.
just-
Y'all
you just voted to do
Y'all
it.
did it first, so
I'm
you don't want to
trying
talk
to
about
voted
it.
to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at, calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no, because this
I
is
would
what
like to
y'all
get
do.
through
So
proceedings.
I'm trying
Hey,
to get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
Y'all wanna
recognized.
play
Ms.
games.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And you
yelling.
don't want me
Calm
to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
don't
come and
stop
talk
talking
shit
to
about
me
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes.
gonna have a
Mr.
problem.
Chairman, Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
Sorry.
chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now
that.
recognizes
Not cute.
Ms. Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. 4 minutes. Let Ms. Green talk, and then you all can. I'll recognize.
But I
someone on
moved
this
to
side.
strike her words for a second time based on her second set of personal remarks
shut the
attacking
fuck up,
another
Nancy.
member.
Asshole.
Chairman Comer.
Because you all cannot
I have an
seem
amendment at
to
the desk,
apply
and this
the
side
rules of the
should
committee.
stop.
We have to do this every time.
Hey, I'm
Order.
recognized. I'm recognized. I'm going to go ahead and start talking.
Look, I know. Look, I don't know if you've noticed it. I have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf. I'm not understanding. Everybody's yelling. I'm doing the best I can. Can we not recognize Ms. Green and let
We
her get?
cannot because of the rules of the committee, Mr. Chair. That is
He's
what I'm
showing
trying
the
to
size
communicate
of
in the
what your
present
name's
moment.
whole,
We have
like
a motion.
this.
Okay, what's the motion? What's
The motion is to strike the gentlelady's words for the second set of remarks, not the first, the second
She
that
has
apply
no
to me.
idea. She has no idea. I think, Mr. Chairman, I'm the
know what
only
the
one
words
recognized
were?
right now.
But we objected at the time.
Will the
That's
will the
a
member
fair-
state the word? she
Warsaw,
wishes-
yeah,
Yeah.
you're dead on.
She told me, or she asserted that I was not intelligent. These are the
Oh,
specific
you're
words.
not-
We can have it read by the clerk.
Hold on. Wait a second.
It was made immediately.
And it was made immediately.
Hold on. I have to pause this. This dumb heifer got an apartment and didn't even know what a garbage disposal was. And put a video out on social media about it. And she's talking about her. Oh, Barnaby, save me. Save me. Barnaby, what's going on, my brother? Yes, she I have to find it. She's got a video. And what's this? And she turns on the switch and the garbage disposal turns on. And she's like, hey, what is this do? What? It's a fucking predator living in your sink, you bitch. What do you think it does? Oh, son of a
Fucking AOCC biscuit.
Warsaw, I'm going to blame this entire stream on you just because you put us through the other one.
What?
I like how you act innocent.
I am not moving
I
now.
don't think it was
I am not
timely.
moving
It was made immediately,
was
both by the
made
gentlelady and by me.
Mr.
Guys,
Chair,
look.
it was made immediately.
It was made
and
immediately,
You said
both by
that
the
you would
gentlelady and by
return
me.
to us.
Guys,
She said, you don't have the intelligence to talk to me, is what she said.
the chair recognizes Ms. Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, what is
No,
happening with the ruling?
I object to the ruling now.
We must object.
I mean, if you want to take it up,
Jamie Raskin can't keep a straight face. He can lie to you with a straight face. He cannot keep a straight face right now.
Because Steven agrees to it as.
Yes, he does. He's like, yeah, she's a fucking dumb bitch.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
I was.
Yeah. I like you hear it in the background. Can you turn her mic on? Can you do this? Can you do that?
Coop, if she had a bar of chocolate and it wasn't chocolate, it was in there.
Oh, dude, yeah, you ain't lying.
Hey, I'm just glad that these chairs are too.
If she had a turd with fucking peanuts in it, you'd eat it thinking it was a Snickers bar.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order.
This Snickers is really good.
Chairman.
Yeah, that's not Snickers.
Barnaby said, "What's the change?" God, I love you
Mr.
guys.
Chairman, on a point of order.
Oh man.
there's a motion on the table.
She's raised in Velcro.
To a time certain tomorrow. To a time certain tomorrow. That way, we'll take this up again.
Oh shit! You guys are beautiful. I swear to God, you guys are beautiful.
Oh, I got a better action. Better idea. Instead of tax the rich, let's make it risk that says tax the bitch.
That is, yeah, that could happen.
Okay.
Hell, bail
Let me get my shot back up and running where I can do more plasma cuts. Oh, son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch, tax the bitch.
I almost overcooked my shrimp tonight. I got it out of the fryer before I did it, so you know I'm all golden. But Jesus Christ, when this started. Because this is the second round. We were just going back and watching some stuff in case you guys missed it earlier. I damn near overcooked my shrimp. And that is a crime against humanity to overcook shrimp. Oh, son of a bitch.
Shrimp's one thing. I never had snake.
Dude, I've got I've got at least 3 rattlesnakes in the freezers. 3 to 4 rattlesnakes in the freezers that we got to cook one night. My wife's had it. I've never had it. And I fried fish tonight and did a couple other things. The snakes are kind of a special thing.
Do you have to take the venom glands out of the thing?
Okay.
What do you say, Warsaw?
We got it.
I mean, you take the venom glands out, you cut the heads off, right?
Oh, yeah.
Back in order. The committee will come back to order.
So, and we'll get back to this in a second. Yes. When you do a venomous snake, like a rattlesnake, something like that, typically you chop their head off and throw their head to the side. Their venom glands are in basically what would be their cheeks. Is the easiest way to describe it. That gets rid of all the venom. And probably the reason that rattlesnakes and a couple other snakes people eat them all the time is because of their diet. Because things tend to taste like what they eat. I'm pretty sure if you ate a cottonmouth water moccasin, they would taste like straight fish the whole way. Not what some of you crazy bastards might like that, but not the rest of us. but yeah, when you clean her, I've cleaned a bunch of them. Hell, typically I don't kill them, but I have seen them hit on the road. I've cleaned them, I've skinned them. I've seen other people kill them. I've cleaned them. I've skinned them. Yeah, it's maybe I don't know. Maybe when we do get around to that, I'll do a little bit of a show on cooking, maybe some wild game, cooking some alligator, cooking some rattlesnake, cooking some other animals.
Deep fried snake.
But yeah, oh yeah, I'm gonna fry the shit out of it. What are you talking about?
Apart from that, bring this up. You haven't seen any invasive species in Alabama by any chance, did you?
Besides armadillos,
I'm talking snakes. Like rattlesnakes are one thing, but have you ever seen a gaboon viper by any chance?
No, nothing like that.
Very good. Fucking nasty looking things.
Florida's kind of an issue because they've had a bunch of people that own different
Pythons.
exotic animals, and through hurricanes and people letting them go, they've gotten loose. So there are a bunch of invasive species that come in that way, especially and since they're a pretty major port, you'll see, you'll see some invasive species coming that way. Are we getting things like a gaboon or something like that? No,
King cobra,
not yet. Even cobras, they're only going to mate with other snakes that are within that genus. So the thing about like a rock python, a red-tailed boa, and a bunch of others, they'll kind of mate within that genus. So you'll see some mixes in between reticulated and a bunch of other boas. You see them basically taking over South Florida, especially. So, but you don't see that more and more north. And the invasive species they're a whole nother ball game, man. And you got to figure the fire ant in the United States, which is responsible for more kills of ground roosting birds, quail, pheasant, a few others. They're an invasive species. They came up from South America.
What's the other one? Africanized bees. Like they came all the way from fucking Latin America, and they came to Mexico and then into California and spread off across the United States.
Yeah, but the thing about an Africanized bee, and this is something that hell, when I was working with a nuisance wildlife company years ago, that I had to do all kinds of stuff. But when you looked at Africanized bees, what tended to happen is that aggression from an Africanized hive to a European hive, because that's where they bounce back and forth. Every time they basically created a new hive, they became more and more docile, which is kind of a repeat on how people domesticated bees in the first place. So it wasn't like each hive started to get more and more aggressive. I guess there were two arcs to it. Because the bees in Africa can be extremely aggressive. But after they bred with so many European hives, they tended to mellow out. And there were some weird hives that I dealt with back in the day. So you're talking 2021, 2020. There were some weird hives I dealt with back then. See, instead of the honeycomb actually poking back up into a roof line or something like that, it was actually on the outside. It was wild. But there's a bunch of stuff that goes into it, I guess I should say. I don't worry about like an Africanized bee because all the research I've seen, and I looked at a bunch of it, shows they will get more and more docile as they go. If you're worrying about a snake or a reptile, reptiles don't get domesticated.
Fuck, what was that other thing? Not bees. Was the Japanese killer hornet? You ever seen that thing? That thing is fucking big, man.
Never seen one in person, but I've heard about them.
They're fucking big, man.
Japanese, it's the giant hornet.
Yeah, the killer
is what
wasp.
it is. Now,
Yeah.
we've got stuff that, hell, getting back into 2022, we got calls on where people thought they had them, but what it was what we call a cicada killer, which is a giant wasp species, and they don't live in a hive; they live in a colony. So there will be holes in the ground, a little bit apart, and they each make their own nest. It's a fucking my experience. Let's put it that way, man. I've lived a charmed life. Between that and prison, I'm doing pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, look at rat skin.
Yeah, rat skin is damn.
The chair rules to
He doesn't know
strike the
what to
word.
do right now.
Oh, you know what he looks
Ms.
like?
Green
actually?
said, where she said that Miss
He looks like Lord
Ocasio-Cortez
Farquaad from
was
Shrek.
not.
He said
What
she
you
lacked
said.
the intelligence to
Okay.
speak to her when, in
Okay.
fact,
I
Liz
didn't want to say it
Ocasio-Cortez is
because I
a
didn't
brilliant
want you all
member.
to get anything on me.
No, we
Hold
should
on.
be
Hold
on the
on.
record with what
I
was
gotta
what was
pause.
occurred.
We struck the words that she said, you're not intelligent.
I realize we just paused, and I'm going to let this play for a second. But yes, he just said that Ocasio-Cortez was a brilliant member of Congress. He just said, he let that fall out of his face.
Oh God. All right, you're the intelligent one, you fucking idiot of a fucking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's amazing to me these people get elected.
Intelligent. Are we good on that?
No.
The words
we
have
need-
been struck.
No, it was,
no.
it was to
Whoa.
take the words
Now,
down.
Chair,
Yeah, we're
Mr.
good.
Chairman.
Goldman, you're out of order. Listen.
Mr. Chairman, her motion was to take her words down, not to strike the words.
Anthony Smith, what's up, brother?
It was to strike the word.
We're
That's
about
what
to end this shit show, but
Ocasio-Cortez
we're
asked.
going.
Okay. Now,
Which is to take them down.
There's no such
Which is to
thing.
take them down.
Which is to
Which is
take
to
them
take them
down.
down.
Which is to take them down.
it's-
They've been taken down.
All right, then that
Look it
means
up,
that
bro.
Ms.
All right.
Green has to leave the
Now,
committee.
Mr. Goldman,
She cannot
Mr.
speak
Goldman,
any-
you're out of order. Now, I want everyone let's comply with the quorum. The chair recognizes
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Green from no,
Wait,
no,
her words
no,
were taken
no,
down.
No, her
Yeah,
words
the
were
chair-
taken down. That means she cannot speak.
The chair
If her
recognizes.
words are stricken, she cannot speak in this hearing. Talk to your parliamentarian. She has to get out.
Without
How was I get this? Marjorie Taylor Greene agreed to take her words down, which means she agreed to those words being struck from the record. Those words were not taken down against her will. Therefore, she still gets to speak. What do I know? I'm a fucking welding instructor. I just believe in facts and logic.
motion under unanimous consent, the gentlelady is not permitted to speak for the
Chairman.
rest of this session.
Bob, what's up, my brother? What about
And
Bob?
we're happy to revive our motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Hell, is dark over already? Shit, what happened?
I think these 17-hour days might not work for us.
Something about working, huh?
Yeah, maybe showing up for a vote.
No, she would get her ass.
You have a lot to say, being that you're on retainer for the judge's daughter. Sorry, trust fund kid.
Mr. Chairman.
We should strike those words too.
I hope you brought your popcorn.
Mr. Chair,
Strike
we have
those
to
after we
well.
strike the
Mr.
fact that they
Chairman.
called they were making comments about
Okay,
Marjorie's
okay,
body.
pause.
So we can
Mr.
do this all
Chairman.
night long, but I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
at
this
the
is out of
desk I'd like to
control.
get.
We should adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Motion at the desk.
Okay, I'm gonna
Mr.
find
Chairman.
a song
What
for
you
you.
live
I think my
for,
body's
what-
pretty good at. I'm going to be 50
Point of order.
this month. I am. I turned 50.
Mr. Chairman.
Pretty good.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
we have some members in the room who are drinking inside the hearing room who are not members of this hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have members who are not on this committee sitting in the hearing
We have
room
members talking who haven't been.
We have members who are not in this hearing who are drinking, and we are loving every fucking minute of this.
Recognized, Mr. Chairman. Point of inquiry.
No, it's
Mr.
not a
Chairman,
Bud Light.
point of-
Democrats are against.
Mr.
drinking.
Chairman.
Stone.
Point of inquiry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Water.
We're going to
There you go.
suspend. We're going to suspend for 5 minutes while our staffs work the parliamentary questions out. So this committee has
Mr. Chairman.
suspended for 5 minutes. It'd be a good time for everyone to go out and take
Can
a
we
break.
apologize to the
Get some
American
fresh
people
air.
back home?
5
That would be really
Committee
great.
will move
Oh,
it.
sorry,
I haven't
We're not-
posted the chat all night. Bob's is getting posted. Is she worried they'll run out of booze? Oh fuck. Oh, it hurts. It's funny as shit, but it hurts.
Oh, they could when Marjorie Taylor Greene said, "Hey, did you bring your popcorn?" This song exactly remind me of it now.
Oh God, Warsaw. What are you coming up with now?
You just hear it. I'm gonna brief moment here.
I know the song. It sounds like something off fucking Nintendo. It seriously sounds like something off of Nintendo. Let's see. Hold on, because we're gonna get back into this. We're gonna watch another minute or two of it, and then I gotta bail. Because Jesus Christ, this shit's funny as hell.
The committee will reconvene. Members are advised they must observe the House's standard of decorum in debate and
You
conduct.
and me both.
They must
Taco.
speak and act respectfully and may not use disorderly words or unparliamentary language, such as words negative towards your colleagues or engage in personalities towards the president or senator. Does that count for a former president? Okay. All right. So the chair, I move
Okay, patted
that
Jamie Raskin
the
on
gentleman, the gentlelady from Georgia, be permitted to proceed in order.
And I would object and ask for a recorded vote.
Jesus Christ, Jamie,
Mr. Raskin requested a recorded vote for my motion to allow the gentlelady from Georgia
Jamie
to
Raskin
proceed.
pick? What did I do with it?
I vote yes.
I did something with it. What did I
will
do
call
with
the
my
roll.
Jamie Raskin pick?
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Turner.
Oh shit! I was on a whole nother freaking
Mr.
page.
Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox. Mr. Grothman.
Okay, while we're
Mr. Cloud.
where's that?
Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer.
Computer takes a sweet ass time. So this is Jamie Raskin right here. Hold on. Images. Let's see if I can get
This
a better
guy.
pic. Okay, here's Jamie right here. This is Jamie right here. It's almost got the same hairdo. It's a little orange like Trump. Not as dark haired, but still. Good Lord. Let me see if I can Google this without anything crazy coming up.
Crazy. I think we've surpassed the crazy term right now, Coop.
Oh, you have no idea, man. Do not Google Cory Bush without fucking safe search on it.
Oh, I'm gonna
Don't
look
do
it up. All right, just for that.
Don't do it. It is not fucking no, it's not good.
Come on, let's see how bad it is.
I told you, I warned you freely.
Okay, I gotta bleach my eyes. Where's the bleach? You warned me.
I warned you. Because this picture looks about like freaking what's her name that she was talking about. Looks like she's got damn pile carpet nailed to her eyelid. I was almost amazed Norton didn't speak during this entire hearing. Nay, I tell you, nay. They're voting on who has to make a beer run. Well, you know the Democrats are going to make a crack run, so that's completely, yeah. Beer run? No, beer run, not crack run. Crack run. No, beer run. All we want is beer. What about the crack? We don't need the crack. We want the beer.
Oh God. All right, Coop. Miss Crockett's eyelashes don't even cover how bad this one is.
Oh shit! If you found something like that, post it in the chat. I'll bring it up. Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, Crockett's eyelashes have nothing on that. Well, they do, but Crockett's looks like more of a hoe. I'm so gonna get banned. Need to do a video of Marjorie Taylor Greene just going out and doing simple shit and put my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
I'm having a hell of a good Thursday, man. I'm enjoying this.
Shit, dude. I was not planning on streaming this tonight, but I saw this hearing pop up, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'll stream it while I'm cooking." And I like to goddamn die when Green just set this absolute fucking turd on fire. So that's why we're still here. We're still watching. Because damn, this has been the funniest shit I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah. Mind you, also, Coop, we still got our case coming up tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see what came out today.
Yeah. That'll be the
And
interesting thing to see what happened today, what the Supreme Court said, what happened in Illinois. That's going to be really interesting.
And they had to have a vote, 4-6 vote, and I'm pretty hopeful. I hope it actually went through.
Dude, I hope so. I really do. I really hope so.
Because
go over to Rumble. This is much more fun. I'm gonna start doing some streams where I start out on YouTube and just move to Rumble because I can shut YouTube down and stay live and go to Rumble. But apparently Tim Pool can't figure that shit out, but I can.
But no, if there is an oral audio hearing as far as the Supreme Court, I'm pretty curious if we can find something about that.
Oh, dude. Oh, I'll pause this right here. Dude, if there's anything as far as a Supreme Court argument that goes on with firearms, stuff like that, I will do my best to stream it. There was a set of oral arguments that went on today in the Northern District of Texas about the ATF's new rule about engaging the business, but I could not find a link to actually listen to the arguments themselves. If I can find that, we'll listen to it at another time because I'm really interested to hear the arguments used.
Yep, and also point out too, Coop, apart from Texas, the Illinois case. So not just the federal Supreme Court, we also got Judge Stephen McGlynn. I'm very curious on the merits how that's going to end up.
Yes, absolutely.
I think we're in the process right now with the historical analogs factor because Oregon did their same thing last year.
Well, McGlynn has been really no nonsense about things. Show me your data and everybody make their arguments and let's make a decision. That's how McGlynn's been.
And I think if I was just thinking this like as a chessboard, all right, if the Seventh Circuit, he knows the Seventh Circuit's going to fuck up everything he touches, right? What strategic advance would work? All right, keep it contained in the fucking courthouse. So, and the only way is through the historical analogs aspect.
A lot of this stuff should never make it past the state courts. Dexter Jackson, he's one, or Taylor. I keep wanting to say Jackson because I know a dude named that. But Dexter Taylor is one of the ones who never should have been past a state court because the New York Constitution gives him about every protection as far as owning arms that the Second Amendment does federally. That judge, even though she went, the Second Amendment doesn't apply in my courtroom, she should have looked at her own state constitution and been like, well, fuck, there's no case here.
And here's the thing. She's also been appointed as a judge, which she doesn't understand. Her fucking position as a judge is under the fucking Constitution.
these judges, to be honest with everybody. So here's Coop's position on judges. Judges in any of these courts should be arbiters that are either zeroed out, they don't care about one side or the other, or they should be someone who believes in the individual more than the state, meaning they are there to protect the individual's rights and not the state's power. So when you have a judge who, in her case, fuck me running.
What she was political bias.
I think Dexter ought to get paid out the ass within the next 2 years. When you have a judge that basically says in court, you don't have a right to these protections, even though they're federally protected and they are state protected. Homegirl ought to be coming out of her own damn pocket to pay Dexter for the rest of his goddamn life.
Yep.
And just saying, she should go to prison for the same amount of time that she sent Dexter to prison for. Because she literally sat up there, heard all the evidence, looked at the state constitution, looked at the federal constitution, and went, nope, you go to jail for 10 years. Even though you've never hurt another living soul, you're not a threat to the public, and went through the merits of the case and still said, nope, I'm going to send you to jail for 10 years. Dexter should be getting fucking paid from the state of New York, which granted is tax dollars, because they don't give a shit what tax dollars they waste. But still, Dexter should be getting paid. And seriously and truly, that judge should be in fucking prison. It's no different than, say, a woman accuses someone of rape, and that person could go to jail for 15 years for rape. And then they figure out, well, that rape case is bullshit. He never did it. Okay, guess what, homegirl? You get to go to jail for 15 years because that's how long he would have gone for. Tit for tat. Loser pays. He won, you lost. You get to go to fucking prison.
Well, not just that, but all right, possible person that should have been locked up, O.J. Simpson. Was he guilty or not? That's the question.
Well, if there's a couple things with OJ. So and I was around during that time, God knows how much shit I almost got into during that time. If you looked at the evidence from his civil trial that couldn't be discounted, or that was discounted in his state trial, you saw a lot of evidence in his civil trial that couldn't be squashed that basically proved OJ fucking did it. I mean, the shoes that the dude wore, the what happened with the whole glove don't fit, you gotta quit thing. It was proven then that the lawyers for OJ basically told him, hey, quit taking your arthritis medication. Your hands will swell, and then you won't be able to put the glove on. There was a lot of that went on during the OJ trial, as far as the murder and then the civil trial. There was a lot of crazy shit that went on. Johnny Cochran. So Johnny Cochran, when they set up the house for the jury to walk through, he planted Bibles in the house, like OJ was this Bible believing dude, and he was this Christian. There's a ton of shit that went on there. That is way different than Dexter's case, where Dexter built 13 guns, had
for himself
on their frames, and never hurt another living soul. Wasn't accused of hurting another living soul. He wasn't accused of selling guns to gangbangers. He wasn't accused of shooting his guns at somebody. He wasn't accused of hurting another living soul. And Dexter, 10 years. While they will take people who are actually on video beating police officers and turn them out with no bond. I kicked a cop and went to jail for what should have been 2 years. It ended up being 1 year, but it should have been 2 years plus 5 years on probation. And it took me over a decade to get my rights back. But, you know, in case you guys ain't noticed, I'm a little light here, even though a large majority of my family is Native American. So yeah, fuck those dudes. Just there's so many freaking things that someone mentioned in the chat. You've mentioned in chat before, Warsaw. We don't have a justice system anymore. We have a legal system. And a legal system is very different than a justice system.
Mm-hmm.
You've said that. A bunch of other guys in chat have said that. I've said it. And trust me, I did what I did. You have never heard me on the stream go, I was wrongfully convicted and I was an innocent man. Nope, I did what I fucking did. Doesn't matter the reason why. Doesn't matter that, one, I was so drunk I couldn't fucking stand up right. And two, a dude hit his wife and I went after him. And that's how that whole ball game got. None of that matters. What matters is I did what I did. I did my time, all my probation time, finally got my rights back. You're not going to hear me trash talk cops about that. You're not going to hear me trash talk the justice system about that. You will hear me say that I didn't know shit about the justice system at the time, and I had a public defender who traded me off for a 5-time felon. And that's the way that deal went.
So, in other words, your public defender, your attorney, pretty much threw you in a bag of wolves.
Oh, my public defender threw me right over the fucking bridge. It's just like, fuck it. If I can get a deal for this dude who's been down for it's either 3 to 5 violent felonies, but they get you, we can work out a deal. That's the way that went. Who knows? One day I might pull out the transcripts because I've got all the transcripts from my stuff. I can't remember whether I've got private meetings.
I wouldn't bring that up.
I might pull those out one night just to look at certain parts of them. Not to say that I won't answer questions about them, not to say I won't be honest about them, but there might be certain things that I might, hey, we're going to highlight this. And I never thought I would admit or talk about any of that on a live stream with anybody. When I started my YouTube channel, it was not too long after I got my firearms rights back. I never thought I'd get into any of that. But if there's one thing you guys should know, I'm an asshole, but I'm an honest asshole. So there are things that come up. And I seriously never did think I would talk about any of that with anybody. Hell, until me and my wife had been together for a while, and I got busted out on it by someone else who mentioned stuff, and then I had to explain to my wife what happened. And then I gave her all the fucking records of it. Here, this is it. You can see everything. I didn't plan on explaining shit to her. So I've been a lot more honest on YouTube than I thought I would really dip into. But it's also the reason, even in all the times, because I went through 13 years where I couldn't own firearms.
And how much?
Huh?
I was also going to mention how much time and money and effort just you had to go through the attorney to get through that back.
Oh, dude, it was. Let me see. So it was. I don't think I've went into this. So it was about 2003, I think. 2002 when I fucked up. 2003 when I went to jail. So it was 2000, and I might be a year off because fuck, I'm horrible with dates. And then from then till 2018, I couldn't own a firearm. I wasn't supposed to be around them.
You're a restricted person?
Yeah, I was a restricted person, dude. I did 11 months in the Muskogee County prison right down here in Columbus, Georgia. I was completely restricted.
I mean, that's through the DA. You have to get that expunged through the DA.
Well, here's the deal. And if anybody is in Georgia, when you listen to this, fuck, I hope it works. I got a pardon in early 2010, but that pardon only gave me back my voting rights. It wasn't until 2017, Georgia had passed another law. It was a retroactive first offender law. And I talked to a guy, Mark Post, over in Columbus, Georgia, and was like, hey, this retroactive first offender, will it work for me? They could basically take my whole conviction, stick it under first offender, and then I could get my shit back. Mark told me, hey, $2,500, we'll see what we can do. I paid Mark $2,500. I got a call back in about 2 weeks that said, look, dude, you're good. He said, wait a month before you go to try to buy a firearm. But he said, everything's squashed. Because all these lawyers know each other. It's an incestuous group, to say the least. And it was, like I said, it was about 2 weeks after I talked to Mark. I brought Mark all my court records, everything. Nothing hidden. Hey, this is the whole deal. Never been in trouble before. Hold on, yards. Brought it to Mark. 2 weeks later, Mark tells me, hey, wait a month, and then you'll be squared away, be able to buy a firearm. Probably a month to the day he told me that, I was in Barrel Automotive in Butler, Georgia. My wife had saved up some money, and then I had some money. I bought my Colt 1911 and bought my wife a side-by-side Fox 12 gauge. Passed the background check within probably 3 minutes. I've seen some screwy shit, guys. When you hear about my opinions a lot of times and you think, oh, where did you come up with it? There's been some distillation there. That's why my opinion about felons owning firearms has changed. Because if you had asked me when I was 20 years old, should felons own firearms? I'd have been like, no, they're felons. But I didn't know jack shit about firearms law at the time. I didn't know what a felony was at the time. And that's why people will see me now and I'm like, no, if you are out on the fucking street, you are safe enough to be out on the street, you should have all of your rights back.
I'd say if you're a non-violent felon, by all means, like if you screwed up, you should earn rights back.
Look, well, here's the thing with some of that. So to me, someone who's been in some screwy situations, if you are a violent felon, you're so violent that you harmed other people and you can't be out on the street, you should be in jail. Now, if I commit a violent act, I get in a fight with someone, I beat their ass, something like that, I do all my time, my probation and everything else, I should get my rights back. I don't care whether it's that they call it violent or not, because they could seriously call me kicking a cop a violent act. Hell, they called it what was it? It was obstruction of a law enforcement officer. That's the charge that got me, because I kicked the cop. I mean, originally, seriously, they were the original thing my lawyer was talking about is I would have done, I think, 5 years and served so many years on probation. Came back to me with the deal, said it's a 5 do 2. Do 2 years prison, 5 years probation for kicking a cop. This isn't me drawing, shooting. This isn't me going after the cop for no reason. It's
you were just obstructing a cop.
Yeah, I was drunk as fuck, man.
And lesson
I
learned.
mean,
Lesson learned. It's you took it over.
seriously, blackout drunk and pissed because some dude hit his wife and I went after them. So when the police got there, I can't remember most of it to this fucking day. All I knew is that someone was trying to hold me down and I was getting up. Which is funny that the dudes couldn't hold me down. Well, now it's funny, right? Back then it wasn't real funny, but so yeah, another rabbit trail, kids. Welcome to the show.
Yep.
I blame Warsaw for all of it. Just so you want to know, I'll send you his email later. You send him the complaints.
No, don't. Actually, no. Send those complaints to Saul Goodman.
How about we send them all to Jamie Raskin?
Oh,
I can find his email. It's on congress.gov.
Yeah. I could see you as being an attorney, by the way, Coop.
Dude, I almost wish back in the day that I had kind of been in the same mind frame I am now and had kind of a pathway to that, because I would have been. But
what's stopping you to do it now?
I'm 47 years old. I'm old and fat and about to die. If you say you're never too old, Warsaw, I will drive to Illinois and kick you in the nuts.
I'm not even in Illinois. I'm in Indiana, dude.
It starts with an I. It ain't far away, depending on where you're at in Illinois.
Regardless, my point is, dude, you know a lot of good shit.
Speaking of that, jackass, one of these days, either I got to get up there or you got to get down here.
I'm planning on visiting Alabama one of these days, dude.
Yeah, I'm voting on down here because we can shoot a hell of a lot of guns down here, at least right now. I'm not saying that shit won't change because we got a couple of turncoat ass Republicans in the Alabama.
Dude, it's not just
House or the Senate.
It's not just Alabama, dude. It's everywhere, dude. Even Tennessee's flipping blue.
Oh, this me and you have talked plenty of times. This gun control shit that we see
everywhere.
It's everywhere. And it's coming everywhere. I don't think anything made it out of the House or the Senate this year in Alabama, but we still have a so-called Republican who wants to kill constitutional carry next year.
Yeah,
he's already put out a bill for it.
It's a fucking rhino.
Well, he's another dude that he's siding with the sheriffs, and the sheriffs are worried more about money than they are about your rights.
This is people said I was wrong, but I was like, guys, you know I was right, and yet you don't want to fucking admit it. This is kind of like the Canadian politics are seeing it's up north and our cousin Canada.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Bob's post. Starts with an I north of Mason-Dixon. That is it. I don't go north of the Manson-Nixon line unless I have to. And for those of you normal people, that's the Mason-Dixon line. It's the Manson-Nixon line. If you've ever listened to Robin Williams, because Robin Williams, God bless his soul, was funny as shit. God damn it. Now I want to listen to damn Robin Williams.
No, dude.
His old stand-up was freaking hysterical.
Yeah. You know what I think of Alabama, by the way, Coop?
Huh?
Sweet home Alabama.
Oh, don't even do it. I'll choke you out with a wireless microphone. I got, and used to back in the day, like Sweet Home Alabama and a bunch, and this is another Coop rant. I used to love more of the Southern rock deal. And then we moved down in 97 to Columbus, Georgia. And Rock 103, May That Station Ever Burn in Hell, would take a song like Sweet Home Alabama and they would play it so many fucking times. You literally want to throw up on your shoes when you heard the first 3 bars of the song. It's just horrible. A million other songs out there.
Dude, I got a worse song I could think of than that, dude.
Oh, dude, if you say it, what is it? What is it? What is it? I don't know. I don't know why I asked. What is it?
All right, it's an 80s song, and it's, you know when a song repeats.
Yes, it's like listening to Rock 103.
I forget. Let me see what the name of the band is.
We'll find that real fast. I'm gonna let this play a
This
little
song
bit
is
more.
called Ebony Eyes. It's by Bob Welch.
You got me on that one.
Do
Blasphemy. Taco, me and you apparently have never listened to the same radio stations.
You're up. Cool. I tell you what, I'll put mute on. You mute as well, and I'll let you hear the song. All right. This is the fucking song that drives me fucking.
All right, let me see. Let me
Bob
mute.
Welch.
All right, I'm muted. All right, if you're playing, I can't hear it.
No, I sent it to you. Text on the phone.
You sent it to me? Damn it. I'll tell you what. Let's do. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna fuck around for a little bit. Put it in the. If it's a YouTube link, put it in the chat, and then everybody take that song. Go ahead and load it up. Get past the. We'll give you time to get past the. Because this is kind of a trial for another stream I want to do. But get past all the ads and shit like that. And then once everybody gets past the ads, I'll put a 1. Everybody else put a 1 when you get past it. And then we'll listen to a minute of it. It's a way to get around copy strikes is all it is. So yeah, throw it in the chat and give me a sec. All right. You throw it in there? Okay. Let me dig it up real fast.
Dude, you're not gonna even stand 2 fucking seconds of this song, dude. It's gonna drive you fucking
Oh,
nuts.
wait. Yeah. Why are you throwing out straight damn like hate music?
I told you this song's gonna be worse.
All right, hold on. Let me open
It's
it
not
up.
like Sweet Home Alabama, dude. This one is just so fucking repetitive.
Bob Welch, Ebony Eyes, right?
Yes.
Zaxby's chicken. All right, let's do this. So everybody, if you're ready to go, if you click the link and you're ready to go, type a 1 in the chat. And I'm going to start it off. I'm a 1 in the chat. If you're ready to go, hit a 1 in the chat. When everybody hits a 1 in the chat, I'll give you a countdown like 3, 2, 1. We'll hit it and then we'll all blame Warsaw and hate life and we'll listen to it. I really do want to do a stream like this one night where we listen to good music, but Warsaw, blame him. I am merely facilitating this pain. Not gonna pet the snake.
Ugh.
Bob, you are a smart man.
Are we gonna?
You really are.
So we're gonna listen to a song over this.
Which tab did I leave this under? Yeah, we're gonna listen to it. I'm giving
Oh
everybody
God,
a
here
second.
we go. Oh fuck.
Oh man, I know what song we're going to next, and all you bastards better hit the freaking button when it comes to this song. All right, everybody ready? Everybody hit the whatever, because we're fixing to go. All right, this is because I'm Jesus Christ. I can't play it on stream because I don't want a copyright strike. So me and Warsaw are going to have to go. We're side by side. We're spooning. Give you a 4-second countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. And this looks awfully familiar. All right, I'll look at your link in a sec, Mike. $1978 vintage. I do know this song. All right, you guys go and load up Mike. Load up the link Mike got. Well, Warsaw, this is nowhere near as horrible as I thought it would be.
You say that now, but when it's repetitive, man, god damn.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm taking Sweet Home Alabama over this piece of trash.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's kill this one. Yeah, let's kill that one. You guys click on Mike's link and then give me one in the chat when you guys are ready to go. We'll listen to that one. Because that one is pretty good. Let me kill a tab or two. Oh God, yeah. Let me kill the hoe panel back there.
Okay, I got something better for you.
And then let me go ahead and kill fucking Congress because I'm done with that shit for the fucking night. But yeah, you guys click on Mike's link. Eventually what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do a stream of you guys where we just jam out to some music, but we'll give it a little while for everybody to get in chat. I think this is the way I'm gonna do it. I think is wait till everybody gets in chat. We'll shoot shit for a little while. I'm gonna throw everybody on a wheel, one of the random wheels, and whoever comes up posts a link to a song, and we'll try to listen to it together like this. So in other words, you have to open the link pretty much close to the same time. We'll listen to it, we'll jam out, and then we'll move on to the next song. So this has become a test stream because fuck, we need to get rid of the day. You guys, especially if you've been in here since this morning, yes, we need to get rid of it. All right, Mike, I got you. I got a 1.
Oh, great. Are you shitting me?
I wouldn't shit you. You're my
No,
favorite.
no. I'm watching Forbes News video right now. It just popped up my feed, and Trump's already reacting to a meeting between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. This is not looking good.
Okay, you're supposed to be on the music video. Open the link and then put
Give me a
one.
sec.
Yeah. You're as bad as I am, Warsaw. Jesus Christ. You can't deal without the pain. And if anybody watches this later, they're going to be like, "What the hell are they listening to?"
Oh
Yeah,
God, I can't
goddamn
even listen.
business. Click the
4
link.
seconds on this shit.
Yeah, click the link.
I already did. I'm not gonna keep listening to that.
All right. Well, let me know you're ready to go.
Okay, I got
Everybody-
something better for you. Now this way you still grow up listening to.
All right. Well, click that link and then throw one in the chat when you get past all the ads, and then we'll give a countdown, and then we'll go for the song.
Here.
All right. You ready, Rod?
You want me to listen to the song that Mike has first?
Yep.
All right.
We're gonna do
clicked.
it. All right. Everybody, 3, 2, 1, hit it.
This is music.
Dude, this sounds like some early or late 80s, early 90s music.
At least the Irish make better music than this.
Oh, we're gonna listen to some Irish just after this.
No,
We're not
great.
Irish, but want to be Irish.
Okay. Good Lord, this thing is 4 minutes and 59 seconds long.
Hey, look, we watched the video you sent.
Fair enough. I'll deal with the pain.
This seriously sounds like some older, like 80s, early 90s music.
I got something better for this, though.
Oh, I got something next. Wait.
Can I play first? I got something that's up your alley like this.
Dude, I like the artwork.
It's not bad. Could be better.
Nah, especially watching it with the artwork. Good.
I'm just still surprised you're not laughing that much when I showed you that video. I never got into metalhead music.
That is definitely like some old freaking late 80s, early 90s. I don't know whether you call it death metal or what. Okay, here's a link. All you guys download this one. We're going to have some fun on this one. Don't go to Warsaw. Don't go to Warsaw.
I'll get it. Hold up.
Go to Coop. Hold on. Let me.
There, I got it.
I'm going to delete your comment.
Yeah.
We'll do yours next. We're going to do mine because it's more fun.
It's more fun.
It's more fun. It's going to be
Oh,
more
that video
fun.
I showed you about the pronoun and backfired
Oh,
video wasn't funny.
Jesus Christ. Dude, can you imagine those people trying to like claim any sort of power? They wouldn't be able to make it through the first fucking meeting. You didn't call me by my pronoun. Mine's she, her, him's, whatever's.
I'm Spider-Man.
Oh God. Did you see that video of the communist, or it was the Communist Party or whoever? It's been about a year ago, and they had a meeting. They couldn't make it through the first 5 minutes of the meeting without fighting over clapping, over pronouns, over. It's dude. Why
Wait,
you gotta lead me down roads like that?
What are you talking about? You actually saw that?
Oh, dude. Man, no. You're gonna make me find it tonight, Warsaw.
I'm not asking you to.
Find it tonight.
No, I'm not asking you to.
So all of you bastards, click on my link and put a 1 in the chat once you get past the commercials, and we're gonna have a little fun.
All right.
I promise you, this one will not be near as painful.
And I got something not as painful either.
Barton Fink knows it because he said it was gold, and it is definitely gold.
I got some good for you too.
All right, Barton's got it. Warsaw, you got it. Come on, you got to get in the game. Get off the bench. All right, Warsaw's got it. All right, we're going to hit it. Let me see. Let me pull the right tab. All right. So 4 seconds. 4, 3, 2, hit the play button. And everybody's got to sing along. Yeah, Taco got it. I'll take the boot. Now it's pride. Think I got more in the trunk. Going to drop to the next time I'm rolling.
Damn good song.
Oh, dude, I love that song. So hold on, hold on. Who was next? Was it you or Mike?
That was next.
You were next. All right, post yours again.
Okay, here we go.
Although you got to have it like tear jerkers.
This is what I used to listen to play motocross video games, man. Can't get this song out of my head.
All right. Let me see. Let me get past the ads. Seeing ads for like Taco Bowl.
I always hated YouTube ads. All right,
Okay.
everybody ready?
I'm at the start of the video. I got past all the ads. Everybody throw one in the chat. Well, let's roll it. And blame this one on Warsaw. Because God knows he has not caused us enough pain today. And I have no room to talk. after the fucking day, I have no room to talk whatsoever. Because shit fire, we have listened to 8 hours worth of horse shit today just on my channel. All right, everybody in? Oh, we're going for Alice in Chains. Hell yeah. All right. Give it a 4 count. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. I can dig this. What the hell? Real fans, real fruit, real whatevers. Hold on. Damn it! I keep getting the wrong tab. All right. Anybody else post anything? Who we got?
Nope.
Bones. Mike's got one. All right. Let me flip the mic.
Yeah, shit. I'm already gonna lose energy, man. God damn.
Oh, you wussy.
What time is it in your area? What, 11?
Oh, Mike's playing a good one. 140. We're gonna play one more after this, maybe two more. Fuck, I don't know. And then we'll
shit,
bet.
dude. Remember, I gotta get
So-
up early so I can find out what Greg Bishop's going live or not.
Yeah. I may or may not be up for that, so we'll see. Either way, I'll go watch it. So you guys click on Mike's link and hit the one. Whenever you get past the commercials, all the BS, click on Mike's link, hit a one once you get past all the BS. We want to be able to start it basically at the same time. This is my way of jamming to music without dealing with fucking copyright.
Or going Rumble.
I think Rumble would strike us for that.
Would he?
I think so. If we're just
Unless in
listening,
terms of policies.
if we're just listening to music, say we're just bouncing back and forth listening to the songs, I believe Rumble will strike us for that. If they won't, then we have a whole nother ball game and we can go jam one night.
I mean, what's also that other live app? D Live. You ever heard of D Live?
I haven't played around on D Live. I haven't done anything with D Live yet.
Yeah, well, they're not Second Amendment friendly though.
Yeah, well, most places, and it's we talked about it earlier today. Me, Bob must I always pronounce his last name wrong. We talked about it earlier today. These people can find a gun shown on stream within seconds, and then they can't find the kitty touching stuff. It shows you where their values are.
Or their time.
Yeah, that too. All right, so everybody ready to go?
Yep.
All right. Do the same thing. 4 count. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. This is a good song. Dude, the only bands I've seen live, the only big band has been Aerosmith. Some old school stuff, man. I love it. We'll do Taco, and then I'll do mine. All right, Taco, I got it. I got it loaded up, Taco.
I can't believe it. My fucking logo wasn't showing this whole fucking time. Fucking StreamYard.
Oh, fucking 80s, 90s videos, man. Dude, Mike, did Johnny Cash cover that? I gotta look that shit up. Hold on. Hold on. Let me kill this one. Da, 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 da. Yeah, Taco was next. Rooster, right? Taco, Taco, Taco Syndicate. Taco was next with Rooster, right? We're gonna listen to a couple. Fuck it, we'll run it.
Fucking, I'm already on the afternoon live high now.
You're already here, man. You might as well run it. So all of you guys that clicked on Taco's link, go and hit the 1. Let me know you're past commercials, all the other BS, and you're ready to hit the song. If you're ready to hit the song, hit a 1. All you guys hit the 1, we'll run it. This just, I don't know. It just might be a cool ass way to share a bunch of music with a lot of other people too.
Well, I've heard this song. This was in fuck, what was it? Terminator 4 Salvation.
I think
it was where the year was 2018, and they were fighting the machines, and one of them was actually helping them. Yeah, this was in there. It was where he was repairing a car.
We got some 1s in the chat. All right, so let's give it another 4 count. 4, 3, 2, 1, hit it. Martin in Warsaw? Okay. This is a kick-ass song. Rooster was always freaking good.
Great song, man.
It is.
I guess you like that genre of Vietnam era.
Oh yeah.
I got a Vietnam era song we could probably play after play my first one. No, wait, your dad he was in Germany at the time. He didn't serve in Vietnam, did he?
Yeah, my dad served in Nam in '68.
How many tours was he in there? 2?
Just 1.
He didn't really want to talk about it.
It's like saying, hell, you've only been to hell once? Yeah.
Did he ever want to talk about it or not really?
Sometimes. It depends on what me and him are talking about at the time.
And also, they didn't have hearing protection back then, man. They fucked up their ears.
Oh shit, no, man. My dad was in artillery.
He's in artillery?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking worse. What's even worse than that is tunnel rats.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a sec. I'm gonna fix that. Let me get my song out of there. Actually, I got some better. Actually.
Clutch. Okay.
Yeah, Barton's next.
Take it easy, Taco. We love you, brother. It's gonna look completely retarded with someone who doesn't know what we're watching. I don't give a fuck.
All right, Barton's first.
Barton, do me a favor and post your link again. For some reason, I can't pull it up.
Wait, what? Let me help him out.
Well, that one's over. But Barton, do me a favor and post your link again, brother. I can see it in the chat on StreamYard, but it's not coming up on the YouTube side. And I got to pull it up on the YouTube side to be able to copy it and actually play it because StreamYard's gay. I'm just saying. All right, give me a sec.
You do realize gay means happy too. Fucking A, man. Ugh. There we go. Got it fixed.
See, I can find the hole. You guys didn't hear that. All right, here's Barton. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Da, 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 da. Hold on, I got to dump a couple of other. All right, you guys click on Barton's link.
Yep, I got it.
I want my computer to fucking act right. Barton, did you post a short? There's my shit going crazy. If you posted a short.
Did you see
Okay, no, you did Metallica for Who the Bell Tolls. Later, Fire. You take it easy, brother. You got to prove that. All right, so if you got Barton's link open for Who the Bell Tolls, hit the one, and then I'll give it a minute or so, and then we'll run it. And Fire, you take it easy, brother. We'll catch you on the next one.
You can't really do karaoke on YouTube, can you?
I think if you're singing it, you can do it. But if there's lyrics with the music, then that's a hard no. That's
Well,
the
no, if you
same
didn't
as-
play the music in the background, obviously, how the fuck are they gonna know?
Hey, look, I could sing a. No, I can't. I ain't even gonna lie that way. I was gonna say I could do a mad freaking. What's her name that's on The View now that used to fucking sing? Fat bitch.
Whoopi Goldberg,
No, I don't think she ever sang.
Sandy Holston.
No, Beth Midler. That's what I was gonna say. I could do a mad Beth Midler. However, I can't sing, and regardless of the picture on the TV, or I'm not all that fat.
All right, here we
A
go.
little hefty, but all right, where am I at? So
I'll tell you what, though, you're not as fat as fucking Nadler. My God, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you realize that dude got his stomach stapled, or he got a lap band done a couple of years ago, which basically said you can't fit all that into your stomach that you're feeding into your face, and we're going to force you to lose weight. And he still looks like the fucking Penguin.
You know what he reminds me of, by the way? Hold up. Let me see if I can fucking find it.
We're fixing to hit this. So everybody got Hold on, let me make sure I got the right tab. So Barton Fink's up. Everybody get Barton's link. I don't know. Whoever's participating in the chat, you guys are already throwing one up there, and we are going to listen to For Whom the Bell Tolls. Because why
Yep.
not? Good fucking song.
Why not?
All right, give it a 4 count. 4, 3, 2, 1, hit it. What? Hold on. Why am I here?
I remember this song. This was in fuck. What was that song from? Oh, fuck. It wasn't Zombie Day. It was Zombieland. Zombieland. I was thinking. Being in Zombieland.
Dude, I still remember the Headbangers Ball when this shit came out. Back when MTV used to play music. Fitting since we're in Zombieland. Yes. Dude, was Cliff Burton still playing with him back then? I can't remember. Warsaw.
It's my old favorite, my friend. Since 2010, man.
That's a good song, man. You got me hooked on that.
Yeah, and this one, this actual particular video from Cowboy Bebop, they actually made a mix with. It always made me cry because this song is so fucking powerful to me, man.
Back when Metallica used to be hard. Sleep through my 20s.
We still on Metallica, or are we starting?
Yeah, it's fixing to be over this second. So that's when Metallica used to be hard.
We still on Metallica, or are we starting?
All right. Metallica's over.
Yep. I wish we could karaoke this bitch, but we can't.
Oh, dude. Well, you ain't gonna catch me singing karaoke. So everybody click Warsaw's link. And then give me a 1 when you're ready to play Warsaw's link. So in other words, get past the commercials, all the other bullshit, and then we're gonna play Warsaw's link.
All right. I'm already ready. You ready?
We got to give everybody else a chance to get ready.
I know.
Damn you, pushy bastard.
Hey, you're the same too, fucker.
Hey, look, you're the kind of one that would put it in your girlfriend's butt with no lube.
Wait, what? The fuck are you talking
I couldn't resist the joke, man.
You're such a perversion, man. I don't know how your fucking wife puts up with you, man.
I don't know how she puts up with me either. I really don't, without fucking drowning me already.
And she's a godsend. She still fucking loves you to this day, man.
Well, I hope she does. Yeah, I am amazed she hasn't killed me in my fucking sleep by now.
Has she gotten physical with you a few times?
Yes, actually. Out of the two of us, she's the only one that's punched one of us in the face, and guess who it is?
It snaps some sense in you.
Yeah, well, I had the shit coming, I guarantee you.
I'm just surprised she hasn't fed you to a gator yet.
She's threatened it, but she likes alligator hunting, and I like alligator hunting, and she always threatens me that she could kill me any day of the week just by letting a venomous snake bite me, and then everybody would think, well, yeah, that fits.
Hunting gator, you gotta use a shotgun, correct?
No. And this is everybody click on Warsaw's link, get ready to play it. We'll play it in a second. So a really quick rundown of alligator hunting in Georgia, and it kind of fits for Alabama. So
it varies in states?
Huh?
Does it vary in states? Because I know states law hinders that.
Varies in some states. In some states, you can shoot a gator from a long ways off, and then go get them. So in Georgia and Alabama, you have to have a hard line in the gator, which means a heavy line where the gator is basically restrained, and then you can shoot them. In Alabama, you can use a rifle. In Georgia, you can't. In Georgia, it'd be like a pistol or a bang stick. There's difference in between the two, but basically, you have to have the gator under control at the boat before you kill it. So, I mean, there's plenty of big ass gators I could have shot in the fucking tater, and then went and go drug around and got them.
Now, if you're in a conflict zone, like say between a border between Georgia and Alabama, you wouldn't want to theoretically kill a gator in that area because the game wardens on both sides probably would be picking.
Yeah, you don't want to mess around. And there's weird things about the Georgia and Alabama borders. Georgia's border basically comes up to the river bank on Alabama. There's all sorts of goofy shit that goes on.
No, but both game wardens on both sides were like saying, "Hey, you better not be doing what we're thinking he's doing," like that type of deal.
Oh yeah, dude, because their seasons don't completely coincide. So we've been on a Georgia gator hunt and been checked by Alabama game wardens. We've been on, in the last little while, we've been on Alabama gator hunts and been checked by Georgia. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with it. That is still federal.
Is that federal or state?
That is federal, because gators are still federally protected.
Huh.
They're off the endangered species list, but they are still federally protected.
But,
so that is a federal deal. So yeah, that's a whole nother fucking ball game.
Any crocs though? Crocodiles?
No, not up here.
Okay.
No, gators, yes. We got plenty of them. But crocs, no. You got to go to
Florida.
Down in Florida, down around South Florida, to run into something like a croc.
All right, ready at the video?
All right. Everybody ready to go? Everybody give a 1 in the chat.
All right. 5. Ready?
We're going for Cowboy Bebop, right?
Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit the play.
Good damn song, man. Matter of fact, I was thinking about this song the other day.
My favorite part is where he sees his old buddy behind him, and he's like, "Yeah, we're in this together, brother."
Yeah.
But he becomes his enemy in the series.
Dude, the first time I heard this, you wanted to play it for Hoffman when Hoffman passed.
This song reminded me of Hoff.
Hoffman was all about them guns, baby.
And the Hoff I knew just coming off from him, this would be a fitting song for him.
Yeah.
You know, how's Hoff's children? Are they doing all right?
I don't know, man. I haven't heard anything from them.
I hope they're doing well, man.
Trump and Rich would be the one to talk to about that.
And it was just sad to have his wife and then him go out like that, man.
Yeah.
Fucking sucks.
I know we're going next. I can't remember who. Let me repost. All right, I'm posting the next one. I can't remember who posted it originally. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a squirrel. What do you want? That is a damn good song, brother.
You could thank Rockstar Games for creating the first Red Dead Redemption. If you ever actually watched the actual game and the cutscenes, dude, it would actually really amaze you how great the story of the game came out back 2010.
No, dude, I haven't. I don't think I've watched the actual cutscene on that.
Oh, but
here's the next link, guys. I just posted it. You guys click on it, hit a 1. We'll listen to it.
Yep, I'll fill you in Coop while we're waiting. But pretty much, just the story is during the old American West. There was a man by the name of John Marston. He used to be part of this gang that was made by a group of individuals: Dutch Vanderlyn, Bill Williamson, and Javier Lascuela.
Yeah.
It broke apart, but then pretty much John and his family literally had to flee. thanks to another guy by the name of Arthur Morgan, because Arthur Morgan told him to get the fuck out of here. Like, he should not be part of this anymore. And well, the feds got a hold of him, and he took a deal was pretty much go after his former gang members to actually regain his freedom and be back with his family. And after he did his deal, going after the heads of the gang, you know what the feds did?
Fucked him over?
Pretty much, but they came on his property and they shot him to bits.
Why is that not even a guess?
It was the fucking Pinkertons back then.
Yeah, yeah.
And guess what happened after that in the game?
Huh.
After John Marston died by the fucking Pinkertons, the fucking his son, Jack Marston, actually went after him after fucking Edgar Ross, which was the guy held responsible for that. Fucking
Who's
Edgar
that?
Ross.
Yeah. And Barton's right. Yeah. If it wasn't for the federal government, man, Jesus Christ, there's so many animals that would be prolific right now that aren't.
Bison are, they're still heavily regulated and protected right now because of how much we've actually almost wiped them off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they damn near got wiped completely out during the early 1800s?
1800s, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally were exterminating them just for fucking sport because the Native Americans were eating off them.
Well, we did that, to be honest with you, to starve out the Native Americans, because the Native Americans are the ones who basically a lot of their sustenance was dependent on bison.
Yeah.
And they set up, hell, they just ride trains through the West and just ride out of the train and shoot bison, and then another car would come along and then pick them up, skin them, and
leave the fucking hides of the
well, they'd leave all the meat. They'd get the hide, but leave all the meat.
Yeah, and that's waste.
It's freaking crazy. But all you guys, hold on. The last link I posted, you guys click on that. Give me a 1 in the chat when you guys are ready to go. After you get past the ad, after all the BS, give me a 1 in the chat, and then we'll hit it. I can't remember who posted this one originally, so all I know is it's Clutch, and Clutch fucking rules. So, because Clutch is, well, it's Clutch. Clutch is badass.
I tell you what, though, I won't want to fuck with a moose, though, man. A fucking bull moose. God, man. Fucking A.
Yeah, Bob, you're right. That's how Buffalo Bill got to be Buffalo Bill. It's from processing the hides. All right, everybody give a 1 in the chat. When you're ready to go, hit a 1 in the chat. Click the link, hit a 1 in the chat when you're ready to go. And then we're going to listen to this together. This is my cheating on YouTube. This is how we can listen to this shit together without getting strikes. And when I'm done tonight, we're going to listen to one song together. We might have to pause it a couple times. We're going to listen to one song together. And then I'll be out. Just have to remember which one I was thinking about.
Alabama doesn't have cowboys, do they?
Oh, yeah. Dude, Alabama is the South, baby. All right, so everybody has Clutch, shotgun named Marcus up, right? Everybody ready to go? All right, from the 4 count, because God knows that's just my way. So 4, 3, 2, 1, hit it. Well, I can look like a retard all day long if no one actually is in the chat. Damn right, Barton. Actually, we're going to listen to 2. I'm going to do the last 2. All right, I got them lined up. Grilled cheeses. We did that night before last. Hold on. How many slices do you put on your grilled cheese? It's got to be at least 2, or it doesn't classify as a grilled cheese. It classifies with toast and cheese.
I got something for you, buddy.
I got to get out of here sometime tonight. I got the next 2. Damn it.
All right, well,
And then we're getting out of here.
Hey, Coop, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you, brother.
Hey, brother, man, I love it, man. Anytime you guys are hanging out, I absolutely love it.
Yep, and I'll hit you up tomorrow and see what's coming up with our case here as far as membership.
If my fucking connection can hang out like it has tonight, where we can stream some stuff, we can have some fun, and it doesn't go stupid, we still have to do the stream that you want to do about paranormal and army and everybody covering up shit. We got to do it.
I've been finding more cases like that, dude.
Oh, dude, I guarantee
UFOs and shit, dude. They've been covering up shit and they've been saying a single moment because they're losing their career.
Yeah, dude, I guarantee you, the more we look at that, the more you're going to find. And that's so we got to do that stream. I just posted a link in the chat. You guys click on that. Give me a 1 when you're ready to ride.
Yeah.
But yeah, Warsaw. Yeah, when we get to it, and I can do a stream without my connection going to shit.
Yep.
We have to do that because I don't want to do the jumpy stuff like we've done earlier today. I want to do a nice smooth stream where I can show the videos you've sent me, and then everybody can look at them.
Yep.
And we'll have to do the same thing to get around copy strike. We'll have to pause it and talk about it and everything else. But there's so much to talk about. Jesus Christ, it's worse than watching a hearing in Congress.
Well, no, fuck, what was it? I was gonna mention. Oh yeah. So the 2 videos I sent you as a whole story. There's one in part 2. And then there's one where it was with the Contras.
I usually make them either cheddar and pepper jack or monster and mozzarella, baby. Barton, I knew I loved you for a reason. Well, you guys can click on the link, bastards, and throw me a 1 in the chat when you guys are ready to go. And we're going to listen to this, and we're going to do one after this. And then I'm going to go to sleep because I tortured you guys long enough today.
You have a good night, man.
Listen, we got this song and the next one. And then, yes, I have tortured you guys enough for the night. Because, good God, we started out at 10 o'clock this morning, listened to 5 hours of a hearing, some bit in between, then my stream crashed, and then I got everything back up and then played around. We talked. Got John Crump and Dark and Rich, and then shit. I saw the other part of this hearing come up tonight, and that was worth every bit of the pain today to hear that one come up. A lot of karaoke songs on YouTube. Dude, we're gonna have to do some. We really are. Although I'm not singing. I don't give a shit. We ain't singing. Well, I ain't singing. You guys can sing. Batman. Warsaw, I don't know whether that makes me hate you or, well, I know it makes me love you. Because Jesus Christ, I would post the same shit. Pronouns are War and Saul. All right. So the last link I posted, you guys click on that one. Give me one in the chat when you guys are ready to go. We're going to listen to that one. We're going to listen to the last one together. I'll pause it a little bit. That way we don't catch a complete strike, but we're going to pause it and we're going to listen to it together. And then let me find the right freaking tab. Okay. I know which one it is. Okay. I got it. I'll copy it again and I will throw it back in the chat. All right, it's there. You guys click on it, throw one in the chat after you get past all the commercials and all the other BS. Cooperate with me. And then one night we're going to do a stream where anybody in the chat, I'm going to throw everybody on a wheel. Whoever we click on gets to throw the song, and then we'll roll with it. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for the hookers. Shit, I forgot the rest of it. But yeah, Ward, me and you still got. Warsaw sent me so much cool shit. We have a definite stream we got to do shortly. Whenever my connection hangs out and is solid like this, we have a stream to do. And it's going to be different than everything else. This is going to be not necessarily like conspiracy level shit. This is alien stuff. This is paranormal stuff. And Warsaw he sent me a ton of stuff. And it's going to be cool to do it. And then eventually I got to get to the Man Against the Master stream. I got a few things to do. Let's put it that way. All right. Well, if no one else is saying Juan so far, we're fixing to listen to this. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Never listen to Jelly Roll. This is Jelly Roll. Bob. Yeah, dude. You and me both. Damn for a lost cause. Let me pull the cell phone up. Jeez, wait a minute. Get to it. I like never check my damn Instagram. Oh hell yeah. Dude, what upper is that? Not a FGC 9. What upper is that? It looks like it's freaking solid though. She tells you she has a boyfriend. Bob, you are a sick man, and I love you for it. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, Martin. You're talking about going in there and thinking your bread machine was making the sound of your printer or vice versa. Dude, I can so see that happening. All right, we're gonna listen to the next one together, and then I gotta bounce. Let me find the right freaking tab. Can I find the right tab? Yep, I can find the right tab. We're gonna share this one out live. Might have to pause at a time or two, but any of you guys that have been with me for a while, oh, that just sounds wrong. None of you bastards have been with me. Let's put it that way. Well, yeah, we're going to listen to it. So, we're listening to this because we got none left to give. Twice.
I tried, and I tried even more. I cried, and I can't recall what for. I pressed, I pushed, I yelled, and begged in hopes of some success. But the inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have run dry. I tried to go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left to buy.
Yeah, tell me you haven't been there in the last couple of years. You went fuck shopping. There's not a single one left on the shelf. You're done. And if you can, oh, hold on, shit. Let me do this. If you can say literally you went fuck shopping in the last probably 3 years, and there were fucks left on the shelf, I'm gonna call you a liar to your face. I will invite you on the stream to argue this point.
I've no more fucks to give, the more fucks I tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt.
Come on, everybody sing along. You know the song.
I strive to get everything done. I play by all the rules, but I very rarely won. I've smiled, I've charmed, I would have laughed the last to no avail. I'd run round like a moron to unequivocally fail. I've no more fucks to give. My fuck fuse has just blown. I've been hunting for my fucks all day, but they've upped and fucked off home. I've no more fucks to give. My fuck rations are depleted.
Okay, I gotta pause it. Okay, we'll get back to this. Let's go.
I rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense. The complete full acknowledgement has now begun
I need to start ending my streams with this time. Realize that I don't give a fuck at all. Good job. What's up, brother? No more fucks to give.
My fucks are blown away. My fucks are now so fucked up they refuse to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have gone insane. They come back round and pass me while they're fucking off again. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all dissolved. I planned many projects, but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give.
Not
My
a
fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building and I don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give.
You're gonna be singing this tomorrow.
More fucks to give.
You'll be sitting line at Walmart. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks to give. Okay, we're running that back.
Thank you very much.
Yep, we're running that back. What's up, brother Bob? Yeah, we're running it back. Why? Because it's been that big.
I cried, and I can't recall what for. I pressed my push, I yelled, and then
Music all night, I would do it.
The inevitable fact is that it never will impress.
Let me post that in the chat.
I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have run dry. I had to go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left to buy.
No fuck.
The more fucks I tried to get.
Not a single
I
one.
my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt.
There it is. That's in the chat. You'll be singing this tomorrow. It will be stuck in your head.
I strive to get everything done. I play by all the rules, but I very rarely won. I've smiled, I've charmed, I would have laughed, alas to no avail. I'd run round like a moron to unequivocally fail.
I have to look them up, and I can't think I'm all
I've no more fucks to give. My fuck fuse has just blown. I've been hunting for my
I'm
fucks all
digging
day,
on
but
this
about
song
to
right
fuck
now.
off home. I've no more fucks to give. My fuck rationals are depleted. I've rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense.
Yeah, you guys gotta listen to my fucking city voice.
Has now begun to go, and I come to realize
that I don't give a fuck at all.
My fucks are blown away. My fucks are now so fucked up they refuse to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have gone insane. They come back round and pass me while they're fucking off again. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all dissolved. I planned many projects, but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building and I don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give.
You'll be singing this at Walmart tomorrow.
To give. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks to give.
I'm nowhere near as talented I am nowhere near as talented as that dude. I'm on the same level of fuck when it comes to a lot of things these days. So. Oh God. Yeah, Walmart. You'll be standing in line at Walmart, gonna pay for your wife's tampons and pads and everything else, and you're gonna be sitting there going, "I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks." Yeah, it's gonna be stuck in your. I hope to God it's stuck in your head. Let's put it that way. Open it on the computer. Hell, didn't you guys just see that? Did I not play it? Oh shit! If I didn't, we'll do it again. I don't threaten me with a good time. If you guys didn't see that, I just look like I look like a moron all the time, but that's beside the point. Oop, hold on. What did I do? I hit a button. It was up. Hold on. Give me a minute and we'll play it again, just because it is a masterpiece of lyrical. Fuck, I don't even know what to use the word. I don't even know. Social party meeting. Oh God, no! Don't give him any ideas, Barton. I torture you guys with congressional hearings. He tortures us with. I don't even know what to call that earlier tonight. It was like furries meets the whatever meets the pronouns meets the. Yeah, I torture you guys with enough shit. Hold on, what are you posting, Bob? I got to pull up the other chat. Oh, Kron? Oh, United Post. Hell yeah. All right, hold on. We'll let this play while I go snag a beer. And then we might play one more, like 12 more songs. Oops, shit, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do a video file. I wanted to do a screen share, you jackass.
So this bitch right here is my baby.
Oop, hold on. What? I thought I did it. Hold on. We'll make it bigger.
Baby sisters, cousins, nephews, next door neighbors, baby's daddy, stepmama, who be owing me child support up here and shit. Excuse me? Fuck you won't, skeezer. Can't you see I'm talking?
Cat fight.
Did you just like totally call me a skeezer? Yeah, I called you a skeezer. You got a problem with me calling you a skeezer, you ratchet ass bitch? Excuse me? Like, I don't appreciate comments like that. I don't make fun of like Tula Rasa, so por favor, like please don't make fun of Nila Rasa, okay? I know you hoe. Excuse yourself. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. I'm trying to talk, okay, so like, I don't think you like totally got the memo or like whatever, but like around here, I'm like the one who gets like the spotlight, okay? I'm kind of a big deal. People know me. Girl, I don't give a fuck what you talking about up here with your dry ass pussy, your nasty ass breath. As if, for your information, my breath smells like mushrooms and my pussy is always wet.
Jerry.
Girl, shut your ass up. You messing with some wet ass pussy over here. What? And I know your shit dry as fuck. I seen your ginger man. Dude look like Kathy Griffin's armpit hair. You better like watch your mouth, girl. I'm Latin X and I've got a pretty big following on Twitter. Shut your ass up before I smack the shit out your ass with these fake ass lashes, girl. Oh my gosh, police help. I think I'm dead. You calling cops on me because I'm black? Help me. I'm dying.
All right, I was back. Damn it, I was going to play something before that. And I can't remember what it was now. I blame all of you. Even though it's completely all my fault. Perfect timing. Yeah, I've never had that before. Ever. And that's serious. I've never had that. Bob, I blame us too. But I think Bob, if you guys don't have X, I think Bob is one of my new favorite follows on X. And you have to understand my relationship with Twitter or X. It was an absolute hate account. In other words, I followed a bunch of people that I absolutely couldn't stand. I didn't do anything on there as far as like advertising YouTube channel or anything like that. It was a complete hate follow. Bob finally got a channel. I started following Bob, today or so? Bob is probably my new favorite follow. Because homeboy is on it. And it's hysterical. So yeah, Bob is my new favorite Twitter follower. Or follow, not follower, follow. If my computer wasn't such a shithead, I'd bring up some more X chats and we do a I'm about hammered and it's X time video, but it is what it is. There was something else I was thinking about showing. Matter of fact, shit. Warsaw sent it to me. You don't do X. I will tell you this. If you decide to do X or Twitter, whatever they want to call it right now, follow Bob. And definitely don't follow me. Not unless you want like an aneurysm. Warsaw sent it to me. Where's it at? I got a twitch in my eyebrow. Warsaw sends me shit. Just because some of this is so freaking ridiculous. And not that Warsaw sending me shit to be ridiculous, but the shit he sends me is good information, but it's so ridiculous the way it happens. Because Warsaw, he tends to send me a bunch of just really good information, but when you look into it, it's like, why does this happen? Hold on, that might have saved, because I haven't watched this yet. Damn, I got the fucking hiccups now. I haven't watched this one yet. So we're gonna watch this one together. And yes, I got the freaking hiccups. Let me make sure this actually went into. Let me make sure this went into my history, because typically he'll send me something. He's really cool about emailing me or text messaging me stuff. And I'll kick it over to. Oh, is this it? This has got to be it. Yeah, this is it. And then after this, I'm going to get out of here. This is going to like ruin everything. So Warsaw sent this to me today, and this was a freaking, I guess, basically like a drive-by. These guys, 2 Dracos, fuck them for using anything AK related. Shoot into a couple of houses. They end up killing a 4-year-old girl. So let me do this. They end up killing a 4-year-old. That's the age of my son. 4-year-old. Daughter 7, son's 4. These guys fire this up, shooting whoever, end up killing a 4-year-old. These douchebags that are all about gun control think we don't care about stuff like this, and I can tell them with unequivocal certainty that they can eat a giant bag of dicks, because all of us who care about firearms ownership, and being responsible for oneself and all that, we care about this. God damn, what? I don't, well, this is just the way the mood went. So, because this is what popped up in my brain. So, hold on, let me share this. Let me do this as larger, because I haven't watched this yet. So, you guys are watching this with me for the first time. So what the fuck? They just walk up, hose the damn building down, or the house down. Looks very similar to some other places I've lived in. Come around the side of the truck. Hold on. That dude could, hold on. Is it back there or back here? Walked right here. He couldn't even hit the building. He hit the dirt. Yeah, I'm still kind of looking, but hold on. Watch this. Yeah, dude firing back here is hitting on the concrete right next to his buddy. Some of it looked like a deflection. Some of that was him firing into the ground. Especially depending on what rounds they're firing. There's all sorts of shit we can go into. But some of that was just him trying to pull the trigger and fire into the dirt. Or in that case, the concrete. But this is what we get equated to as gun owners, as people who have all that shit sitting behind me. Can I point it this way more? So there's M1 Garand, AR pistol, triangle folder AK, AK pistol, AR9 pistol, and a AR10 sitting behind me. My guns have never done that. Wonder why that just isn't a thing. Because I don't go fucking act like a retard with my guns. Looks like cartel shooters. I wouldn't doubt that these guys are definitely gang affiliated and definitely trying to pop someone that was some sort of deal where it was over money or drugs. I would not doubt that whatsoever. But that's, again, that's what we get equated to all the time. You got a gun, you're gonna. Those have never, ever attacked me and put themselves to my head and said, you got to go shoot innocent people or else we're gonna. So, I don't know. That was kind of a weird thing to end the night off on. And I'm sorry if I kind of kicked everything down a little bit. But I hadn't watched that yet. I was going to watch it before I got out of here. So I decided to share it with you guys. We live in crazy times, guys. We really do. In all absolute honesty, I'm going to get out of here. But I love you guys. Please be nice, be cool. You guys know how it goes. Keep that thing on you at all times. That's Fort Worth, probably gang related. Oh yeah, there's no doubt that's gang related. Unless you're gang related, you are not doing shit like that. Most of us don't think about firing indiscriminately into a home. So, anyway, I am getting out of here, guys. You guys be cool. I love all you guys. All you guys that have showed up tonight. Barton, Bob, the other Bob. Freaking, there's so many cool people that have been in chats today that it's just not even funny. And I love all you guys to death. You guys be cool. Take care of your families. Love your families. Keep something on you where you can defend yourself. As I say all the time, you perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. And have a great night, guys. Well, we'll catch you on streams tomorrow. There will be streams, tomorrow's Friday. There will be, or today, there'll be streams, whether it's 280U. There's a number of streams that come on tonight. We'll catch all you guys in chats and stuff or later on today. But you guys be careful, man. Things are getting more stupid than normal, and they're pretty goddamn stupid already. So be careful. Watch what you're doing. Watch what's around you. It's not a I got to pull to do anything kind of situation. It's a get your ass out of there situation. Unless you can't and then you pull. You guys already know, man. We've all been in enough chats together. We've always talked shit for hell. What it lasts at least 2 years. All you guys got a really good sense of what's happening. But be careful, man. You guys have a good night. Barton, brother, love you. Bob, love you. Bob Mastro, love you. You guys just, like I said, be careful, man. We got a lot of stupid stuff. Mike Clune, my brother, my goon. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family. You guys don't go looking for a fight, but if a fight comes to you, be ready for it. That means keeping that thing ready to go. That means training with it. That means dry fire. There's so many pieces of that puzzle that we need to be looking at. And me, I am no fucking different, man. And I got to do a lot more. Yeah, and you're well, I'll argue with you this, Bob. I do plenty of stupid shit, and I'm always going to. There's a difference in between really stupid shit and super stupid shit. Do stupid shit. Don't do this super crazy shit. I'll boil that down later in a whole nother conversation. But yeah, just be careful, guys, because there's a lot of stuff out there that we can run into, and it can be the difference in between you taking care of the family, you getting home that night. So be careful. Your greatest defense against most of this shit are your feet and your head. That blaster, that's the last resort. So I love all you guys. You guys take them easy. So much more I want to say that I won't right now. But I do. I love you guys. You guys take them easy, and we'll catch you on the next one, guys. Have a great rest of the, well, now morning. And we'll catch you on the next one. Bradley, we'll catch you on the next one, brother. You stupid ass are still alive. Yeah. What can I say, brother? I'm not the brightest bulb on the tree. Love you guys, man. You guys be cool.